buongiorno, wherever you're joining us from around the world. We've got a terrific Tuesday for you here with 5 bumper action-packed games. A couple of teams are going to be coming back to this tournament, Roma Bangla Morning Sun and Asian Latina. I'm sure they're going to add to this party and shine even brighter than this golden Roman sun. The biggest story yesterday was all the terrific catches that were taken. Are we going to see more of the same today? Well, stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Well, a very good morning to all our viewers, wherever you're joining us from, as we're bringing you match 42 of this ECL here in Italy. The news from out in the middle is that Asian Latina have won the toss and elected to bat first. Of course, we'll start off by giving you a quick recap of yesterday's game. Royal Roma and Kent Lanka would face each other in a doubleheader, and Royal Roma would take the first one rather comfortably, led by Luckenwall, who is currently the highest run getter in this tournament. He made a solid 68 of 21-8, and Kent Lanka in response could only make 107. Unfortunately, they started quite strong, but just fell away in the middle overs. Castellina would then come up short against Roma Capanelli, who would round out their tournament with a stylish win, winning by 5 wickets. Of course, that final result doesn't really reflect how comfortable they really were throughout that chase. The third match of the day would be an absolute thriller between Kent Lanka and Royal Roma. Kent Lanka seemed to be on the verge of pulling off quite a special upset, but Royal Roma were able to roar at the end, hitting key sixes to absolutely crush Kent Lanka hearts. In the end, Royal Roma took that one by 3 wickets. Royal Roma would then pick up a very comfortable victory against Castellina and pretty much secure second place for themselves. Castellina, unfortunately, just didn't really have the firepower to threaten Royal Roma in the 4th match of the day. Mohamed Arif top scored with an undefeated 66. The skipper and much of the Castellina top order were able to get some runs, but again, just not quick enough. Their strike rates were simply too slow. In our final match of the day, Kent Lanka would secure their 2nd victory of this tournament by defeating Castellina. Nicolo Fernando came to play. He batted incredibly well, making 40 of 17. Of course, he was dismissed in rather comical fashion when the ball was lodged in the wicketkeeper's helmet. In response, Castellina skipper would make 40, but that simply wouldn't be enough, as we of course take a look at the standings for this ECS, where first game of the day, of course, is between Castellina and Asian Latina. And as we said right at the top of this broadcast, Asian Latina won the toss and elected to bat first. And well, let's just have a look at this fantasy dashboard. Castellina, unfortunately, very rough start for them, picking up just 1 victory against the Gladiatori. Outside of that, they looked rather hapless in most of their fixtures. Asian Latina 4 and 6, led by skipper Amandeep Singh, who's at 615 points. And of course, a bat versus ball wall tells us that Asian Latina are massive favorites heading into this match. They're expected to score 113, while Castellina expected to score 89. They're averaging about 73 runs, which is rather low in all honesty. And some of that is also because their first couple of scores were 34 and 35. They have improved with the bat since then, but they just need to find the firepower. And again, as we can see, Asian Latina fancied as 79% favorites in this fixture. And we, of course, players are just about to take the field. shouldn't be long before we see the first ball. Just a few last-minute preparations for all the sides involved. See the umpire soon as well. Of course, the umpires for this game are going to be Suleiman Saeed and Nirmal. Our match referee is going to be Hassan with should be very exciting. And there he is, of course, the aforementioned Shub, who we had the great pleasure of having in the commentary box yesterday for our final match of the day. Gave us a lot of insight into the umpiring world, as well as how things work behind the scenes at the European Cricket Network. And of course, the most exciting part of the series has been watching him attempting catches outside the boundary rope. I'm sure he's eager for a few more to head his way. And also a very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat today. Good morning to Yvonne, Rob Thompson, Di Maria, Kai Bay, of course, with the first comment of the day. Very good morning to you. Room 111. And of course, Twilight. Very good morning all. Hope you're having a pleasant day wherever you're joining us from. But yeah, just a slight delay again. Apologies. We'll have the game coming for you as soon as we can. As you can see, Asian Latina there in their beautiful yellow kit. Just getting some batting practice there, as you can see, for the openers. Very interesting thing, of course, skipper Amandeep Singh, who's been leading the way for Asian Latina, has 559 ECN runs to his name with a strike rate of 215. Just an outstanding player, and again, he's somebody who we'll be watching very closely. Of course, Asian Latina had a very rough start to this tournament. They were off with a huge losing streak, but then they managed to come out very strong, didn't they? Stringing together a late winning streak. And they've looked very impressive since then. And again, they're just one of those teams who, again, potential dark horse in this tournament. You know, if they get into the semifinals, I think they could knock off one of the big boys. Yeah, just a few delays. Should be with you all shortly. As we, of course, just take a look at the groups for the ECC. Of course, very interesting group there. Of course, some of our chat members think that Group F should be dubbed our group of death, with Scotland 11, Germany, Portugal, Luxembourg, and Norway there. Of course, Italy themselves are in Group C. They'll be strong favorites in that group, although perhaps a stiff test from the likes of Denmark and Sweden. Looking forward to some up-and-coming sides like Serbia and Estonia as well. And then, of course, the winner of each group will go on to Championship Week, where they'll be alongside Netherlands 11. And I can just see the umpires now taking the field, so hopefully we should be ready to begin with some live action very shortly. Again, apologies for the delay. Looks like, yep, Casalina now taking the field. I think this is a better situation for Casalina to be in, just field first. Try to maybe restrict Asian Latina to a low total, and then if they get them to sort of around 100, 105 or under, then I think that's within Casalina's wheelhouse to chase that down again. Asian Latina come out here strong and just blast Casalina all over the place, and I just think that would be very, very hard for Casalina to recover in the second innings. Just getting his field right here. It's going to be the captain himself, Indy Kassane, opening the bowling. First up, course, 2 fielders allowed outside the ring during the power play. They're currently stationed at long on, and a very fine deep third man just to the left of the top of your screen. And we're about to get underway. First ball is here. That one goes down the leg side for a wide. So, yeah, just a few issues we've seen for a number of left arm spinners over these last few days. Bowling a few too many extras. Yeah, you don't really want your spinners to be bowling wides. This one is played away, although Sane hardly turns the ball. He mostly just looks to keep it straight and fire it at the stumps. Some runs here for Asian Latina to start off as Singh gets off the mark early. And he's knocked him over here. Let's just take a look at this again over here. Well, this is a rather innocuous wicket. He's going for the big swing across the line. And it's crashed into middle and off stump. And it's an early wicket here for Casalina, and a great start. The skipper, Indika Sane, getting his team off to the perfect start. Just what the doctor ordered for Casalina early. And again, this side, who are massive underdogs heading into this match, this is a really, really good way for them to start off. And again, this is going to be hugely important as Asian Latina currently sitting in 5th place in the standings, and Roma Capinelli, who are above them, are just 2 points above. So a couple of wins in Asian Latina's remaining 4 games should pretty much put them in a very healthy position to secure one of the 4 spots to the semifinal. This is another one just straying down the leg side. It's going to get some bat on that one, Singh, and it's going to go away for 4. So Sane, despite the wicket, probably just struggling with his line a fair bit. This one just helped along, and it goes away behind fine leg for a 4. And yeah, rather tame start in all honesty. Yeah, Sane just telling that fielder, stay at third man, don't go to fine leg. And this one's tucked away. It's going to be a single over there. Yeah, there we go. A little front foot defense there by Singh. As we're, of course, been a good over so far for Casalina, despite the issues with the line. I just don't think Asian Latina have been as aggressive to start off, although that will kind of spoil the over, won't it? But unfortunately, we're saying it actually falls just short. That is not a 4, by the way, as it says on the screen. It fell just short of the boundary rope. And in the end, it's a 9-run over to start off for Asian Latina, but they also lose the wicket of Dharminder Singh. So the captain starting off quite well here for Casalina, and of course, there's a good chance to remind you that in 6 days from now, Europe's finest are going to step onto the grandest cricketing stage, which is the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket. Now, this is going to be a really exciting year. Some great newcomers coming into the tournament, as well as a lot of sides who are seasoned veterans who just continue to improve, like the Italian national team themselves. So it's not too long until the first ball. I mean, this time next week we're going to be in Cardamom, and that's just an incredible thought to think about. Of course, this countdown began when there were 100 days to go, so it's just been wonderful watching this ticking away these last few months as we get closer and closer to the biggest festival in cricket, as this one's just played away behind third man. It's going to go away for a 4. Just opens the face of his bat. Probably doesn't quite go where he wanted it to, but he's going to get the desired result here, Singh. Rough start for Kankanamage. Yeah, this one, he just gets some bat on it. Might even have been wide if he just left it alone, but yeah, again, we do see this a fair bit from batsmen, particularly the ones down the leg side where they unnecessarily touch a ball. Let's just have another look at this. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a wide if he just leaves it alone. And in the end, he's chewed up a ball and only managed to get a run. And this one is just played away. Beautiful shot. Absolutely gorgeous looking shot, but it's not got enough to go to the boundary. It's going to be a couple of runs. Yeah, nice looking shot. Good shot selection as well. Outside the off stump, pushes out the ball. Just times it slightly better, or maybe if the outfield was a little quicker, he probably goes to the boundary rope. But yeah, this is a gorgeous field nonetheless. I mean, it's so well maintained, of course. Let's just take a look at this ball first. That was definitely going to be a wide. Unnecessary to throw your bat at that. But yeah, I mean, it's just maintained with so much love and care. I mean, we came in this morning, the ground staff were here really early, looking after the field, making sure it was pristine for all of the play we're going to witness today. Oh, this is beautiful. Wonderful shot. I just love how they're hitting the ball so much through the cover boundary. I mean, nothing beats a cover drive in cricket. It's probably the most gorgeous shot in the sport other than maybe a straight drive. And Latina off to a nice start here in this over. I think they've, despite that wicket, I think they've just stuck to their game plan. Again, they're not looking to overhit the ball. Just keep it simple, pick out the gaps. Oh, that's a lowish full toss, and it's just going to be a single. So acing Amandeep Singh, the skipper, will keep the strike heading into the final over of the power play. Asian Latina are 22 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. Well, of course, just take a look at the standings, which give you a good picture of how much this match is worth. Of course, Casalina with a loss here today probably knocked themselves out of contention. I mean, this is one of those 4-pointers you have to say as a game. This one is played away. Has it gone the distance? It most certainly has. That's going to be a 6. The first Maximo of this morning. And of course, a very good morning to you too, Dave. Great to see you here. Kai Bai joining us from Australia with the beautiful, clear, warm weather. Well, we've got very similar weather over here in Rome as well. Nice sunny day, excellent day for cricket. Not too hot either. Though I think it will get a lot warmer as we get closer to the afternoon. This one is played away towards point. It's going to be a single. I mean, I guess how warm it is rather subjective. I mean, for me, I'd consider this quite hot. But I guess if you're a bit more accustomed with the Italian weather, you might disagree. Nicely played again. And now there's a boundary rider at the cover boundary because of all the runs that have gone through that region. This one is played uppishly, but it's going to clear the fielder with ease. That is an enormous hit, goes well over the fence. And the second Maximo, this is another huge hit. It goes all the way. And Amandeep Singh moves on to 24 of 9. He's just such a terrific player, isn't he? And again, he's been in red-hot form for this Asian Latina side. Of course, you mentioned his stats right at the top of the broadcast. Amazing career strike rate. More than 500 ECN runs to his name, an experienced campaigner, and again, just getting better and better, you know, aging like fine wine. This one's played uppishly too. It's going to find the fielder. Oh, he's wrong-footed himself. He's just been wrong-footed by that one. It's just taken a really odd bounce, one that he wasn't anticipating. And as he goes to collect the ball, yup, he just overruns it. Takes the old Tortuga bounce as we come to the end of the power play. Asian Latina are 40 for 1, and it's a very strong over to close it out that just puts them back in front in this game. Going along at 13 and over these first 3 overs. Good morning to Medic Warrior as well. Hope you're doing well. Nick Iskane, the skipper, about to bowl this 4th over. His first one was really good. He managed to get a wicket, and then he just held himself back. But I think now he just senses that maybe, oh, he's going to get the wicket. And this is exactly the point I was about to make, that he probably just sensed that Asian Latina were getting ahead in the game, so he needed to bring himself back to take a wicket, and that's exactly what he does. The very first ball, that's a Charanjit Singh who has to depart. Again, a rather soft dismissal in all honesty. He just pushes it back at the keeper. And again, if you could just see Charanjit Singh going off towards the dugout, he's really annoyed. He's just slamming his bat on the field in anger, thudding it. I think he knows what he's just done. He'll be really, really frustrated with himself. But yeah, the danger man, Amandeep Singh, is still there, and I think Indik Hussain will want to bowl at least 3 deliveries to him. That's going to be a huge matchup, isn't it? If those two get to face each other at any point in this over. A little captain v captain battle. So it's Hashma Dinsa, who's the new batsman who's going to come out there. This one is pushed away. It's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, very tight stuff here by Sain. Again, just keeps it simple, really. I mean, not somebody who's really looking to turn the ball. He just sort of fires it in. And despite some of his early woes with pushing a few too many down the leg side, he's recovered well. And that's going to be one. And again, this is exactly what he said. He'd want at least 3 balls against the opposite skipper, Amandeep Singh. And now these 3 balls could be some of the most important deliveries in this match. This is going to be a huge phase. Again, if he can, whoever gets the upper hand here is probably going to go some way in determining the outcome of this match. Oh, that is a terrific ball, and that's exactly what Sain needs to do. He's going to have to continue to attack these next couple of balls. Again, if he can get Amandeep Singh here, this is going to really turn this game on its head. 2 to come. It's played away. It's a nice looking shot by Amandeep Singh. There's no fielder there, so it's going to trickle away over the boundary rope. And it's going to be a 4. Let's just see this. It's very nicely played, isn't it? Uses the pace of the ball so well and just works it away towards fine leg. And that's going to be a boundary. But now 1 ball to come. 1 huge ball, I'd say. Sain, the key strike bowler for Casalina, goes down the leg side, and it's also going to be Buys. Is this going to go away for a minimo? It looks like it has. I think it's just touched the boundary rope, so there's the umpire signaling it 4 wides. He's just spoiling his over at the end here, Indik Hussain. This is the fielder. Could he have done better? Maybe, but that was always going to be tough. Or Indik Hussain is sort of going back to a few issues that were plaguing him earlier in his spell. Oh, that's another one. I think it's a big thud off the pad. That's obviously going to be leg buys. But in the end, you have to say, Amandeep Singh, even though he didn't look completely comfortable in those 3 deliveries, I have to say they managed to get the better of that, as Indik Hussain getting the only 2 wickets that Castellina have managed to prize so far. And yeah, interesting question here. Why are they looking for singles and not for boundaries? I mean, that's a rather silly comment because Asian Latina are going along at 13 and over. I mean, that's not a bad run rate at all. I can't say they're playing whatsoever negatively. If anything, they're playing intelligent cricket. You know, they're hitting the bad balls and they're rotating the strike when necessary. So I don't think I necessarily agree with you there with that statement. I think Latina are playing intelligent cricket again, and fairly risk averse too. So. Oh, this is a rank full toss. And this is going to go away to the boundary. But it's worth looking at this one again. Is it a no-e? Let's just see. Ooh, this is a tight one. Might just have to slow that down. Might just have to slow that down. Look at that carefully. It's going to be a tough decision here. And the umpire's given the bowler the first warning for bowling that delivery, so it's going to be judged a no ball. And this is a free hit here for Amandeep Singh. The informed batsman gets to have another free swing. Oh, it's a nice ball. Just took some pace off that one, Kamkamage, but he walks back rather gingerly. Oh, this one is played away towards a point. And it's going to be a single here for a Singh. You're seeing him tie shoeless. Of course, projected score currently 128 for Asian Latina. Very, very healthy projected score. This one is played away. Is this going to clear the boundary rope? It most certainly will. Goes over the fence, goes all the way, and that's another Maximo for Asian Latina. The first one that's not been hit by Amandeep Singh. This is Hashmat Dinza, and there's not much the fielder Charan Ayantha can do over there other than watch it go over his head. Of course, we unfortunately didn't have a chance to see Ayantha play yesterday, but we do today. This one is beautifully played. Absolutely drills the ball towards a deep extra cover. Just take a look at this. It's over pitched and bang! Absolutely hammers that one. A great looking shot. I know we just have some horses riding around behind the ground. Some horse riding being done. Sure, we might just catch a glimpse of that right after this ball. Oh, this one is absolutely belted. Is this going to go the distance as well? It will. It's another huge hit here by Dinza. And now they're continuing to just accelerate here, Asian Latina. They've timed this inning really well, as we, of course, just see a few people going for a ride. Great, isn't it? A nice Tuesday morning ride. I mean, how cool would that be to go to work riding on a horse? I mean, must be a whole lot of fun. Of course, we are quite a bit outside the city of Rome itself. We're about, I would say, 15 to 20 miles away from the city center. This one is a full toss. It's going to get the punishment as well. And this is a poor delivery, in all honesty. A really poor delivery. And we got 4 consecutive boundaries to end this over, as this one goes magical. 28 runs off the 5th over, as Asian Latina are in a great position halfway through the innings. Of course, well, we'll just take a look at some of the groups we have over here. Starts off with Group A next week with Spain, the Isle of Man, France, Czech, and Greece. Of course, Corey Rutgers, who was commentating the first week here in Rome, has gone off to Spain to coach his national team. The best of luck to them. And, of course, that is a very exciting group, isn't it? A lot of terrific teams over there. I think it's going to be very challenging for any team to get out of there and joined the Netherlands 11 in the championship week. So again, I just love the fact that we're starting off with a very entertaining group. Umpire just having a quick word with a bowler here. I think that's Umayanga. I think Umayanga was probably the most impressive hitter for Castellina yesterday. We're just going to see him bowl the second over here. This one is played away. It's going to go towards the fielder at long on. That's the captain himself, Indy Kassane. I mean, generally, of course, as we saw, Castellina, they struggle to really bat at a strike rate above 150, but Asian Latina did really well so far today. Oh, this one's gone up in the air as well. Is this going to be another 6? Yes, it will. It's gone the distance. It goes all the way. That's another huge hit. As Dinsa now, he's doing incredibly well here, coming in as a middle over hitter. Hasn't taken any time to settle in. Moves on to 29 of just 7 deliveries. A lot of pressure here on Umayanga. He's been incredibly expensive. Oh, this one is clubbed away as well. Is it going to clear the boundary rope? Oh, yes, it will. That's another 6. 5th Maximo here for Dinsa. And watch this. It's a slower delivery, and he waits for it for an age, and then he just smacks it right over long off. Again, he's just seeing the ball so well. Strike rate of 437.5. That's just mind-boggling. I mean, he's hit 5 of his 8 balls for 6, 1 boundary. This one's just going to be a single here, which for him is a huge disappointment considering the way he's batting. I mean, just look at the 2 strike rates over there. You've got Amandeep Singh batting at 211. Dinsa batting at well over 400 for his strike rate. I mean, hey, any question marks that we had earlier about whether Asian Latina were accelerating enough, I think those have been answered. Look at that projected score, 162. That's going to be a single. Oh, they're going to poach another run here. Very, very casual. Umayanga, I mean, come on. These runs are going to cost you as well. It's going to go down in your scorebook. This one is played away. Nice sound off the bat. Going to be cut out, though, by the fielder at mid-wicket. And that's just going to be a run. Asian Latina move on to 96 for 2 at the end of their 6th over, of course. And Nitin in the chat with a very good point, saying giving him a second over immediately afterwards with an informed batsman in the first over is not a decision he agrees with. Yeah, you know, I mean, that's certainly a good point you make there. I mean, clearly, you know, it is a results-based game, and if you have figures that bad, then the captain's obviously going to catch a lot of flack for giving you a second over. If you just take a look at the scorecard, of course, 2 incredible scores of note for Asian Latina there. The captain himself, Amandeep Singh, and Dinsa, who's joined him and gone along at a strike rate of exactly 400. As we, of course, just have another chance to take another look at our integrity officer. Oh, this one's just come off the pad. I think he probably just takes a step towards the offside. That goes away for a wide. But in the end, it's he allows Ayantha to get away with that error. It's just going to be the 1 run for Asian Latina. Oh, it's a good ball. Really good ball here by Ayantha. And you can just see what he's trying to do here. He's looking to target that gap between the fielder at a backward square leg and Cow. It's a huge gap there if he can find it. Singh. Nicely played there by Singh. Really nicely played. He just picks out another vacant gap. And again, that's what I really like about this Asian Latina inning so far. They've obviously demonstrated they're more than capable of bludgeoning the ball, but when they need to, they're playing these very intelligent strokes where they just pick out a gap. And again, smart cricket there by Singh. No protection behind point. So he just knocks it away in that region. 4 runs away from a half century. Great partnership so far. 62 runs off just 21 deliveries. And this one taken inside edge. A chance to get a quick single. Is he going to make it there in time? He does hit the stumps. And we're going to have a quick look at this again. Let's just see how close is this. My initial feeling, though, is the batsman might have made it on time, just looking at the reaction of the fielding team. Again, full credit to Dinsa. He is out of the blocks really, really quickly. And again, I just have to look at it from this angle. And, well, does he make it back on time? Looks like he has. Looks like he has. And he's well inside the popping crease. Yeah, good running there by Dinsa. And again, this is what good sides do. They hit big shots, but then they also run hard between the wickets. And again, they've mixed things up very well here, Asian Latina. I like the way they've played this first innings. Oh, that is most unfortunate. That is as unlucky a way as you can get out. I mean, he's inside edged it. It's ricocheted off his pads onto the stumps. I mean, that is cruel. And he really doesn't deserve that, Dinsa. He's been batting so well. Well, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes in this sport. Man did exceptionally well, but then cruel inside edge. And that will be the end for him. Very well played, though. He made 36 of 11 deliveries and put his side in a good position. And the main thing is his captain. He's still out there, Amandeep Singh. And now, a simple task here for the new batsman, who I believe is Onkar Singh, although we'll get confirmation soon. Yep, it is Onkar Singh. Onkar Singh here is going to have a huge responsibility as well. He can't really take any time to settle in, just needs to come in, look to smack boundaries right from the outset. Last ball of the over. Oh, this one's just chipped up. And it's going to be a dot ball. That is very interesting. Well, I think Singh doesn't trust Onkar Singh, so he's because there's obviously a single on over here. Very easy single towards long off, but Amandeep Singh clearly one strike to start the next over, as of course we discussed some of the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we still got plenty to come in our thrilling Roman adventure, but let it be known that our passion for the game knows no seasonal bounds, of course. Just because the summer is coming to an end doesn't mean the cricket is, of course. We're a 365-day-a-year network, and, well, right after we wrap up here in Italy, we've got the much-awaited European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. From there, we head off to Croatia for our biggest ever event in the country. Then we've got a nice return to Malta. We can't wait to go there for some seconds. And come November's end, we'll be back in Spain, but this time Barcelona. This one is played away. And it's going to go for 4, so that is a really nice looking shot over there. And again, just need to correct what you're seeing on your scoreboard. Onkar Singh has not made a run. That is incorrect. It is currently Amandeep Singh on strike. This yep, there is an error on your scoreboard right now. Onkar Singh is 0 for 1, and Amandeep Singh has brought up his half century, and I think that's why there's a delay right now as they look to sort that out. Yeah, of course, it was, as we said, it was rather odd. Amandeep Singh basically didn't trust Onkar Singh to face the first ball that's over, and he says, well, look, I got to keep as much strike as possible, although, hey, Onkar Singh is a pretty decent hitter himself, a career strike rate of just under 140, made a very good-looking 31 against Royal Roma. So he's no slouch with the bat. You know, he's obviously fairly new to the European Cricket Network, but he's managed to smash 4 sixes and 5 boundaries in his very short time on the network. Yeah, Ivan B saying would have been should have really taken the single there. The new guy's batting at number 5. You surely got to trust him to hit the ball. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But then again, when Amandeep Singh is seeing it like a football, then yeah, you might as well let him face as many balls as possible. As well, we'll just continue to discuss the upcoming events. And yeah, we're going back to Malta for seconds. I mean, we loved it so much there the first time. And of course, you know, as the weather gets a bit colder here in Europe, we're going to start to spend more of our season down in southern Europe in the Mediterranean. So we'll head over to Spain, this time in Barcelona, right at the end of November. But then the biggest event in women's European cricket right at the end of this year on the 17th of December. A great way to round out what's been a historic year on the European Cricket Network, as this one's played away. Going to be a single there for Amandeep Singh. Expect whenever the scoreboard comes up, any of the issues will be rectified, of course. Amandeep Singh is currently on 52, and there it is now. That's the right score. Onkar Singh still yet to get off the mark. I think Crit say, why is he bowling there when there's no protection? I can't even see the fielders. I'll just tell you where the fielders are right after this, Nitin. And there's a great chance to see where the fielders are, of course. Top work by our great crew from Spring Productions. Absolutely amazing. As they just give you a look at this beautiful field here in Rome. Really do work with some of the very best. I mean, excellent crew in today. We've got Martins, Marcus, and of course our director Elza. Andrus not here today. He's getting a well-deserved day off. And oh, that is a beautiful ball. And well, maybe that's why he didn't trust Onkar Singh. He has been bowled, although this is a terrific ball. Really, really good ball. A lot of good batsmen have struggled to face that one. I think Onkar Singh, he's just got to admit that he's unfortunately at the wrong end of a really, really good delivery. And that's going to be the end of his innings. Just the 1 run for him. Just about enough to not have to be greeted by Derek this early in the morning. New batsman in is Jay Singh. Oh, another good ball there. Really good by Paloon. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see him bowl the final over. This is a great ball. Look how much it comes back. And that's going to be a dot ball. So you get a couple of good overs here. Casalina, just 13 runs off the last 2 overs. They've slowed down the run rate significantly, considering Asian Latina looked set to reach 160 at one stage. But again, as we say, a lot of these sides are very top heavy. So if you just stay aggressive, keep that mindset of taking wickets, then, well, that's the best way to slow down the opposition. This man's still there, though, the danger man, Amandeep Singh, and he's going to have to face as many of these last 12 balls as possible. Now, Nico Fernando is in for Kent Lanka. Just going to talk about that after this ball. This is a huge hit, and well, that's why this man has to face almost all the deliveries. That is an enormous hit, and another Maximo, as Amandeep Singh hits his 3rd 6 of the innings. As I've been just asking about the gorgeous little building at the back over there. No, it's not a church, Ivan. We're actually in got a lot of I believe it's just it's a building that belongs to one of the farms over here. And yeah, I commented on this the first day I came here on Sunday that, I mean, how picturesque a setting is this? I mean, you're playing in Rome. You see some classical architecture right behind you. This is going to be 4 wides. It's a minimum, and you can just feel Ayantha kind of undoing the good work we saw from him in the first over. 11 runs off 1 legal delivery already. And again, this is what people like Amandeep Singh does. I mean, Amandeep Singh has earned this wide for his team just because of the terror he inflicts on the bowlers, the sheer fear they have of him. But yeah, just going back to that, it's just picturesque when you look at that camera behind the batsman and you see that great building in the distance. Oh, is it going to probably be buys? But again, Amandeep Singh, rightfully so, decides not to run. And now this one is played away. And it's going to just stop short of the boundary row, but a couple runs here. Of course, Amandeep Singh, well, of course, there were a few comments about how quick a runner he is, but when he wants to get back on strike, he's certainly got the wheels and he's able to accelerate. So no issues with his running over there. He managed to hurry up there, no problem whatsoever. This is an absolutely incredible hit, crunched off the bat. And it's smashed over the fence, goes for 6. As Singh just piling on the pressure on these bowlers, a little bit too short. He gets underneath it well, and bang, look at that pose. Beautiful hit. Great horizontal bat shot, and again, if you've got those horizontal bat shots in your repertoire, then you're going to do really well in Rome because, again, this pitch has some of the most bounce and carry we have on any pitch on the European Cricket Network. Bowler going over the wicket. This one is played away towards mid-wicket, and again, he's going to allow Singh to face 1 ball. Yeah, just a chance here for Singh to have a big swing. Oh, that is not where he should be bowling to him. And he's not been helped by the fielding either. It's not a good ball in all honesty, and it probably deserved to be sent to the boundary. Singh, though, managed to find the 1 fielder in that region. And unfortunately, he's made a bit of a mess of it. So it goes away for a boundary. As Asian Latina, 134 for 4. Big 9th over, 20 runs off that. As Charan Ayantha was a little bit too expensive. As we, of course, take a look at the bowling figures, of course. Paloon has been, look at the bowlers, 1 for 7 and is 1 over. The skipper himself, Indika Sain, did really well, 2 for 19, took 2 important wickets up early. And the Charan Ayantha was going along well. He had a good first over, gave up just 9 runs. And then he's just kind of spoiled things there at the end. Yeah, I think should be Harsha Paloon coming back for the 10th over. Just wait to get some confirmation. Believe it is him. Just yeah, no run obviously on there anyway. Again, Singh just has to face as many of these balls as possible. Try to get 12 to 15 more runs for Asian Latina. I think this score is already really, really high, and I think we're at that stage now where it's hard to see how Castellina are going to try to chase this one down. Ooh, inside edge, and look how frustrated he is, Singh. You can tell he is livid. And it's a couple of dot balls to start the over. 4 balls left. Again, it's not like I need to tell you that a big shot is coming. Every shot's going to be a big shot from here on out. Oh, this is a wide, and he just relieves some pressure with that one, Paloon. Oh, this is played away really well. Goes to the fielder out in the deep. That's going to be a single. This one is another good ball fired in here by Paloon, and he's done really well in a pressure situation. Just 3 runs he's given up of these first 4 balls, and let's see if he can just close it out strong. I've been very impressed by him. Didn't take part in any of yesterday's action, unfortunately, for Castellina, but he's come in today, and he's done a terrific job. Oh, and that one's just missed the stumps by a whisker, but the keeper, he's unfortunately having a rather difficult time. Nanayakara behind the stumps. This is more buys. Maybe his 16th run off buys so far, and he should be doing better over there. He'll be rather disappointed by that. One ball to come. Paloon's done really well so far, and this one's going to go for a big swing across the line there, Singh. And he might as well have tried to take a run over there and just hope that the wicketkeeper makes a meal of it, because he has had a bit of a difficult time. But in the end, it's a dot ball to end the over, as it's a terrific final over. Just 4 runs off it, a couple of those coming courtesy of buys, and 1 off a wide. So really good stuff here. A good way to close out the innings for Castellina, but you really feel Asian Latina have already stamped their mark on this game, as of course we'll take a look at the highlights of some of this innings. That was Dharminder Singh dismissed by Indika Sain, but Amandeep Singh, obviously the star performer for Asian Latina. The skipper made 69 of 35, played a captain's innings, to use that cliche. And there it is, just kind of wrong puts the fielder over there, and this one is just pushed back to the bowler. That was a cotton bowled for Indika Sain. I think he started off really well, getting some early wickets. We just take a look at some of these nice hits here. This was when Dinsa and Amandeep Singh were really going well. Dinsa was unfortunately dismissed in a rather unlucky fashion. This would, of course, be the dismissal of Onkar Singh. He was out courtesy of a very good ball by Paloon. Just these were a few late hits. That's a boundary which Jastanpreet Singh managed to hit. And in the end, Asian Latina finished with 138. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard over here, as Amandeep Singh, the top scorer, with 69 of 35. He struck 5 boundaries and 4 sixes. Dinsa hitting 1 boundary and 5 sixes. Then, of course, moving on to the bowling figures, Indika Sain was 2 for 19. He picked up the most wickets, got some wickets in a crucial period of the game right at the start. But other than that, some of the bowlers were a bit too expensive. Paloon, though, for me, was the pick of the bowlers. 1 for 10, bowled that pressure final over, and did terrifically well. Great death over bowling by him. As of course, we'll come back with the second innings in just a few moments, as Castellina need 139 runs to win this game.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to the second innings of the first match of this beautiful quintuple of games we have for you here today. As Casalina have been given a target of 139 by Asian Latina, who are looking to start a little winning streak of their own. Once again, of course, Asian Latina starting off the tournament with a 5-game slide, but since then they've responded really strong and now find themselves just 2 points off 4th place in the table. The Capinelli nervously looking over their shoulder. I think they might even be resigned to the fact that they won't be in possession of 4th place once everything is said and done in this European Cricket Series. There is Indika Sain, the skipper. We, of course, saw him open the bowling. He did an outstanding job opening the bowling, but now he's going to have to step up and do the same with the bat in hand as well. Again, you know, he's a very classy player. He's got the ability to score plenty of runs, but the big thing for him here will be his strike rate. An undefeated 52 yesterday against the Roma Capinelli, his first ever 50 on the European Cricket Network, and we're going to need to see more of that from him here. Very classy player, though. He's also a very intelligent cricketer. Just looks to pick out gaps, doesn't look to hit the ball too hard. Average of 31 for his T10 career on the European Cricket Network. They're just looking to get their field setting absolutely precise here, Asian Latina. So what they've done is they just moved a guy who was stationed at extra cover. Right there, number 12, you can see him. That's Kulveer Dharam. Hard to miss him as, well, we're not just ready yet for the first ball. Yeah, he's sort of in a slip position now. Probably standing at 2nd, 3rd slip, around that region. There is protection out in the deep, though. It's a fielder who's at a very square deep 3rd man position. First ball. Yeah, there he is, Dharam. You can see him standing at slip. It's a dot ball to start off here, so a good start for Dinsa, who, of course, did the trick with the bat in hand, batted beautifully, didn't he? Probably a little bit unlucky with his method of dismissal. So they get a single to start off, beg your pardon. Not runs off Sain's bat. Love the sound of the willow in the morning, don't you? The tap of the bat. Beautiful sounds of just being at a cricket ground. It's music to us purists' ears. Oh, great ball. Perfect ball. It's at that line where he's just tempting him to go for the drive. He's always likely to get an edge. Again, slip is in play if he continues to bowl there. I like this by Dinsa. Sticking to the game plan the captain has asked of him. Another good ball. He's just getting that little bit of movement away as well. Got to be on his feet here. Got to be on his toes. Feeling it slip. Kulveer Dharam could have an edge coming towards him. Oh, another good ball. This one's a little straighter, so he's able to get some bat on that, and it's a single. Nice start overall, though, by Dinsa. Again, they're going to have to cash in on this power play. Casalina probably need to get about 45 runs, in all honesty. Oh, this one's going to take an inside edge, and it's a good bit of fielding there. Very sharp work by the fielder behind square leg. That's Shehzab Kayani, who does a good job there. Again, gets a hand to it, make sure it's just 1 run. And it's a French cut to get off the mark for Indika Sain. Absolutely, a good point there by Dave. You should never say first or last ball. Happened a few times to us over these last couple of days. We're about to say first ball. Very good looking defensive shot there by Paloon. And then the bowler just pulled up right at the end. But a very good start here for Asian Latina. I thought that was very well bowled by Dinsa, as of course it's a chance to remind you we're just 311 matches since we had a golden ball. Of course, I just would probably not be the right way to describe it. It's been all the way since July since we last had a golden ball, and we've been yearning for one forever. Maybe Italy's going to deliver. There's just something about this country that makes us think we're in for classics. I mean, who wouldn't think that if they were in Rome? Maybe this is all just set up for us to get our first ever ECN Golden Ball final. Sometimes they say, you know, the best things come and you have to wait the longest for. That's going to be a single there for Indica Saint. The longer you wait, the sweeter the arrival. And we're just looking to get the fielding precise here. Third man brought back into the ring now. There's a fielder at long off and another fielder at long on. They just move everyone a little bit square for Paloon, and the slip spin removed as well. He's now at a short third man position, and oh, that's a great ball. I mean, if he's going to bowl that line and length, I'd say keep the slip in. Keep him in. Why are you taking him out? This is a terrific ball. It's a great length. It's a great line. Perfect ball, really, in all honesty. It's right in the channel. I say move slip back in. Continue to attack your Asian Latina. Nothing that ceasing here has shown me that would make me think you shouldn't have a slip fielder. This one's just hit straight back to the bowler. Yeah, both Paloon really struggling early. 1 of 6. Very slow start for him, and at some point, if he keeps going like this, then you almost wonder if he's better off if he gets out for his own side. Oh, that's, well, he shuts us all up with that boundary, should say shuts me up specifically. This is a really nice looking shot. It's actually just to hit it right into the pitch, which allows it to get that extra bit of bounce and carry that little bit of spice to go away behind point for a 4. This is another good delivery here. I think Singh's done well. 1 ball to come. Put the slip in place. Put the slip in place. Goes for that big heave over there. He's looking for the wide. He's being rather optimistic. And he's still stunned by that decision. And we're going to have another look at it. Yeah, there's nowhere near wide. I don't know what he's looking for, as in the end, we'll just take a quick look at the standings. Asian Latina currently just 2 points off 4th place. The Roma Capinelli have played all of their games, so with 4 games in hand, it'd be hard not to see Asian Latina taking that 4th spot away from the Capinelli. And, well, this is interesting. We're going to see a bowling change here. I wouldn't have minded seeing Dinsa bowl the 2nd over, considering how well he did in his first. It's going to be Munib Muhammad bowling his first over, but Hashmat Dinsa bowling would not have been such a bad thing just because of how well he did in that first over. I think, again, you just got to go with a guy who was looking like taking a wicket, although we'll see how this fares. Goes for that wide Yorker, and it's a bit too wide for young Muneem Muhammad. Very young man, Muneem. Just 17 years of age. And this one's rather wide as well. He just gets some bat on that Indica Sane, and that's going to be just the second boundary of this innings. All he has to do is just throw some bat at it. And, you know, again, he just needs to bowl in the channel. I mean, again, sure he's a little bit nervous, got some butterflies in his stomach, but he's played 8 games at the ECS now. He needs to start enjoying the moment. That is a much better ball. Dave saying, you got a shot if you wanted to hear you. Well, Dave, I've pretty much lost my ability to shout today. I think those 12 hours yesterday did quite a number on my throat. I mean, all I've been doing this morning is desperately looking for a strepsil, but can't find one. And that's another Yorker. Good ball here by Muneem. They go over the wicket to the right-hander. Shorter delivery, should be a caught and bowled opportunity, and that's most unfortunate for young Muneem. Got it so close to his 6th career ECS wicket. That one just popped up, and it was just went past his fingertips. He was ever so close to it. But a classic case of so close yet so far. As this is another wide. Struggling with his radar a little bit, the young man. Although, mind you, I feel like I was just 17 just yesterday. Very strange to call someone 17-year-old young man, or at least my age. Oh, this one's gone up in the air, and it's going to go the distance for 6 as Paloon just gets a little bit lucky there. That was a wide delivery by Muneem. And goes for that big smash, and it's top edged over for 6, as of course I'm ruining where all the years have gone by since I was last in school. Really is funny that I would now see someone born in 2006 playing cricket. You know, really makes you feel old, even when you are in your 20s. This one's a nice fuller delivery. Good ball there by Paloon, and a very quiet power play, a rather disappointing power play for Castellina. Again, we said they need about 45 runs in this power play, and they only get 21. But in the end, it's very disappointing. And again, they haven't even lost a wicket either, so that intent to attack, it's hard to even say that it wasn't there. I think they were trying to score runs. They just couldn't do it. They just kept missing the ball. And they've kind of stuttered and spluttered out of the gates here. Kayani, no. He is going to bowl the first over after the power play. Again, I'm surprised that Ashma Dinda hasn't come back for a second over, just considering how many wicket-taking opportunities he was producing. This one goes down the leg side for a wide, but really, whoever they bring in has done a pretty good job so far for Asian Latina, I think. Yeah, again, we can talk about whether there's a lack of intent from Castellina, which has helped them. But now this required is a shot up to just under 17, so yeah, this could be a very long innings. And I'm just going to see a Sane just pushing at a few here, just failing to make contact with anything. And 14, another 22 runs from boundaries, another 4 coming off extras. So yeah, that's just the 5th run they've even got running between the wickets. So yeah, they've not been running that hard either, nor have they been striking boundaries. I think they just have to be creative at this stage. They don't have the power hitting ability. And this one is struck straight back to the bowler, and that's another rather tame dismissal, although that is a pretty good catch there by Kayani. I think he's so nonchalant having taken this. I mean, look at that. He just plucks it one-handed. You know, you almost don't realize how good a catch that is because of his reaction, and it takes you a split second to just realize, wow, he's taken a one-handed blinder. Probably not struck as hard as one would think, but again, really good catch there, and that is the end of Harsha Paloon, who struggled mightily, made just 11 runs of 13 deliveries. I mean, at that point, I think the more time you spend out there, the more it benefit Asian Latina, but to get his wicket nonetheless, the first wicket comes after the power play. As Casalina just seemed to be a bit out of funk right now, not quite able to get out of first or second gear. What's happened here? Has he forgot? Oh my goodness, did he come on with the wrong bat? You're joking. He didn't realize. Did he not realize he had the bat he wanted? I mean, this is all really unacceptable. Well then. Come on now. Has he taken 90 seconds to get onto the popping crease? I believe the ECN rule is 90 seconds to be timed out. Well then, go on then. Is anyone going to appeal for that? No, don't think so. That is all rather odd. I mean, to be fair to him though, it is the same brand of bat as the one he just received. I think just a little bit of some difference in the taping. That's about all I can notice between them. He's also not worn his gloves either. I mean, in all honesty, I think you should be ready. You should have worn your gloves, you got your right bat, and bang. As soon as someone gets out, you should be sprinting right out there. Timer paused, of course, because you can't really fault Asian Latina for this. They're not holding up the game. They're more than ready to pull the first ball. Here we go. Time to resume play. That's another wide here by Kayani. Hold a few too many wides. That's a 4th wide already for Asian Latina. Oh, another good ball. Terrific delivery here. Yeah, Dave, I believe on ECN it is 90 seconds. It's a lot less than what it is in ICC events, as this one is played away. It was going wide anyway. Throw some bat at it, Umayanga. And a welcome boundary, a desperately needed one for Casalina. Just the 4th boundary they've hit in this innings. Again, it's not just a lack of boundaries, it's also the lack of running between the wickets that has really bothered them to start off this innings. They just need to be a bit more positive. Attack. It's a good ball. Try to get a single off it. Don't just get a dot ball. That's a wide delivery, so another extra here. 5th wide. It's all getting a little bit frustrating here. For some of our viewers can understand that. Needs to get it up there. Good length, nice and straight. And this one is just prodded towards the fielder cover again. It's going to be another dot ball as Castellina have another fairly quiet over. They need to start accelerating. Just 8 runs off that over. As we take a look at that graph for Asian Latina. Again, it's starting to flatten out, and it's flattening out well below the required. They're currently going at just about 7 1/4 and over. Not acceptable really at this stage. Required is above 18 right now. Absolutely, Dave. That first ball did take nearly 3 minutes to bowl. I think they just need to hurry things up here a bit. Castellina as well. Again, I can understand some of the comments and frustration about their perceived lack of intent. There is Onkar Singh, one of the hat-trick heroes from earlier this series. Very exciting player. I mean, he's been in the thick of some incredible action. Just doesn't seem like drama ever eludes him. This one's prodded away by Indika Sain towards third man. It's going to be just a 1 run. And yeah, again, Sain, very talented cricketer, and I think the pressure's on him now to really try to increase this run rate. Umayunga, we know he's capable of hitting the ball. He had a great 30-odd score yesterday with a strike rate of just under 300. And Umayunga now, he just needs to get his side back in the game. A few big blows here just to put some pressure back on Asian Latina. It's all too comfortable for them at the moment. Good throw straight to the keeper, but just the 1 run. Yeah, this is going to be another wide. Again, just struggling with extras here. Asian Latina, that is the 6th wide they've bowled already, so they've pretty much given an extra over to Castellina, who unfortunately have been unable to capitalize on a couple of errors by Asian Latina. This one is knocked away straight to the fielder point, and well, he's been a little bit slow here. The skipper Indika Sain, he was just sort of ball watching. Well, Umayunga seemed to do the right thing, just was out of the blocks really quickly. As we've got 1 ball to come until we're at the halfway stage of this innings. Required now above 20.5. And this one is just played behind point. That's going to be a single as we come to the halfway stage of this inning. Castellina are 34 for 1. And of course, it's a good chance to welcome you all inside the commentary booth. Hi everyone, Nishchey Bhatt here. It's going to be an absolute pleasure to bring some of the cricket here in Rome to you today. Of course, Castellina right now, they're struggling mightily. That required has just crept up above 20.5. But of course, hey, other than this game, keep in mind we've got plenty of cricketing action coming up on the European Cricket Network. It's just a chance to take a look at some of the events on our calendar. Of course, we're currently in Italy, and it's the 2nd time we've been in this beautiful country. We, of course, had the ECS in Milan back on the 24th of April when we had clubs from northern Italy taking part. As we just, this one just opened up, and it played to behind point. And of course, right after this, we got the big break for the ECC, the biggest festival in European cricket. And then we head over to Croatia and go back to Malta for some second helpings. And then round out our ECS year with a series in Barcelona. This is a strong throw to the keeper. And again, just take another look at this. Very good work there. He attacks the ball, throws it at the stumps. And oh, the keeper, well, it's a low throw in all honesty. I mean, you got to sympathize with the keeper over there. Oh, leading edge. Is it going to carry to a fielder? It certainly will. And the 2nd wicket falls here. It's Umayunga who departs. And you have to say that is a very, very disappointing blow. I mean, Umayunga is about one of the only Castellina players that you feel has that power to clear the boundary, and with him gone, you just wonder how they're going to score these remaining 103 runs in 28 balls. Again, you look at a lot of the strike rates lower down the order. They're unfortunately all just about a run a ball, which obviously just won't be enough for Castellina over here. You know, they don't just need one magical over. I think they need a good 4 magical overs to win it from here. Kankanamage coming out to bat. Just his second ECN match, and this is the first time he's actually going to get an opportunity to bat, so let's see how he does. I mean, again, he's a bit of a mystery to many of us. We've never had a chance to see him play before, so let's see how he does. I mean, maybe this is his opportunity to shine. And again, good ball here by Singh. Amandeep Singh, of course, the skipper, batted so well in the first innings, helped his side set up this formidable target of 139. As we see another one blocked out, and they're not even going to take a run here in the end. Castellina. Oh, another ball that goes, and that's going to be another dot ball. So again, all a bit too quiet for Castellina, as just the 2 runs come off that over. And off these last 3 overs, there have only been 15 runs, which, yeah, that's very, very disappointing if you're Castellina. We just take a look at that scorecard again. Rather, you know, it's just not been quick enough. They've just not been able to make the runs they needed to. Again, we said they need about 45 in the power play to have a chance, and, well, we're 6 overs in, and they're still on 36. This one's going to go down the ground. Is it going to clear the boundary? Oh, yes, it will. And they need a lot more of those from Indica Sane. Finally, a bit of life in this Castellina team. This one's just tossed up by Onkar Singh. Rather risky to do in T10 cricket, but again, I think the way that Castellina have been batting, he maybe thinks that, hey, I can get away with that. Indica Sane punishing him that time around. This one is clearly going down the leg side, so no appeal there from Asia Latina. Yeah, this one is thwacked towards extra cover. And oh, it's a misfield. And they're going to need a lot of help from Asian Latina here if they're going to make it close, Castellina. This one should be a fairly regulation piece of fielding, but, well, I'm sure he usually wouldn't make that mistake. But it's a rare error by the skipper, Amandeep Singh. Again, he's been almost perfect today, hasn't he? Batted so well, was undefeated on 67, bowled really well in his first over, so really is the first thing that's gone wrong for him today. And again, not going to chastise the skipper, are you, after he's made a misfield, particularly if you're Onkar Singh. That's a wider delivery. It's going to be another dot ball. And of course, we have a discussion about whether it should be called bitter lemons or sweet pineapple, I believe, in the chat. You could just enlighten me a bit more about the conversations that are going on over there. That one's going to be another single, as 91 runs needed up these last 3 overs. It's just getting to that point in the game where it's looking really difficult. Of course, we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, really excited to see them play. They're an incredible hitting team, and of course, Sharif Rehan, he'll be looking to get the top spot for main run getter in this tournament back from Luckenwald. So that'll be another little mini plot to look at. This one knocked away, and I love this one by Dave. Casalina needs gasolina. I might just steal that one. I might just steal that one from you and maybe use that at some point later this week. This one is played away. A little bit of sloppy fielding over there by Munim. I know, that's going to be a run out. It's all a little bit comical again. They kind of have to take some risk, but this is some miscommunication. As another wicket falls for Castellina. They're just a little bit all over the place. And it's a reflection of what this innings has been like. There's a misfield by Munim. And he just throws this back in again. Well, probably one of the easiest run out. And the new batsman's going to come out over here. And, well, Rob's saying ice cream soothes the throat. Don't know about that, Rob. I mean, I'm a ice cream aficionado if there ever is one. And, well, I wouldn't even dream of trying an ice cream right now. This one is going to be a single. I should say enthusiast more than aficionado. I mean, wouldn't say I'm that good where I could consider myself to be an expert on the topic. More of an enthusiast, I'd say. .51 for 3. This one is just knocked away by Sain. Rather tamely tapped towards Munim, who managed to get himself a run. And of course, a big moment for the young man. Playing in his first ever ECS, getting that run out. This one is just tapped away towards a mid-wicket, and it's going to just be a single again. You know, it's now reaching the stage where it's beginning to look impossible for Castellina. So again, let's just open up the conversation in the chat and discuss all things cricket and unrelated. As of course, the outcome of this game seems fairly set at this point. And a good sharp throw there to the striker's end, and Sain will keep strike. As Castellina are 54 for 3 with a couple of overs to go. It is indeed, Dave. Plagiarism is indeed the highest form of flattery. And Kai Bay saying they need gasolina and benzina. I mean, I think depending on what language you speak, I think benzina or benzini can also mean petrol as well. I think we're now going to just start seeing them maybe just experiment around a little bit with bowlers, since the outcome of this game is pretty much settled. Chance to give a few other players to an opportunity to roll their arm. Maybe we could continue that discussion yesterday about the history of Italian cricket. This one's clearly a no ball. I mean, no question about that. Maybe this is why Ali doesn't bowl as often. Let's just take a look at that. It's almost head height. He's definitely going to get a warning here from the umpire. The umpire just tells him it's your first warning. That's umpire Nirmal. What a fantastic job he has done, as well as all our umpires throughout this week in Italy. This one's a check swing. And, well, it's just going to be one run again. But yeah, let's just continue our discussion about the history of Italian cricket. Of course, yesterday we kind of talked more sort of until the midway through the 20th century. Now we can probably discuss more of the modern history of Italian cricket. Of course, Italian Cricket Federation was formed in 1980. This one is played away by Yanta. It's going to be a boundary. Had a chance for him to boost his numbers, but they became an affiliate member in 1984, and then was promoted to an associate member in 95. And I think the first recorded match of the Italian national team was them touring the United Kingdom in August 1984. They got a play some cricket against some local clubs in London. They lost to Enfield. And then, of course, they rounded out that little tour with a win in their very last match against North Middlesex. First time they ever played an international match, though, was in 1989 against Denmark. That was a first-class match, which ended in a draw. And this one is fuller delivery. Of course, in the late 90s, they would have an opportunity to play a number of other European sides, the likes of France, Germany. They even took part in the ICC Trophy, tournament that was devised for the first time in 1997. Unfortunately, they finished joint last out of the 22 participants in that tournament. Then there was a locally organized European Championship the following year. They did quite well, finished 5th in that one. But again, it just shows you how much Italy has improved, of course. Right now, I mean, they've got international stars with Italian heritage coming back from test-playing nations to want to play for their national team. Oh, this one is absolutely belted. It's going to clear the boundary up. A great hit there by Indika Sain, his second Maximo of this innings. And awesome hit. Slightly over pitch there by the bowler. And, well, it's one of the best overs that they've had this innings. Just the third one that has gone for double-digit runs. Ali Silver goes for 17. But again, it's just a chance for him to get some bowling practice and an opportunity for him to bowl on the network. As of course we just take a look at these bowling figures again. Tinsa bowled superbly in that first over. I think that was some of the best opening bowling I've seen over this short stint I've had in Rome so far. This one's up in the air. Is this a catching chance? Yes, it is, and it'll be taken. Very good catch there. Really well taken as another wicket falls, and nice little moment there for Jaswinder Mungat. And of course, he's been given an opportunity to roll his arm, and he gets a wicket on the very first ball, just tosses it up. But the batsman presents a fairly simple catch to the fielder in the deep, who takes that one very well. Yeah, let's just continue talking about Italian cricket. Of course, they initially were in Division 1 in the European Championship back in 2002. Then in 2004, they got relegated down to Division 2. And, well, they even had a chance to play some teams from outside the continent in 2005, taking part in the tournament in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. They finished 7th in that tournament after beating Zambia in a playoff match. Oh, this one's going to beat the keeper, I think. Both keepers have had a slightly difficult time this game. Although Jashanpreet Singh's errors aren't really going to cost his side too much, as they're probably just going to cruise to victory here with a rather comfortable win. And again, just get one step closer to securing a spot in the semifinals. Another one that's gone up in the air. This is a catching chance. He will take some catching. And oh, he's taken it. That is a terrific catch by Mungat. Really hard catch. He's had to sprint quite a long way, but he's tracked the ball really well and taken an outstanding catch. Again, it's up there. Indika Sain decides, well, I might as well go for it. Popped up in the air, and again, it is really hard to take this catch. He's actually made it look a lot simpler than it really is. Reaches out, plucks it out of the air. And another wicket falls for Castellina. Nice little cameo at the end for Mungat with the ball in hand. Gets one over right at the end, and he decides he's going to add a couple of wickets to his career tally. Of course, he's only bowled one over on ECN before this, so going to really enjoy getting his first couple of European Cricket Series wickets over here. He's got 3 more balls left and 3 more balls to enjoy and maybe continue to add to his tally. Oh, and he cleans him up. That's his third wicket. And he is having a terrific time here, Mungut. Really enjoying this opportunity. I think for a second he thought the innings was over, but nope. You got another couple of balls, a chance to get a few more wickets. Maybe even a hat trick. I mean, there's a couple balls left. I mean, are we going to see a single over fifer? Is that on the cards? Because managed to get 3 wickets so far, of course. They've been split by wides and dot ball. So this over so far has gone wicket, wide, wicket, dot, wicket. Couple balls to go. Can he get a 1 over fifer and a hat trick? That would be some story for a guy whose only previous over was a 1 over against Royal Roma, which went for 19. So just keep it on the stumps here, Mungut. Could be on the verge of maybe making some history. Here we go. Couple more balls to go. Some late excitement in this rather tepid match, as that's going to be a dot ball. So, well, we're not going to see what we were hoping for. And just 1 ball now until Casalina are put out of their misery. Here we go. That one is blocked rather tamely, as Arachige has no interest of getting out. And that pretty much brings this match to an end. And of course, a quick reminder, we've got another game coming up for you in just about 19 minutes, as Roma Bangla Morning Sun will take on Kent Lanka. That should be a fun game. Of course, Kent Lanka, very impressive underdog team. Again, I love the way they played yesterday. 2-4 probably doesn't reflect how good a team they've been. I mean, they lost a couple of heartbreaking finishes, which have pretty much been decided by very fine margins. But anyway, let's take a look at the highlights of this innings, where Asian Latina beat Casalina by 65 runs. Not too many highlights in terms of boundaries. They really struggled to get going. The Casalina side, they really were going along at a very slow rate in the power play. They were 21 for no loss. Didn't really lose any wickets, but neither opener, Sain or Pulun, were really able to exert any pressure on the bowling side. As we just take a look at this run out over here. Misfield there by Munim Mohammed, but Sampath Kankarage would be out right after that. You saw Indika Sain hit a couple of Maximos. This one was popped up in the air and very well taken by Charanjit Singh. And then this would be the end of Indika Sain. Caught and bowled by Jaswinder Mungat. A very, very good catch. Really, really well taken. And then he'd get another wicket over here. That would be Mudian Sagle, who would be dismissed for a Derek, a 2-ball duck. As of course, we'll now take a look at the scorecard. This innings, the top scorer was the captain, Indika Sain, making 36 to 24. A fairly solid innings, but probably the situation required something a bit more. Although the bigger concern was that he didn't really have any support around him. Rest of the scorecard looking a bit like a phone number, 727-000. And then looking at the bowling figures, well, once Asian Latina understood they had this game in the bag, they decided to give a few bowlers an opportunity, and Jaswinder Mungat was one of them who took the bull by the horns. He had figures of 3 for 2, and the sole over he bowled. As in the end, Asian Latina take this one by 65 runs. Join us again in just about 18 minutes, as we'll have some more cricketing action for you. Goodbye. See you in a few seconds.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our second match of the day on this terrific Tuesday. We just witnessed defeated by the Asian Latina by 65 runs, and we're ready for what should be another exciting day. Of course, let's head over to the coin toss.
So Roma Bangla, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Okay, Kent Lanka, you're the away team, you will call. There's the coin.
Head or tilt?
Head. Yep, that's heads there.
Heads.
Heads has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
Yeah, we are bowling.
Okay, so toss has been won by Kent Lanka, who will bowl first.
Thank you very much to our match referee, Ian Ramage. So Nico Fernando wins the toss for his Kent Lanka team, and I like this decision to field first. Again, we were talking about this yesterday. You know, if you're a side who are probably not favorites with the bat in hand, at least, it's probably a good idea to bowl first, try to restrict your opposition, particularly an explosive, power-hitting team like the Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And of course, let's just quickly discuss this fantasy dashboard over here. Of course, Rayhan's really been the biggest talk over here, but Anik Ahmed, don't forget about him. He's managed to collect 752 points. They can get him for the price of just 6.5. Great value for the Roma Bangla Morning Sun skipper. As we, of course, take a look at the expected score, Kent Lanka are averaging about 112 runs in favor of them. They're 18-run underdogs today against RBMS, but hey, this Kent Lanka side, they've been an absolute firework to watch. They've been so nice. And who's going to win this match? Well, Roma Bangla Morning Sun are 79% favorites heading into this game. I give Kent Lanka a bit more of a chance than that. I'd say this is more like maybe a 60-40, 65-35. Bangla Morning Sun, obviously a really good team, but they've had a few issues. They've slipped up in a few games. They have had 4 losses after getting off to a great winning start, winning 5 straight games. Since then, though, they're 1-4, so they're on a losing streak. And they could potentially be in for an upset against Kent Lanka, who, well, very nearly produced an enormous upset yesterday against Royal Roma. And they had that game snatched out of their hands really, really late. Tahir Khan's going to bowl this first over. He's just asking the absolute firecracker of a fielder, that is Shaminda, to move into long on. Yesterday he took some terrific catches, and that was the main story of the day. First ball. Good ball to start off by Tahir Khan. Of course, he was warming up just before this game in the nets, getting a nice little bowling session in. Just got our first few flies entering the ice cube. But yeah, of course, Kent Lanka took some absolutely insane catches yesterday, and really left a lot of us stunned. Oh, this is another good ball. And nice work here by Tahir Khan so far. Ahmed out, Anik Ahmed and Rayhan. I mean, these two have been terrific so far this series. Oh, this one is smashed away. A little bit of width on offer there, and it goes all the way. A huge 6 here. And Khan just getting it slightly wrong here. It's really an issue with the line, I think. Just a bit too much width allows Anik to free his arms. And again, the margin for error is so small against quality players like Anik Ahmed. Anik Ahmed, the 9th highest run getter so far. And they still got 4 games to go in the group stages. Bangla Morning Sun. Oh, this one's hit up in the air. It's going to clear the boundary rope with ease. Straight as a beeline. Another terrific hit. And he started off with a couple of good balls, Tahir Khan, but since then, it's just been some great hitting. I mean, this is just an outstanding shot. That is not at all easy. Ahmed doesn't even get it that wrong. Again, as we said, no room for error against Bangla Morning Sun. Tries to take some pace off this ball, but he was waiting, Anik Ahmed. He was waiting. Just shows that depth stroke and helps it down towards third man. And again, this is the great thing about him, isn't it? I mean, we just see him bludgeon a couple. Then the very next ball, we see him show some of his class. Really one of the very best we've seen so far in Italy. Now this one is hammered away as well. Is this going to go the distance? Oh, yes, it will. That's another big 6. And it's 4 consecutive boundaries over here, 3 of them being 6s. And a miserable end to Tahir Khan's over. This one goes magical, 23 to start off. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun instantly put the pressure on Kent Lanka. And of course, it's a good chance to remind you that we've got just 6 days to go until Europe's Best begin their fantastic European Cricket Championship over in Malaga, Spain. It's almost here, and this year's championship promises to be the best one yet, as we've got a blend of raw ambition from eager debutants, as well as some guile from some of our seasoned veterans who've been there and done it. The stage is set. Cardamom beckons Europe's Best. Yeah, both these players, I mean, they've been doing so well this series, of course. Rayhan, just 61 runs behind Lakhanwal right now. He's still got 4 more matches to play, so I would expect Rayhan, at least at the end of the group stages, to probably get that top run getter spot back. And then, of course, I'd expect both Bangla Morning Sun and Royal Roma to make it to the semi-finals. It's going to be a very fun race between him and Lakhanwal, maybe Gagandeep Singh, an outsider in 3rd place. He's unfortunately just not played as many games as the other two. Just 11 matches for him. He won't be playing any further part until the semifinals. This one is just played away. And it's a single for the dangerous Rayhan to start off. I mean, how nice is it, right? You've got one opener averaging 82. And then the other opener averaging 30. So, such an incredible opening pair Bangla Morning Sun have. I mean, very like Mike Tyson-esque, really. They can just knock you out in the early rounds as the opposing team. This one is a played away. It's probably straying onto the pads a touch too much, but there's protection out in the deep. That's going to be a single. Kai Bei saying, must be an intense day when you have to do it alone. Absolutely agree, Kai. And it really just makes you appreciate just how great, you know, the likes of Rico, and Vinny, Corey, and all of our commentators who've done so well. Of course, Charlie Hunt coming up as well, and just tells you how, you know, I always say this, we've got the best commentators in the world at the European Cricket Network, and been very privileged to work with a couple of fine ones this year. Obviously, got to spend some time with Rico over in Cyprus. Looking forward to doing some more games with Vinny over the coming days. So much you can learn from doing it with the very best, and I say this, and I'm not just trying to be flattering, but really, we really do have the best commentators in any sport on the European Cricket Network. This one is played away towards mid-on. That's going to be a single. I mean, just think about, you know, how these guys just keep going day after day after day. And throughout the year, so many games, a lot of solo days, and it's really, when you have to do it yourself, you sort of start to appreciate just how great they are at their role. And just takes a couple of paces outside the crease and plays it straight to the fielder, a third man. One ball to come in this over. This has been pretty good by Karunayaka. I've been very impressed by him as a bowler. I think it's been a bit puzzling that he hasn't gotten a second over in a lot of the games he's played so far. This one is going to go straight to the fielder. It's a dot ball, so nice over here by Karunayaka after a really expensive one to start things off. And RBMS are 26 for no loss at the end of 2. And we, of course, take a look at the standings. Of course, Bangla Morning Sun, for me, they're huge dark horses in this tournament. I could easily see them going on to win it all. Of course, a lot of people are looking forward to potentially seeing Roma and Royal Roma meet each other for the third year in a row in the finals. But I think RBMS could potentially be there to knock one of those teams off their perch. So, again, I'd watch this team very closely. I think they've got everything you need to go on and win it all. This one is pushed towards Shaminda. Oh my goodness, this is a rare mistake. I don't think that's Shaminda, actually. I believe it's Vimukti, another great fielder, a backflip king for Kent Lanka. Oh, and he goes and he swipes across the line. It's going to get past the keeper as well. And it's going to be some runs. It's another extra. And of course, Dave, how can we not thank our moderators? I mean, without you all, it would certainly be very lonesome to do this. I mean, certainly great companions here in the commentary box. And I'm still up for that idea to have a mods-only commentary day. That'd be great. Just fitting all the moderators into the ice cube and getting everyone to do a game together. That'd just be wonderful. This one's popped up in the air. Is this going to clear the boundary rope? It certainly will. That's another 6. Ahmed manages to get another one. And of course, Rayhan's been the quiet one this time around. He's on 3 of 7. So Anik Ahmed's been accelerating. And again, that's the beauty of having such a good opening partnership where, again, if one guy's just taking a bit to settle in, the other partner can accelerate. And again, Rayhan's probably not feeling too much pressure despite being on 3 of 7. This one's going to be worked away behind point, and it's also going to go away for 4. So Anik Ahmed racing away, already on 33 of 9. And Kent Lanka off to a very difficult start over here. Yeah, that quiet middle over. The second one by Karunayaka, but other than that, It's been a total RBMS domination. Going around the wicket. Oh, it's another great hit. This is probably my favorite hit of the lot. Beautiful shot. Straight towards cow corner. Another Maximo. Let's watch this. Oh, that is such a sweet hit. It was well past the team dugout, and now RBMS just stamping their authority on this game. Had a couple of days off, and they haven't skipped a beat so far. They're looking absolutely perfect. Another change of angle for Tikiriadura. Takes some pace off that ball and ends it with a dot ball, but it's still an expensive over. 19 runs off that over, 18 credited to the bowler because of the one by. And RBMS are 45 for nothing at the end of the power play. A terrific start for them. And of course, it's well, you got a nice valley being formed over there. You got two huge mountain peaks on either side of that 3-run over. Karunaika being brought back immediately. I agree with this decision. Again, they've got to find a way to put some kind of a dent in this scoring. I don't think it's a bad option to go back to him again. Maybe if he gets Rehan or Ahmed here, just help claw Kent Lanka back into the game. Fuller delivery, played away by Rehan. Is he going to push for a second? He doesn't need to. He really doesn't need to. That's a rare error by Kent Lanka in the field. It's a couple of mistakes they've made. That one there is Dinuwan, another good fielder. I mean, we saw Dinuwan take a absolutely sensational catch yesterday. I think he just overrun that. He's taking a bad bounce too. And you don't often see Kent Lanka making mistakes. They're usually just perfect in the field. One of the best fielding sides we've seen so far here in Rome. Oh, straying onto the pads. It's going to be worked away. And Rehan again, he's taken a bit of time to settle in, but he's been helped out over here by a misfield and a rather poor delivery. Just plays that one away. Oh, well, a nice bit of graffiti there. I don't know. Not a big fan of graffiti art myself, so I don't know what the rest of you think of that. This one is just pushed away towards cover. Oh, there might even have been a chance to get a second run of overthrows if Rehan was willing to, but he's just not going to take the risk, is he? I mean, I'm sure top run getter tag is also playing in his mind. He doesn't want to risk his wicket because he'd probably have been the one running to the danger end. Great opening partnership, 54 of 21. Oh, nicely played again by Ahmed. And just going to be the one run, though, even though the fielder is unable to collect the ball cleanly. Projected score, 151. Of course, Bangla Morning Sun were involved in the largest chase of this tournament earlier this series. And they pulled off absolutely sensational chase. Just going to take a bit of time to discuss that after this ball. This one is just nudged away towards point. That's going to be a single. I mean, Royal Roma posted 174 runs on the board, and then Roma Bangla Morning Sun come out, smashed 176 with 7 balls to go. That was really, really special, wasn't it? I mean, you had a 115-run fourth wicket partnership. Shoaib Chaudhary, the keeper, stepping in, making 41 of 16. This one's gone up in the air. Is this a catching chance? Yes, it is, and it will be taken. Good work there by the keeper. Very sharp glove work. You know, he also had to pay attention to the fielder. I mean, could very easily have run into him, and the fielder just gets out of the way. And that's a good catch as the danger man departs. It's Ahmed, who was looking really, really good, made 40 of 13. A very good contribution by him. And of course, a very good morning to you too, Twilight. Great to have you here. Going along at 14 and over, RBMS. Incredible run rate. But again, this side, they have so much batting depth. As I said, it was a fourth wicket partnership that took them over the line against Royal Roma after Gagandeep Singh. They had a brilliant 109. Ahmed Mohsin, this man, of course, played a brilliant innings in that chase, made a 66 undefeated off 27, and that's the good thing about RBMS. I mean, they get off to a good start here, 56 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. And they've got a chance to accelerate now in the middle overs and really post a formidable total. But it's going to be Nico Fernando coming on, the Kent Lanka skipper. And this one is just inside the tram line. And this is well struck by Rehan, but there's protection out in the deep again. Fernando yesterday, really the issue he was struggling with was he was pushing a few too many down the leg side, a lot of wides down the leg side for him. And he's tried to correct that today, but I have to say those first few balls were probably a bit too wide and over pitched. Do you think he got a bit lucky on that previous delivery that Rehan found the fielder? Oh, and he's cleaned him up there. Mohsin departs for a golden duck. Great ball, and that's where Fernando needs to be. Perfect line over there, and again, this is what Fernando does. Not the biggest turner of the ball, but he always fires it in. And he just clips the off stump. Great bowling by him, as Mohsin's going to be greeted by a golden Derek. Let's take a look at that. There he is, Derek, waddling in the Roman sun. And again, good little work here by Kent Lanka. They managed to go bang, bang, and get a couple of wickets. Really, really good work for them. Now, Chaudhry, another one of the heroes of that iconic chase against Royal Roma, comes out. He made 41 of 16 in that game. Hasn't quite been able to replicate his form since, though, during this little slide Bangla Morning Sun have had since one of their biggest highs in this tournament. There we go. Fielders outside the ring are long on, long off. Deep extra cover, cow corner, and deep mid wicket. So again, a lot of protection for those straight boundaries. Needs the ball full and straight here, Nico Fernando. And that's a good ball. That's where he needs to be. Great work by the captain. I have to say, he leads by example, and it was good to see him also make a contribution with the bat yesterday. Made 14 runs against Casalina. And that's a couple of good dot balls here, and again, this is just what they needed, Kent Lanka, just to start slowing down the run rate a little bit. Kavinda Karunayaka managed to get a wicket on the last ball, the 4th over. We just see an appeal over there. Probably going down the leg side. Yeah, he's just trying to smash that away the other way. And definitely going down the leg side. So RBMS are 57 for 2 at the end of 5. Of course, we'll have an opportunity here to just take a look at some of the groups that will be involved in the ECC. Of course, winner of each group will go on to Championship Week. And as we can see, a lot of very exciting groups there. I mean, going to get to see Italy and Finland later this weekend. Should be a whole lot of fun. I think Finland, they could be a very surprising team. This ECC, they kind of slip under the radar because they just generally don't play as much, but they're going to be very fun. We'll see Austria as well in the ECIs over this weekend. So, you know, that is going to be really interesting, isn't it? It's going to be a very nice little subplot. I mean, it's going to be an ECC preview this weekend, which is why I'm really looking forward to some of the matches, of course, to host Italy. I think many would fancy them to make it to Championship Week. This one is smashed away. It's going to go behind point for a 4. But then, again, sides like Finland, who only managed to get 1 win in last year's ECC, they've got a big opportunity here, I think. I think they've had a good year heading up into the ECC. They've improved their bowling a lot. I mean, I was just checking out some of their results in the Nordic Cup over the summer and improved mightily as a team. I mean, they bowled out a lot of their opposition for scores under 100 during that T20 Cup. This is good work, though. By Kent Lunka since that opening partnership. They just managed to slow things down. This one's popped up in the air, and right on cue, they smash a 6. So the commentator's curse strikes again. Right when it just seemed like Kent Lunka were bringing themselves back into the game. Shoal Chowdhury just showing us why he's such a powerful hitter. He comes down the wicket and absolutely belts one over long off. I think you should just never praise a team as a commentator. Only say negative things. You know, trying to be positive only ever hexes the opposition. I think most sides would prefer it if commentators were just constantly negative about them, never praising them for anything. That's the most curse-averse way of commentating cricket, I guess. Oh, this one's a shorter delivery. Could be a catching chance. It's going to take some catching, and oh, they're always capable of taking spectacular catches, especially that man, Shaminda. Well, if it's anywhere within 10 meters of him, you can expect that man to make an effort and get to it. It's another great catch by Shaminda. We saw him take some great ones yesterday. This is probably not the best ball. Bit too short. Batsman not quite able to get a hold of it. And Shaminda running backwards puts in a great dive. And the 3rd wicket falls here for Bangla Morning Sun. And Kent Lunka, again, never fault the spirit of this team. They're fighters. They're really courageous. And they keep battling away. Here we go. Taking leg stump guard here, Bhomik. I'm not going to call him Bomic. I seriously doubt he's a Serbian. This one is just struck straight back to the bowler by Bhomik. Kandar Bhomik, wicketkeeper of this side, as this one is played away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. So he gets off the mark. And yeah, look at how much that projected score has dipped. It's down to under 120. I mean, it was north of 160 at one stage. And they've done really well here by taking wickets. Again, aggression is the best way to slow down your opposition. We just take a look at the scorecard here. Anik Ahmed, 40 of 13. That was a spectacular innings. Sharif Rehan, he's looked a little bit off color, but I'd still be concerned if he was out there as Kent Lunka. We know he can just shift up the gear so quickly. And I don't care if he's going at run a ball for 20 deliveries. He could easily go 6-6-6 right after that. So as long as he's out there, I think I'd be quite concerned as Kent Lunka. Anyway, Denuwan going to bowl this over. Oh, that is struck away towards cover. And the danger man, Raihan, comes back on strike. Oh, he just looks to work that one away. Very smart cricket by Raihan. Really, really intelligent shot. Again, he knows what Denuwan is trying to do. And I think he's been watching the last few games on the European Cricket Network, and he very smartly just plays that one into the pitch. Nice little late cut. And it gets it extremely fine, just past the wicketkeeper for a 4. Of course, this is Bhomik's first innings on the European Cricket Network. We've Seen him play in the past, but it's the first time he's getting an opportunity to bat. This one is, oh, it goes straight through the fielder. That is a rather ordinary piece of fielding. Again, not what we're accustomed to from this Kent Lunka side. And again, this is exactly what I said. He's such a good player. He might be going along slowly, but then it just takes him a couple of balls to shift up the gears. And now look at him. He's on 27 of 17 in the flash. Oh, this is going to be an appeal, but I think the fact that he took a few steps outside the crease is going to help. And yeah, I think what's saved him is how far he's come outside the crease. But you know, with modern technology, if this was we had Hawkeye over here, I think he might have been in a bit more trouble. But you certainly can't give him out in this game, as this one's gone away for 4. And again, Raihan just shifted up the gears this over. This one's gone for 4. Opens the face of the bat, plays it behind point, 1 bounce, boundary. Look how the tables have turned so quickly. We were just talking about him going really slowly, but here he is now. That projected score just going back up to 126. And it's going to be a single. I think it's a good single because Raihan really should be facing as many balls as possible from here on out. As RBMS are 84 for 3 at the end of 7. Of course, it's a chance to discuss some of the upcoming events here on the European Network. Of course, we've got the great pleasure of joining you from here in Rome for this brilliant fortnight of cricketing action. We've got the ECI coming up over the weekend, but hey, just because the summer is coming to an end doesn't mean the cricket is. ECN is a 365-day-a-year network, and we've of course got the Euros of Cricket, the greatest festival in European cricket, right after we conclude our ECI here in Rome over the weekend. We then head to Croatia for our most extensive event there yet. After that, we're jetting off to Malta for our second ECS there this year. Then we'll be back in Spain and Barcelona right at the end of November. A bit further up north, though, it'll be in Barcelona rather than Malaga. So stay with us for what should be a roller coaster year on European cricket, because we'll round it out with that terrific ECCW, a historic moment for women's cricket in Europe. This one's gonna clear the fielder. Forget about that. This is why he should keep as much of the strike as he can. It's an awesome shot. Look at this. It's slightly over pitch. Cover drive 6. You just love to see that, don't you? You love to see it. And it's his first maximum of the innings. He's been hitting mostly boundaries until now. And this one's another good shot. It's going to take a bounce, go for 4. And again, it's as we said, he took about 17 balls to settle into his innings. But now that he's set, he's seeing it like a football, just smashing it wherever he likes. And I really love about this Bangla Morning Sun side is just how strong they are through that cover region. Made about 2/3 of their runs through the offside, particularly through point and covers. It's just having a quick look at the graph. Oh, this was an inside edge. Oh, is he taking it? It was always going to be a tough chance. You can hear the inside edge. Yeah, it's down low. Keeper makes a good effort. In the end, you have to congratulate him for at least preventing the boundary. That could easily have gone for 4, so at the bare minimum, he's prevented that. I think it's a good effort there by the wicketkeeper. Oh, this one is drilled down the ground. Is it going to beat the fielder? No, it won't. Good fielding effort there by Shaminda. Nothing gets past him. The last few overs are going to be so important now. Again, this score is just sort of in that at that position now where Bangla Morning Sun could either end up with a par score or something really, really special. So the way Kent Lunka bowl, these last 14 deliveries are going to be so important. A lot of pressure here. Good thing I didn't say 5th ball of the over there, did I, Dave? So while I'm asking, which country has the most moderators on the European Cricket Network's chat? I'd be curious to hear that as well. Which country has the most moderators? We got moderators from all around the world. And we really are the global cricket network in many ways, not just the European Cricket Network. I mean, our audience is from all over the planet, every corner of the world. You know, we've even had viewers from South America many times tuning in the chat, saying hello to us. This one is drilled towards long off. And that's going to be a single. So Raihan keeps the strike, smartly so, as we head down to the last 2 overs of this innings. And what's been a very gripping first innings here between RBMS and Kent Lunka. Again, Kent Lunka, they always provide us an entertaining game, don't they? They're a team that fight hard. And it's going to be very exciting to see them, of course. That run right now, it just dipped a little bit when those wickets started to tumble, but it's, well, it's a little bit flat near the end. But it's, I think it's just ticking up ever so slightly, thanks to Raihan's good innings. Nico Fernando coming back. His first over was a special one. Managed to get a wicket, kept things very quiet as well. Just 1 run off that over. This one is just played towards the fielder at third man. This one is absolutely belted. It's going to clear the boundary rope. It's another Maximo for Raihan as he brings up his 50 in style. That one goes all the way, a huge hit. And again, no real celebration of him. He's just so focused on the task at hand. If we just take a look at that wagon wheel, look at how many shots he's hit through the cover boundary. That's just what I love about him so much. Such a classy player. Goes in that region again. Has it taken a bounce for the boundary rope? It looks like it has. And it's going to be a 4. As we just take a look at what he did. Nice looking shot. Where does it land? Yep, 1 bounce right before the rope. Again, so many runs through that region for this team. Oh, it's taken in the hedge. It's going to fall just short of the fielder, a short third man. And to rub more salt onto Lunken wounds, it's also going to go away for 4. The keeper, beg your pardon, the fielder, it was just a bit too hot to handle for him. You got to feel for the young man. He's, of course, 16 years old. And you can imagine a lot of pressure on him to keep his cool in these moments. I think there's just as much pressure on the fielders in tight situations like this as there is on the bowler. Everyone knows that every run is really crucial at this stage. And now look at that. He just carves that behind point, Raihan. Such a good looking shot. Comes down the wicket. Watches the ball so closely, so nicely balanced. And he hits it away for 4 again. I just love how strong he is through the offside. And started off slow. He was 19 of 17, but now look at him. He's moved on to 62 of 30. Oh, that's another great shot. This is going to go over the fielder's head. He'd have to be a couple of feet probably taller than Curtly Ambrose to even have a chance at that one. Good effort there by the fielder, but he just wasn't tall enough. That one's gone away for 6. And it's an expensive over here, unfortunately, for Fernando. 24 off that over. The 9th goes magical. As again, we did say these last 2 overs would be absolutely crucial in deciding whether we'd see a par score or truly magical score. And now, well, look at those bowling figures. Korunayaka did pretty well, 1 for 13, but then Fernando's figures were spoiled by his 2nd over. As now really it's a case of Kent Lunka just making sure that RBMS don't get to 140 or something truly formidable. They have to keep it within their chasing range, which, you know, one already fears it's gone past that. Just give you an interesting stat after this ball. This one is played away for a single, and of course, just to show you how good they are on the offside, of course, This is based on our wagon wheel we have available over here. They've made 81 runs through the offside and 30 on the leg side. And, you know, usually it's the inverse. I mean, especially when you look at a team like Royal Roma, who just like to slog everything through cow corner. What I love about RBMS is just how classy they are with their hitting. A lot of traditional cricketing shots. This one's gone high up in the air as well. You can say goodbye to that too. It goes all the way. Rayhan moves on to 74. And Denuwan, who's normally such a good death overs bowler, a death over specialist, he's getting the treatment here too. Again, he's just trying to bowl it from the back of the hand, but instead it just sits up nicely for Denuwan. And this one again, just straying onto the pads. It's going to be a good bit of fielding by Tahir Khan, and that's just one run again. I think the more important thing is that it's going to keep Sharif Rayhan off strike. Oh, this one's it's just going to be a catching chance. It should be. It's taken. I just thought they'd run into each other and the ball might slip out. But again, the young man out in the deep was just a little bit enthusiastic, really wanted to get to the ball. But unfortunately, he isn't quite able to affect that one. Fortunately, of course, it's from the point of view of Kent Lanka. As this is going to be a wicket, more importantly, a dot ball in the context of this game as we're coming down near the end. Here's Denuwan now. Kent Lanka, 3 balls. What can they do here? Got to find a way to prevent RBMS from reaching 140. This one is drilled straight down the ground. It's going to be another 4. Just takes a couple of steps out of his crease. Very still head, very nicely balanced. It just smashes it straight down the ground. Splits the field with it long off and long on. Now, 1 ball to go here. Where are RBMS going to end up? Oh, this is hammered. It's going to Nico Fernando. He's not even tall enough to get to that, and he's a pretty tall man. That goes for 6. And in the end, they get to that point, which we said RBMS would really be hoping for. They set a target of 140 for Kent Lanka. You fear this might just be a bit too much. But that was such a clinical batting performance from RBMS. And led by that man there with the gray Under Armour cap, Sharif Rayhan making 75. And then Jinal coming in at the end, hitting a 6 and a 4. So the perfect finish for RBMS. As, of course, we're going to just take a look at the highlights of this first innings. It was, of course, Rayhan and Anik Ahmed who would come out to open the batting for Bangla Morning Sun. They'll get them off to a great start. They made 56 runs, the opening pair, in the first 4 overs. It was a good partnership. And Ahmed was just seeing it so cleanly. Of course, do keep in mind that Rayhan was really slow to start off, made just 19 runs off his first 17 deliveries. But it was Ahmed who would play the role of the accelerator until, of course, he was dismissed by Karunayaka. Good catch by Rizal Jawardan. Of course, you just saw Nicola Fernando dismissing Mohsin there. That was a great catch by Shaminda to get rid of Shoal Chaudhary. At that stage, Bangla Morning Sun just had a little bit of a wobble. They lost 3 wickets in the space of 13 runs, but that's where Sharif Rayhan took charge and did so well, making 75 of 33, the big man. And he hit so many gorgeous shots through the offside. 55 runs through the cover boundary, 13 runs through point. And they were really, really rubbing it into Kent Lanka at the end, especially right there when Rifat Janal came out, hit a 6, hit a 4, and helped RBMS end things in style. As we'll, of course, take a quick look at the scorecard. So Sharif Rayhan making 75, undefeated off his 33 deliveries. Anik Ahmed making 40 of 13. Mohsin, unfortunately, was out for a golden duck. Chaudhary, he managed to hit 1 big 6, but then he'd be dismissed after that. And then Janal right at the end, hitting a 6 and 4. Not a bowling card that Kent Lanka will want to look at again. I guess the only positive from their point of view is that they gave up only 4 runs of extras. Karunayaka, pick of the bowlers, with 1 for 13. Nico Fernando bowled a terrific first over, gave up just 1 run and managed to give a wicket. But that second over is one he'll want to forget really fast. So Kent Lanka have a target of 140 set for them. We'll be back again in a few minutes with the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to our second innings. Of course, RBMS posting a formidable target of 140 for Kent Lunka in the first inning. So this is going to be quite a chase here for Kent Lunka. Again, they've struggled for runs for much of this series, so we're going to have to see something rather special from them in this innings. And you feel most of the pressure is on these two men, Nico Fernando and Jayawardena, the top run getters for this side. You feel they're going to have to put up a big stand, maybe a 75, 80 run partnership to start off. Get them off to a flyer in the power play. One good thing about Kent Lunka is they're averaging just about 14.5 in the power plays so far this series. So they don't really have an issue with getting off to good starts. Is the fact that they lose momentum in the middle overs. And that's going to be the key for them here. If they get off to a good start again, just keep that momentum. Either way, there's a couple of fielders back behind point. First ball. And it's a nice ball there by Ahmed, getting some good shape on that one. And a very big hello to you, Wayne. Great to have you here. Great to have you here as well, Helix. Should be a fun day of cricket here on this terrific Tuesday. This one is played away so nicely through cover again. We were talking about how classy some of the RBS batsmen are. Well, this guy here, Jayawardena, he might be one of my favorite players this series. A wonderful cricketer. I just love his stroke play. Huge fan of him. Plays such classy shots. Never overhits the ball. Just one of the most aesthetically pleasing players. Oh, great ball. Great delivery. He squares him up, but it's not often you see someone get squared up with that kind of line. He was just, again, he was making some room to hit it through the offside, but the bowler did the right thing. He just kept it close to Jayawardena. And this one's popped up in the air. If they take this catch, it's going to be huge, and they certainly do. This is an enormous wicket. And it's the first time this ECS that Jayawardena has been forced to depart for a paltry score. His first single-digit score of this ECS, and it comes all the way in the 7th game. Very impressive for a guy who's opening the batting. Pops up in the air, top edge, really well taken. He watched the ball well. And that's going to be the end of the innings for Jayawardena. A real shame he only got to bat for 4 deliveries. And this is just going to make this an even harder task for Kent Lanka, losing their star player when they've got to pull off such a challenging chase. And yeah, very big hello to Tim Reedman as well. Dave, we don't want to hear those facts about Thailand. We really don't. Oh, this one is struck very nicely. It's going to go towards cover, and it's going to just trickle over the boundary rope for a boundary. So Shaminda, who's a very good hitter himself as well. We've seen him usually go at strike rates of about 200. He's usually come in around over 3 or 4 after one of the openers has departed. I think now he's going to have to play a big innings, go on and make a 50-plus score. A lot of pressure on him and Fernando. We saw Fernando bat superbly yesterday, and of course he was involved in one of the more comedic moments of the day. This one's gone up in the air. It's going to be another catch. They go bang, bang to start off, and well, this will really cripple this Kent Lanka side. Another huge wicket. Shaminda departs. As you can see, outside edge. It's up in the air for an age. And he takes that one out at third man. Good catch. And that's the end for Shaminda. As we, of course, have a chance to remind you how many days it's been since the Golden Ball. 312 matches since we last had one. It was all the way back in July when we last saw a Golden Ball. And, well, we've really been waiting for one so long. I keep saying that maybe the reason we've had such a long wait is because the universe is going to grant us a Golden Ball final for the first time. Hey, let's hope that's the case. As we're into week 2 in Italy, and we've yet to have one. Something, though, just makes me tell that, you know, Rome, a city steeped in classical history, is going to provide us some classic Golden Ball matches. Rising Star saying that Lanka does not have strong power hitters. Yeah, I would say that that is probably an issue for them. They probably don't have as many power hitters as, say, a team like Royal Roma do. But that man there on the top of your screen, he has no problem clearing the boundary. We saw him do that yesterday. Oh, goes for the big hit again. Is this going to clear the boundary rope? Is it going to get past the fielder? It'll take one bounce and go away for 4. So Fernando continuing from where he left off yesterday, of course. He was dismissed in hilarious fashion yesterday when he edged the ball and it got stuck in the wicketkeeper's grill. I mean, none of us knew what to make of that. And it was really funny. I mean, we were talking about that all the way back to the hotel yesterday. Here we go. Second ball of the over. Oh, shouts of it's out. I think he was pitching outside leg. That's what's going to save Nico's blushes. Non-striker got a little bit eager. Let's take another look at that. Yeah, it's clearly pitching outside leg. Oh, goes for the big hit again. This is going to sail over the fielder's head and go all the way. Another huge hit. Clears the fence with ease. And Fernando, well, a great start for him. 10 runs of just 3 deliveries. That was, again, just an incredible hit by him. Just loves to whack it towards the leg side. Fernando, again, you know, we were talking about Jayawardena, who's more of a traditional high elbow, you would say, kind of the stereotype of Sri Lankan cricketers, but then you got someone like Fernando who just blasts the ball wherever he feels like it. Again, a bit of width on offer here, and he cuts this one away. Very nice hit, Fernando. Really good hit by Fernando. This time around, again, the bowler, he just needs to get it right here. He's bowling either a bit too straight or a bit too wide. Needs to find the perfect line in the channel, in and around the off stump. He goes for the hit here. And it's going to be quite a chase for the fielder. He's done a pretty good job there. That is Shoal Chowdhury, who makes the stop at mid-wicket. More importantly, though, the danger man Fernando goes to the non-striker's end. And Tiriak Dura, again, we've seen him get a few starts throughout this series. He's had a few 20-odd scores, 30-odd scores, but it's funny, in almost every game he has a strike rate of exactly 125. He can't seem to go any faster than that, but he's going to have to do that here with the required run rate. Currently above 14, or at least he's going to need to be an able partner for Nicolo Fernando while he slogs from the other end. As we, of course, take a look at the standings. Roma Bangla Morning Sun currently sitting in 3rd place, whereas Kent Lanka down in 7th. Of course, they played 4 less games. Again, Kent Lanka need at least another, I would say, another 8 points probably to try to get to 4th place. So, going to be playing some very important games over this coming week against other contenders. Got some big matches today as well, don't they, Kent Lanka? This is the first of a few they'll play. We'll just continue to discuss that after this ball has been delivered. Now this one's popped up in the air. Should be an easy catch, and it is taken. And that is going to be the end for Tiriak Dura. Again, this time around, he's not able to hang in there and make a big score. Pops it up, very soft dismissal. And Saiful will get a wicket. And oh well, Tiriak Dura, what's he going to be greeted by? He's going to be greeted by Tahir Khan. Was just playing around with you all. And apologies to you all, there's just a little bit of an issue with the scoreboard. We'll sort that out as soon as we can. Oh, and he just stumbles as he's going to bowl that. Well, there's a bit of comic relief. Oops. Ooh, well, that's a bit, it looks a little bit uglier the second time you see it. This one is played away behind square leg. Very nice looking shot. That's going to be a boundary. again, just gets it a little bit short. And he plays that nicely. Well-controlled stroke as well by Tahir Khan. Again, Tahir Khan, very capable batsman. He's played a few little cameos for Kent Lanka early in this series, but now he's going to have to extend that cameo to a long innings. He bat another 6 overs for his team. This one is a plate away. It's going to be another boundary or not, or yes, it will in the end. That was a good chase. For a moment, you just thought he would get to it. But the ball wins that race against the fielder. Let's just take another look at it. You just think for a split second that Rifat Islam is going to get to it, but he doesn't. He just tosses it up and back over the boundary rope. Should have the scoreboard up for you very shortly. It's currently 32 for 3. 2.3 overs again. He's just straying way too far down the leg side here, Saiful. I mean, managed to get a wicket off his first ball, but since then, he's been struck for 3 consecutive boundaries. I mean, these are very tame balls just outside the leg stump, and all Tahir Khan has to do is just needs to keep bowling on the leg side. And you know, the problem here is RBMS are being forced to plug a lot of gaps because of poor bowling, and I think this is just where the captain, Anik Ahmed, needs to tell himself, look, you can't set a field for bad bowling. They put 2 fielders behind the ring, beg your pardon, behind square leg on the boundary, just to protect for those kind of deliveries, and you can't do that. You really can't. You just have to expect your bowler to bowl a lot better. Otherwise, you're removing protection from more vital areas of the field. Tahir Khan will manage to pierce the gap there. Is the fielder going to get to it on time? Yes, he will. But they only get 1 run here, though. I mean, that was some very casual running. It was really, really casual running by the 2 of them. I mean, look at this. They're just sitting there ball watching. They should be running the first one hard, but Nico Fernando is just taking a casual stroll as if he's at the park. They should have run that first one hard, and they definitely would have had a second, so they've just left a run on the table there needlessly. What's happened here? I think it's been given a 4. Well, we'll just wait for, yep, it's been given another boundary. So it's 4 consecutive boundaries as, well, initially we thought it was just a single, but it's actually been given a boundary. As the power play comes to an end, Kent Lanka are 40 for 3 at the end of 3 overs. As we, of course, just take a look at their run rate. They're going along at a fairly similar rate to Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And we see the new bowler introduced. I think it's going to be Shoaib Chaudhry, one of the heroes from that spectacular chase RBMS had. Oh, this is big. This is huge. This goes all the way. Another massive 6 by Nico Fernando. And if he can keep going, maybe, just maybe, Kent Lanka still have some hope. I mean, once he gets a hold of it, I mean, he's going to clear some of the bigger boundaries in cricket. Oh, goes big again. This time he goes all the way once more. It's another huge 6, back-to-back Maximos to start the over. And Fernando just continuing to pile the misery on these Kent Lanka bowlers. He's trying to lead his side's charge all by himself. And again, all hopes now are with this partnership between Fernando and Tahir Khan. How long can he keep this up? Their run rate is really good. It's just a case of they can keep striking at this rate for another 5 or 6 overs. And it's going to be a single there. So again, great start to this over. This one is played away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. And there's a couple of singles to follow the 2 big 6. Let's see if Fernando can send a few more Grizzlies to the other side of the fence. Oh, yes, he will. He absolutely will. For the 3rd time this over, he'll send that Grizzly all the way. Another huge hit. And it's all in that cow corner region for Fernando. Again, 23 runs he's made through that area. He loves to strike that boundary. And again, put all the protection you like over there. It won't make any difference in the world, because he'll just hit it over the fielder's head. Oh, this one is a slower ball and also just went the other way. Stayed a bit low too, as that is a very expensive over. That was rather silly there by Chowdhury. I think he got so frustrated with himself that he almost hurt himself. Easy there, easy now. As at the 4 over mark, Kent Lunka above the red line. Look at that, the Worms heading in the right direction. It's just a case of whether they can sustain this run rate over the next 5 or 6 overs. Now it's going to be Bhuyan coming on to bowl. The 5th bowler RBMS have used. You know, I would have considered maybe bringing Anik Ahmed back for a 2nd over if I was RBMS, just so they can stem the bleeding, because we'll discuss that after this ball. This one is played away nicely by Tahir Khan, but he is very unfortunate to find a fielder. That was a good-looking shot, but again, Anik Ahmed managed to pick up a couple wickets in his 1st over and got a dangerous partnership brewing here. Maybe just bring him back in a partnership-breaking role, as this one's going to go over the fielder's head. This time around, Khan will manage to get it to the boundary. He was a little bit unlucky the first ball. He actually struck it very well. This time he gets the result he deserves. It's a 4. As Tahir Khan started off very well as well. 21 of 8. Him and Fernando now, they're really Kent Lunka's saviors. They can manage to get them across the finishing line here. Again, RBMS. We talked about them starting off this tournament with 5 straight wins. And as impressive as they've been at times, these last 5 or 6 games, they've just not looked themselves, been a bit indisciplined at times. This one going down the leg side. He's just going to, obviously a very optimistic appeal. Kai Bay just told a terrific joke. This is a nice, cheesy joke. I really like this, so I'm actually going to read this out. All right, this is for all our viewers. What has 8 legs, 8 arms, and 8 eyes? I'm going to make you wait until after this ball to answer that. And this one is struck down the ground for a single. Well, what is 8 legs, 8 arms, and 8 eyes? Well, it's 8 pirates. I like that one, Kai. It's been a good over by Bhuyan after a magical 4th over. Ooh. Well, it's been called over. Fernando, he's not very happy with that decision. He thought that maybe it'd be given a wide. Let's just see what's happened here. Ooh, well, is that touching the line? If he's touching the line, should be given a wide, but of course we'll leave that for the rest of you at home to decide what you think. Anyway, we're going to round out the year by shining a spotlight by debuting the Women's European Cricket Championship between the 17th and 22nd of December. We'll get to witness Italy, Spain, Netherlands, France, and Austria battle it out for the ECCW. The winter chill might set in, but the competition will heat up. Should be a big moment for all those countries, as the winner will be immortalized as the first ever champions of this historic contest. They're going to go with the 6th bowler here, RBMS, so another bowling change by them as Tahir Khan will lift this one well over the boundary rope. That goes all the way, a huge hit. As this one again just over pitching it, it's right in the slot for Tahir Khan, who watches it closely and smashes it. Again, this is the 5th Maximo so far this innings, the first one for Tahir Khan. Oh, and that's a big wicket there by Mohsin. Comes back strong. Perfect response to getting hit for 6. And again, we just wondered, can they sustain this run rate, Kent Lanka? Tahir Khan obviously has to go for it because of the situation, but unfortunately, he's been bowled out. He batted extremely well, making 28 of 13, gave his side some hope. But has he departed just a little too early for his team? Again, Kent Lanka, we know some of their issues with their batting depth. Tahir Khan, though, came in at number 5 and gave them a few more runs than they typically get from the middle order. But now a lot of pressure here on Vimukti, I think. It's going to be interesting to see how Vimukti approaches this. Is he going to just play this the same way as Tahir Khan and try to smash everything, or is he going to just try to get as much strike as possible to Nicolo Fernando? I mean, again, looking at Vimukti's career strike rate, it's 77. That doesn't really fill you with a lot of confidence, but the one thing is, though, is that he's only been played about 6 innings during his time on the European Cricket Network. Tends to get a few overs of bowling, but doesn't feature as much with the bat. Yeah, that's a good ball there by Mohsin, really good ball. And so far the bowling change has worked because despite getting clubbed for the 6, he has managed to dismiss the danger man, Mohsin. Good to see you, KG1. Nice to see you, and hope you had a good day, KG. That's going to be a wide, just there's a tram line along the way. And another one. This is just a shorter, wider delivery, just beating Vimukti for pace. And again, these dot balls at this stage are very, very costly for Kent Lanka. No real worries about height over there. And he likes saying he went back in time to look at the replay of the rather contentious four-call. We'll just comment on that after this ball. This one is one he finally gets a hold of, and it goes just to the right of the ice cube for a second. It was a heart and mouth moment here in the commentary box. Got a couple of laptops over here. Don't hit it this way. As, yeah, that was probably just a foot to the right of the ice cube. But yeah, Vimukti needed that after playing out all those dot balls, but oh, that's another huge hit. Is it going to clear the fielders and the boundary rope? We're going to wait and see. Looks like the umpires signaled it a 6, so it's gone all the way. Back-to-back 6s for Vimukti, and this over was going along really nicely for Mohsin. But Vimukti, with those 2 huge blows, gets it. Ah, Shub is unable to get the catch this time. Well, we'll pretend we didn't see that one, Shub. As, well, have a look there at Kent Lanka's scorecard, of course. Nicolo Fernando leading his side valiantly so far with his 34 of 11. Tahir Khan batted exceptionally, making 28 of 13. And Vimukti with those 2 big blows there again. whatever question marks we had about his career strike rate have been dispelled with those 2 big blows. But yeah, just going back to the point KG1 made. I think pardon, Helix made. Helix said he went back in time to look at that replay. Helix, do you possess a time machine by any chance? Did you, how'd you go back in time to look at that replay? This one is played away towards the fielder at long off, and it's going to be a single. It's actually a great throw and a direct hit, and I think this is a lot closer than we initially might have thought. And well, it's a hard throw. Let's just take a look at this. Again, Fernando, he's so casual out of the blocks. But, ooh, does he have his foot down? I think he does. When you look at that, if he can just go back ever so slightly. What does it look like when the bails come off? I think he's just safe. I think just he's got his toes in front of the line when the ball strikes the bails. But again, Fernando, he just loves to make it complicated for no reason. He could easily have run himself out there. Again, Fernando just not doing the fundamentals properly. And Vimukti gets cleaned up the very next ball. So he hits a couple of sixes, then he gets out. And really, it's all happening over here right now. Very eventful stuff this second innings. That ball comes back a mile. And it clatters into middle and off. Vimukti has to depart after a very short cameo. Managed to bat rather quickly this time around, but just didn't go long enough. He probably needs to get north of 30 runs for his side. And again, Nicolo Fernando is losing partners. They're consistently dropping at the other end. Who's going to hang around with him? And more importantly, will he run himself out with some casual running? Again, that was rather unacceptable by Nico Fernando. Again, don't like to use that term. Why isn't he just sliding his bat? Why is he just walking out so casually? It's not the first time he's done that. Oh, Helix admitting to owning the DeLorean in his shed. Well, I think we need to find out where Helix lives. And this one is just inside the tram line. That's going to be a dot ball. A lot of pressure here on Denuwan. And Denuwan, his career strike rate 60. So again, we're now getting, we're almost reaching the point where we're starting to get into Kent Lunka's tail. Again, they've got a slightly longer tail than most teams. This one's going to be a single. Now, pressure rises on Fernando. That required has gone up to 15. It was just under 13 and a half at one stage when Tahir Khan and Fernando were going along well. Again, now you just know he feels the pressure. He knows he's the one that has to slog. And again, when you see that rehearsal, you know, he knows he probably should have looked to hit that towards the offside. Obviously, the big shot over cow corner is his patented stroke. But I think now we're just going to see RBMS bowling a lot wider to him. And he's going to keep strike here. Rather wise by Fernando. And there's an appeal over there. We're just going to take another look at this. And just pushed away towards the fielder at backward point. And well, does he make it back on time? Let's have a look. Ooh, well, just might have to go back a little bit. Is the bat in the air when the bails come off? Well, it's hard to see because, you know, the fielder's elbow gets in the way. I think that's, takes that Rifat Janal. Yeah, his elbow gets in the way. I mean, it's really hard to give that out just because of the angle. But again, is his bat up? And the bails come off. It's all rather inconclusive. We're just going to keep rocking and rolling over there at that stage when it's visibly down over the bails. I think the final decision here is going to be not out. And yeah, I think the final decision here is going to be not out. It's all very inconclusive. And yeah, as Di Maria says, they've made just 8 runs off the last 12 balls they faced. It's really not all that good. Here we go now. 53 needed off the last 3 overs. It's a really tall mountain to climb here for Kent Lunka, and Fernando is just not going to take the run. There wasn't really one on in the first place, but he just has to hog the strike from here on out. Rehan coming into bowl. This is the 7th bowler that RBMS have used. Oh, Fernando, that was bowled a bit wide. He might have been able to leave that alone and let it go for wide, and it's just going to be the 1 run. So again, probably not a wide decision. He could have left that alone. Gets the extra. Doesn't lose the ball either, but in the end, it's a negative outcome for Kent Lunka. Anyone now, what does he do here? Does he go for it? He really has to, in all honesty. Oh, and this is going to be a stumping. That's going to be the end for Denuwan. Rehan beautifully flying the ball up. Plays all around it, Denuwan. And he is stumped. Sharp bit of glove work there by the wicketkeeper, Chandra Bhomik. And that brings his innings to an end. Kent Lunka are 88 for 5, and wickets are tumbling now, and it's just slipping away from them. It's this game has gone in very similar fashion to Kent Lunka's defeat against Royal Roma yesterday, the first game they played where they were chasing it. All looked really good for them when the top order was clicking, but again, once they lose some of their key batsmen, they just lack the scorers around them. They don't have players who can consistently come in and keep hitting in the way RBMS does. I mean, RBMS obviously got run from both their openers, but they also had the likes of Rifat Janal who could step in, hit some late 6s. And of course, Royal Roma defeated Kent Lunka yesterday by just getting runs from the whole of their order. This one is another flighted delivery that Karunayaka will play all around. And just looking at Fernando at the other end, he's getting really agitated. I can just sense the frustration in him at the non-striker's end, as this is going to be another swing and a miss. And again, just watch Fernando looking really frustrated right now. One ball to come here. Karunayaka, he's whiffed it too. He's got to connect over here. He's got to connect. Last ball of the over. And it's another dot ball. He's just going to have a look at the umpire. The umpire says, let's take another look at it. And let's just take a look at this. Is there a stumping on over here? Does he get his foot back on time? Oh, he doesn't even have the ball in his hands. That is a very cheeky appeal. Let's see. Well, this is interesting. And it's been given, yeah, it just slips out of his hands, as you can see, and goes onto this bails. So, well, it's probably not a textbook wicket keeping. That's not the way that Bhomik intended to get the stumping, but nonetheless, he gets what he wants as another wicket falls for Kent Lunka. As Karunayaka departs for a duck. 0 of 3 for him. Just going to take another look at that again. As you can see, ball just slips out of his hands and goes on to hit the stumps. Again, the only question mark there is, do the bails come off because of his gloves first or the ball? And The third umpire's judged that it's the ball that strikes the stumps first before the glove. This one is struck away by Fernando. He's going to get a 4 here, and he's going to have to hit a whole lot of these. 26 and over needed here now. 2 really magical overs needed to bring this to an end. It's short and wide. He carves it over the offside. Again, even a 4 every ball isn't enough over here. It has to disappear. That's going to be a single. He has to get 2 over here. He's got to run to the striker's end just to be back on strike. And is this going to be run out? It most definitely will. But it doesn't matter. Nimonta has to sacrifice his wicket regardless, just to make sure that Fernando gets back on strike. And RBMS a little bit frustrated that it didn't go to the keeper's end. In all honesty, Fernando probably would have made it back on time. That's the fastest I've seen him run so far today. Let's just take a look at this. That's a very easy run out as Nimonta departs for a diamond duck. As all the important thing here is that Fernando departs, and well, it's going to be a diamond Derek. First one I've seen during these first 3 days I've been in Rome. Yeah, Nimonta just doing the right thing, sacrificing his wicket to make sure Fernando stays on strike. Great ball there by Ahmed. Yorker length delivery. Now it's just a case of seeing how many Fernando can smash over the boundary rope. 47 needed of 9 now. Pretty much just going to have to hit 6s all the way. It's getting to that stage where it's highly unlikely that Kent Lanka take this, as it's going to be another dot ball. And he just sensed the frustration for Fernando. You can't really blame him. He's played incredibly well. He just hasn't had the support from the rest of the order. .47 of 8 now, a 6 needed of every single ball. And that will pretty much seal this game, as it's now mathematically impossible for Kent Lanka to take it. And they're also 8 down, so Kanhala will get ready to face this final ball of this penultimate over. And this over has pretty much iced this game for Bangla Morning Sun, who will return to winning ways after they've had a few rough results in their last few games. Oh, another terrific ball. And keeper isn't quite able to handle it. They're not going to take a run anyway, because might as well have Nico Fernando on strike for the final over. 46 runs needed. All RBMS have to do is bowl 6 legal deliveries, and they'll take this win. As we, of course, take a look at that bowling card. 7 different bowlers used by RBMS. Just shows you the fact that captain had a lot of headaches when Tahir Khan and Fernando were going along so well. And he hasn't gone back to a lot of those bowlers who has struggled in the middle overs. I wonder who's going to bowl the final over, if he's just going to give it to someone who doesn't normally bowl, give him a chance to roll their arm over. Looks like it's going to be Rifat Janal, also the 8th bowler they've used. Again, Fernando, I think he's now just got to look for his own 50. 7 runs away from a personal milestone. This one is going to be a misfield. It's going to go away for 4, so a rare error from RBMS. That means Fernando is now just 3 runs away from his 50. Of course, this is just the second of 5 matches we have coming for you today. And that's another dot ball. Casalina will be taking on Roma Cricket Club in the next game of the day. On paper, that looks like a massive mismatch, considering Roma are undefeated and Casalina have just the 1 win and have looked sort of a cut below the rest, I should say, for much of this tournament. But again, we've seen some strange upsets, and You never know, that could be a very exciting match. And then Kent Lunka are going to be back to play Asian Latina in our 4th match of the day, and then they round out the day by facing Roma Cricket Club. As well, that one nutmegs the wicket keeper, and it goes away towards the boundary. At this stage, of course, it's a bit of a formality. Fernando, can he hit a 4 to bring up his 50? And he's going to smack that one. Shouts of catch it. Well, he does bring up his 50 on the last ball, so nice personal milestone for Fernando, even though the result doesn't go the skipper's way. As Kent Lunka end up on 106 for 8. A little bit disappointing for them. They're going along very nicely when Tahir Khan and Fernando are batting well. As we just take a look at the fantasy dashboard for the next game. Bit of a mismatch on paper, as I said. Castellina have looked a little bit out of sorts. But Roma Cricket Club are a very strong outfit. And they're going to be massive favorites heading into that game. Dirudu Morage leading the way with 987 points. With a price of 9. A certain one of those must-haves in your team, despite his price. Just because he's so good with the bat and ball in hand. As we take a look at some of the highlights from this innings. Of course, that was the wicket of Rizal Jayawardena. Good catch there by Saiful Hira. Anik Ahmed picked up a couple of wickets in his first over. This was the second of those wickets, as both Shaminda and Jayawardena were dismissed early, and at that stage you thought, well, maybe Kent Lunka are out of this game. Trigadura would depart for 1 of 2. But then Tahir Khan came in and he started smacking the ball really nicely along with Nicolo Fernando. Those two had a very, very good partnership worth just under 50 runs, 46 to be exact. But once Tahir Khan was dismissed, it just felt the game was starting to slip away from them. Vimukti gave them a little bit of hope by hitting a couple of sixes early in his innings, but he would eventually be bowled, and then wickets would just tumble at the other end. Denuwan departing for 1. This was the stumping of Karunayaka, slipping out of Bhomik's hand, but the ball hit the stumps before the glove. And then this was Francis Nimanta's diamond duck. He just wanted to get Fernando back on strike, and they were desperately hoping that Fernando could just smash a series of sixes right at the end of the innings. Unfortunately, it was too tall a task for him, but he batted superbly, making 51 of 27. As we take a quick look at this Kent Lunka scorecard, Fernando top scoring with 51 of 27. Tahir Khan making 28 of 13. Vimukti with 12 of 5. And outside of that, no real scores of note. RBMS used 8 different bowlers. They were a little bit concerned when they were getting clubbed in the middle over, so the captain started experimenting. And then in the end, he gave Rifat Janal a chance to roll his arm in the final over. Sharif Rehan had a spectacular over, picking up 2 wickets and giving up just 1 run. Poyan had very good figures as well of 1 for 8 over his 2 overs. As RBMS take this one by 33 runs and return to winning ways, of course. So we've got another match coming up for you right after this. Stick around with us as, well, in a very short amount of time, we'll be back with you live on air once again.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, welcome back to Rome for our third game of the day. And we've got a matchup here between Casalina and the Roma Cricket Club. Two teams on either side of the table. As we see the umpires taking the field, let's have a look at what occurred in the coin toss.
Castellina, you're the home team, so you will toss the coin, okay? Roma CC are the away team, so you will call, okay? There you go. Heads has been called. It's come down tails, okay? So you've won the toss.
I want to bat first.
You want to bat first? Okay, toss won by Castellina, who will bat first.
Well, thank you very much to our match referee, Ian Ramage, who was alongside the captains. As we, of course, take a look at the fantasy dashboard. Casalina are currently sitting at 1 for 6, picking up their sole win. A major upset against the Gladiatori. And then Roma, well, their fortunes have been the complete opposite. They're off to a perfect start, thanks to the likes of Didu Marage and Samarage, who were their top scorers in the last game they played, where they made 166 against the Gladiatori. We take a look at the bat versus ball wall. Well, Roma CC are projected to be just about a 32-run favorites. My calculations, their average amount of runs they've made is 140. That's almost double what Casalina have, which I think tells you a major tale. We'll then see who will win. And again, Roma, well, this is very lopsided. They're fancied as 94% favorites. So it's basically would be seen as some kind of a miracle if Casalina were to win this game. But hey, stranger things have happened before. Just yesterday we saw a ball lodged inside someone's helmet. I mean, we've never seen that, have we? On the network, maybe we'll see Casalina pull off the upset. So Rome, known for providing surprises, could have some more for us in store. It's going to be the captain, Indica Sane, coming out to bat. He made his first ECS 50 yesterday and batted fairly well today as well. In the opening match of the day, Casalina were involved in against Asian Latina. Again, I think the emphasis here for Casalina is batting with aggression, really getting this opening pair to be quite positive. Again, power play last time around, they had 21 runs in the power play. They just weren't attacking enough. And again, a little bit surprising they've chosen to bat first, but anyway, here we go. This one is a push towards mid-off, and it's a single. And this is going to be Pulun now on strike. Of course, we saw him. Spin bowler, bowled fairly well in the previous match Casalina were involved in. Again, I think he should have his gloves. I mean, she should be wearing his gloves before he's going to take guard. I think it's just an unnecessary hold up in play, especially when we have such an emphasis on having a quick over rate. And I have to say, everybody involved behind the scenes for us has been so good in speeding up the game. And we saw that on Sunday when we had a bumper 6-match day. And so many unsung heroes behind the scenes who will, of course, talk about as the day progresses. This one is nicely pushed down towards long on. It's going to be a single. Pulun gets off the mark with 1. Here comes Eknagoda. This one is just played away. And it's going to be a single. Of course, we had a chance to see him in the commentary box briefly alongside Mr. Maximo on Sunday when Rabat was there alongside the Italian women's team. Big congratulations to them, of course, for getting some of Mr. Maximo's shoes. And again, he's promised them his jacket. Yep, Dave, I definitely took note of what you said yesterday. And he's promised the Italian women's team his jacket If they can win the ECCW, he can have any choice of whatever jackets he owns. This one is just knocked away, and it's going to be a dot ball. Very quiet over to start off. This is a nice tight bowling by Prabhath. This is another good defensive shot. Very tight bowling, just the way a spinner should be bowling early in the innings. Stump to stump, as it's quite over to start off. Just 4 runs from it. Castellina, though, they'll want to hurry up again. They've had a few issues with their power play overs. Of course, this is a good chance to remind you we're just 6 days away until European Cricket Championship. 31 nations will battle it out to be European champions. All that starts on the 25th of September with Group A at the Cardama Oval in Spain. Should be fun. We're looking forward to that. Or so this time next week we'll be over there. Very first group as well, though, is exciting. So we're starting off with a bang with some great fixtures, of course. All the fixtures have been announced and can be found on ecn.cricket or europeancricket.com. Oh, this is a great joke by Dave. I have to read this. Castellina, more singles than the dating site. That is a good one. Apuhami here gonna bowl the second over. And they're just taking a fair bit of time to get their fielding precise. You know, it is important to keep an eye on the clock and not take too much time between overs. If you're Roma CC, this is a great ball to start off, right in the channel. Pitches it right where he needs to. It just moves away ever so slightly from Sain. Abuhami, though, very short run up. Really generates most of his pace just from his shoulder and his arms. Like fairly quickly for somebody who's only taking a few paces for his run up. This one is just a run down towards third man. That's going to be a single. But yeah, here, this is where, you know, Castellina, again, just a little bit too passive when they play through these power plays. You know, you just like to see him take a few gambles again. And like he's saying, probably likes to play that anchor role, I can understand, but at least one of these batsmen has to look to accelerate at the other end. And this is another dot ball again. Balloon just playing his second innings on the European Cricket Network. Of course, his first one was earlier today against Asian Latina, made just 11 runs. In that, 11 of 13 balls. And this one is very nicely struck. And it's going to be quite a chase for the fielder. Is he going to get there on time? Oh, uses his feet. Boo. And manages to prevent a boundary. That's Samar Akun doing that for the Roma Cricket Club. Again, two teams here with a lot of Sri Lankan expat players. So another mini rivalry for them. This one is played away. Is it going to clear the boundary? No, it won't. Takes one bounce, goes for 4. As Paloon has his second ECS boundary in his career. This time he just gets a hold of it. There's no fielder out there. And one hop over the fence. Very safe shot. As we, of course, have a look at the standings. Of course, both these sides have had completely opposite fates so far this series. You got Roma Cricket Club, who've been perfect to start off, 10 and 10. Castellina, though, 1 of 6. And again, Roma, really, they're at that point now where they can just use these last few games to experiment a little bit. You know, maybe try a few different players. Although, again, you have to be careful about that if you're Roma. You know, because in 4 games' time, they'll be playing a knockout match in the semifinal. So you just have to find, you know, it's the old rest versus rust conversation as well. You know, Is it better to have your team well rested before the semifinal on Friday? Are you gonna, or some of your guys get too much rest? Are they gonna be rusty for the games that count? This one is rather timidly played away. Of course, Senivaratne, he played so well, didn't he? The last time we saw him here, managed to pick up 4 wickets and was so close to a fifer. Of course, we all had a lot of fun here on Sunday, cheering him on, hoping he gets that fifer. Of course, he's such an important part of helping organize this ECS in Rome. He's one of those unsung heroes behind the scenes that I was talking about. Named Senivaratne. This one is played away, straight to the field to recover again. Senivaratne, though, he just bowls nice and full at the stumps. But he was really unlucky not to get that fifer. He had 4 wickets in that game, 3 of them courtesy of clean bowls, and then 1 LBW. He didn't need any fielders. Ooh, this one's going for that leg stump Yorker. It's going to take an outside edge. It's just going to be 1 run. Again, we're into the halfway through the final over of the power play, and we've seen just 1 boundary so far. And again, it's not like Castellina have lost any wickets. At some point, you just have to start taking risks and trying to actually hit the ball. And again, I can sometimes understand why, it comes across that there is a lack of intent from them when approaching these power plays. And well, this time he goes for that big swing across, and maybe that's why. Brings out the big shot, gets clean bowl. Senivaratne, he bowls stump to stump. The batsman misses, Senivaratne hits. And that's the end of his innings. And he was going for that big swipe across the line, Paloon. And it's a goodbye. Castellina struggling at 14 for 1 with 2 balls to go in the power play. Oh, they're going to share helmets, these two. And they're also going to swap bats. Well, that's interesting. Well, I don't know if he thinks that bat is lucky. I mean, it clearly hasn't served his teammate that well. Or, not sure too many bats have worked well for Castellina so far this tournament. Not to be too harsh on them, I think. Well, their biggest score so far this tournament, the only time they actually crossed 100 was because given a good 25 or 30 runs of buys, extras, and overthrows against the Capanelli, who then came out strong in the 2nd innings and absolutely hammered them. And yeah, just taking a lot of time here. Castellini really needs to be a lot quicker here between overs. It's been a rather slow start to this game so far. Here, it takes middle stump guard. Well, I think it's leg stump he wanted in the end. Here we go. And this one is just played straight to the fielder, 3rd man. It's going to be another dot ball to start off. Of course, Castellina started off this tournament with scores of 35 and 34 respectively, so they have at least managed to improve since then. This one, he's just trying to play it off the pads. It pops up. And he's going to take a try at the non-striker's end, but Umayanga is going to come across. He'll keep the strike. And as we come to the end of the power play, only 15 runs for Castellina. They'll be very disappointed with this. I think, yeah, they should maybe just take a few more risks at this stage. You're playing against one of the best team in the country, so you gotta really show a bit more intent. You're gonna need a lot to go in favor of you, so there's no point playing the safe. You might as well be aggressive. As we take a look at that power play, 4, 7, and 4 off the first 3 overs of your power play. That's really not what you want to see as a batting side. One thing though is Umayanga. He's one of the few players in this Castellina team who has shown the ability to clear the boundary. I think he's had the only real aggressive performance we've seen from a Castellina batsman, making a 36 off of just about 15 balls a couple of days ago. Yeah, Prabhath is going to continue over here again. It's been a rather slow start to the power play. I think could be a few concerns here about Roma CC's over rate. Batsmen as well, they've just been a little bit slow coming to the crease as well. This one is played away towards long on. It's going to be a single. Again, we're into the 4th over, and we've only seen one boundary so far. It's all a bit too tame. And again, I think this will just increase the pressure on the skipper Indica. Again, he's going to have to get going, being the most accomplished batsman in this team. And again, look at that. He goes for the big shot. And maybe when he rehearses it, he'll look back and say, could have played that with his straight bat and look to hit it through the offside. Oh, and this one, oh, there's a stumping chance over there. And of course, Dave on the chat saying 3 overs have taken about 12 minutes. It's actually taken 15, because that's not including the time that the clock was paused. But by my watch, it's been about 15 minutes since the official start of the game. Started on time, that was not a problem, as well, he's looking for the wide call over here. And again, they're going to need to get every freebie they can. But Indica saying is not going to get that decision. Oh, this one is quite wide down the leg side, but Indica Sane has probably denied his team a wide. Could have just stepped across and let that go through to the keeper. Let's just have a look at this again. Yeah, just step across, take the wide. Struggling for runs anyway. And it's just going to be one leg by. And again, look at those figures for Prabhath. Heknele Goda. He's bowled 11 deliveries and given up just 5 runs. 1 ball to come in his spell. And this is a clean hit, and that's what we've been waiting for. But it's actually found a fielder, so it's probably not what we were waiting for from Castellina. I thought we were going to see a bit of intent, maybe one that clears the fence, but it actually goes to one of the boundary riders. The catch is really well taken. And Prabhath, you have to say, he deserves that wicket for some very tight bowling. As that brings Umayunga's innings to an end. And one of the few hitters in this Castellina lineup has to depart with a paltry score of just 1 run of 4 deliveries, as Castellina going along with a run rate of 4 1/4. Again, guys, it's a T10 cricket. You need to get a hurry on. It's going to be Purutatege, the new batsman, of course, was very impressive with his bowling over these first couple of days. I love the way he bowls in the channel, old school bowler. Just to get some movement off the pitch. Let's see how he does with his batting over here. In comes Senevaratne. Oh, this is a good shot. Is it going to carry to a fielder? No, it's not. Just a single. Insane, just looking at his bat, wondering where the power is, but again, it's going to be interesting now. I mean, how are they going to play out these remaining 6 overs, Castellina? I mean, they just have to go for it at this stage. You've got nothing to lose. You're massive underdogs. Might as well take a risk and go down fighting. And this one is struck down the ground, and that's exactly more of what we need to see from Castellina. There's a 4. Much needed boundary. Just the second one we've seen as we approach the halfway stage of this innings. Great start here for Purutatege. Maybe he can add that little bit of intent which Castellina have been lacking. And this is nicely played as well. Is it going to go away for a boundary? Yes, it will. So some boundaries coming in here. Back-to-back boundaries for the first time this innings. Very nicely played, and probably one of the shortest balls that Seneviratne has bowled. He usually just gets it right up there. Bowls a lot of Yorkers, but again, with his pace, you can't really give any length to the batsman. Just plays it right through the gap. Good looking couple of shots here by Boru Totage. Oh, that one was a slower ball. I mean, at that pace, to have a slower ball is quite a weapon. I mean, could have had a cappuccino by the time the ball got to him. Projected score there is 57. That would, mind you, only be their third lowest score. They've had two lower than that, Casalina. That's another dot ball again. Seneviratne, I just like the way he bowls. He keeps things simple. You know, gets it right up there, pitches it full, knows what his strengths are. Great sun lotion as well, blue sun lotion. And Di Maria asking if that's the first four of the match. No, it isn't. We've had 3-4 so far. Harsha Paloon hit one back in the second over as well. Oh, and this is going to be a wide. One ball to come until the halfway stage of the innings. Let's see if they can finish this over strong. Indika Sain batting with a strike rate lower than 50, and he gets the boundary. So a productive over at last over here for Casalina. This over is a bit expensive. Goes for 15 runs. The first double-digit over that Casalina have had, as we, of course, welcome you into the Ice Cube. I'm Nish J. Button. I'll be taking you through today's action. As, of course, Casalina just struggling with their run rate so far. And again, they're going up against the side who are averaging 140 runs per game so far this ECS. So they're going to need to start taking a few more risks. And it's good to see some intent in that last over, 15 coming off it. Of course, we'll just take a look at some of the groups for the ECC while we're here at the mid-innings break. Of course, well, this is going to be such an exciting event. The Euros of cricket, you know, the defending champions, Netherlands 11, have already secured their spot in the championship weekend. That's going to be such a fun week. We're going to see towering sixes, breathtaking catches, and heart-stopping finishes. Should be a great time to write a few more illustrious pages in European cricketing lore. Going to be one of the most important chapters in this great story that's being written. And let's start off with a single here with Ahmed. But anyway, just opening the conversation to a stat, is there any group in particular that the people in our chat are most looking forward to? Obviously, I've named which group I'm most interested in. It's the one with Cyprus, Malta, and Romania. England 11, as well as your size. This one is played very well by Indika Sain. Just to quickly bring that conversation to a halt. And again, we're starting to see some boundaries at last from Casalina. They're just picking things up a little bit. Roma CC as well. I can see they're just experimenting with their bowlers a bit today. This typically isn't who they would bowl in a major ECS match, but again, they know they've pretty much locked in the top spot, so giving a few different players a chance to roll their arm. A few other players an opportunity to play as well. This is a big hit, and it's going straight to the fielder, and that's very well taken there by Thusara. Really, really good catch. That's Samarkun. He's a terrific fielder. Often get a great vantage point of his fielding because he fields it long on. Covered ground really quickly, and after stringing together a few boundaries, They lose a wicket here, Castellina. And again, we're going to see a bat swap. Everybody really seems to love that bat. But I wonder why. I mean, it certainly hasn't been producing any runs for anyone so far. It might even be a cursed bat, for all we know. Now this is going to be important here. Here comes Mani Karamage for Castellina. He'll play that away. Gets off the mark the very first ball. And here is Indicasane now, the captain. He's just about managed to get his strike rate up to almost a run a ball. After going along fairly slowly, this one's up in the air. It's gonna beat the fielder at point and go away for a 4. So it's a few boundaries he managed to string together here. His third boundary of the inning is, of course, he was going along at 7 of 13. But now I think he's just starting to recognize the situation at hand. Of course, we just take a quick look at the scorecard again, saying the captain on 19 of 17. The lone player to make it into double digits for Castellina. As of course we come to the end of the 6th over, 11 runs off that over. So again, back-to-back double digits over. They're certainly improving these last couple of overs. Castellina 26 off the 2 of them. This one is nicely played by Mani Karamage, playing his first innings in the ECS. Saying just getting the stumps right over here. And that projected score currently at 69. And realistically, they've got to at least try to get to 90 here, Castellina. So 13 or 14 and over is probably what they'll need. And this time he just inside edges onto his own pads there, Indicasane. Again, with this innings meandering along at this pace, maybe we can continue the conversation about Italian cricket we were having earlier today. Just some singles being knocked about, and of course, feel free to ask any questions related to cricket or not in the chat as this game continues to go along at this pace. Oh, this should be a stumping opportunity. And let's just see, the umpire shakes his head. Let's just take one more look at that. Does he get back in time? Well, it all happened so fast. Let's just take a look at this. Yup, he grounds his bat on time. Great eyes there by the umpire, Suleiman Saeed. Terrific umpire. Saw that one immediately. And our umpires for this match are umpire Nirmal, I believe, who is currently now this one is played away. Is it going to split the gap? No, it won't. It's going to be a couple of runs, but yeah, the umpires, just to confirm who they are, it's I believe, just from my own eye, I think that's umpire Hassan rather than umpire Nirmal. I believe umpire Nirmal has taken on the third umpire duties here, so looks to have been a swap in umpires from what was initially anticipated. And of course the match referee is Ian Ramage, who you've seen on your screens for the coin toss, as Castellina 47 for 3 at the end of 7 overs. And of course now's a chance to just discuss some of the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've still got plenty to come here in Rome. We're got this ECS. We've also got an ECI coming up over the weekend. Austria, Italy, and Finland involved. Well, let's just have a look at that after this ball. And yeah, you can just see now, I think they recognize that they've been a bit slow with their over rate, so they're moving on with this over rather fast. But well, right after that, we've got the European Cricket Championship, which we've talked plenty about, the Euros of cricket. And we head over to Croatia for our biggest series there yet. This is a full toss, but it's not punished. It's just a hit along the ground. Right after we're done in Croatia, though, we jet off to Malta for some seconds. It's the second time we're heading there this year. And then we round it off with another trip to Spain, this time to Barcelona for the ECS. And then, of course, the ECCW rounds out this year's calendar. This one is absolutely thwacked. It's the first Maximo. It's been a long time coming. We've been desperately looking for it. This one is just pitched up and bang. Absolutely belts that one straight down the ground. And Manika Ramage, can he give Castellina some hope? Can he give them a fighting total? Here we go. Oh, that's a sharp glove where it's going to be a dot ball. Oh, they try to sneak a single. Is he going to be run out? And he certainly has been, so a little bit of miscommunication there. Manika Ramage, the one player who's had a decent strike rate, is going to get run out. It's all rather comedic. Let's just take one more look at this. And Indika Sain makes such a late call. Neither one of them are absolutely decisive in it. And it's all just very sloppy. It kind of reflects how things have gone for Castellina. Again, if you're going to take that single, you've got to make an early call and sprint. They just hesitated way too much, and they lost whatever time they had. And anyway, probably never was a single there. But Castellina lose another wicket. 54 for 3, going along at a run rate of just 7. Can they at least get to 80 here? Yeah, it's another dot ball, and again, Indika Sain. Dot ball percentage has just been way too high. If I were just to run the numbers very quickly, I think it's been close to somewhere between 50 to 60%, just doing a bit of mental arithmetic, and again, that's just way too high, especially for T10 cricket. I mean, really, should be trying to keep it to around 20 to 25%. But unfortunately, about half or more of the balls he's faced have been dots as we come to the end of the 8th over. 2 overs to go here. Castellina, well, they've put in a rather unconvincing batting display, unfortunately. And I don't think Roma Cricket Club will feel too threatened by this. As I just wonder if you're going to see a new bowler come in here. Are they going to give as many players as possible a chance to bowl? Of course, we'll just take a look at the ECN Hall of Fame. Some of the lowest totals have been defended on the network, of course. We'll just have a talk about that right after this ball. So the Prague Tigers, the record, having defended 60 against the Prague Barbarians. They restricted them to just 34. And, well, you can see even the Miranda Dragons defending as much as 66. So at least they want to get at least 10 or 15 runs to at least be within record-breaking range. Their projected score at the moment is 66. This one is played away very tamely. And Indika Sain, well, Ayantha is going to have to sacrifice himself for the sake of Sain. I don't think there was a single on there, but Sain doesn't care. He's the captain. You got to listen to him. Again, no single on here. It's pretty much hit straight back to the bowler. But Sain says, off you go. I'm going to take strike. And another wicket tumbles for Castellina, the second run out of this innings. That is the end of Ayantha, who departs for a duck. And, well, is he going to be greeted by Derek over here? Right as he go up, there's Derek. Derek gets him right as soon as he's crossing the boundary rope. This one's going away for a 4 as Indika Sain just hits one behind point. And that's going to be a boundary. The new batsman is Hashi Toomey. Let's just take a look at this. He opens the face of the bat, smashes it behind point. Comes down the wicket, tries to whack one. He'll take a bounce or two, and it's going to roll away. to the fielder. One over to come. This one probably sliding down the leg side as Hashimuni looks to swipe across the line. And that's going to bring the over to an end. Gasolina, 61 for 5 at the end of 9 overs. I think now, well, they can get to 70. I think they can, that's about the most they could expect as we, of course, take a look at the bowling figures. Well, every bowler's done a pretty fine job there. Rahat Ahmed going for a few runs, but again, under 10 for an economy rate in T10 cricket is pretty decent. I think just have to reflect on this batting performance mainly. I think it's been very underwhelming by Castellina. As we can see, another bowler tried out, Nazir coming in. 6th bowler that RCC have used. That means that Apuhami isn't going to get a second over. Here we go. Indika saying the skipper. Can he get his side to at least 70? And that's going to be a wide. So that's going to help him. 8 more runs needed to at least get to the 70 mark. Ken saying he's a strong 4 boundary. He's managed to get his strike rate above 100 at least. He's been going at run a ball or less for much of his innings. Let's just see. This one is played away. Has he found the gap? Has he pierced the gap? He most certainly has, Indika Sain. And now 66. They're 1 boundary away from 70 here. Castellina. Very nice looking shot there by Indika Sain. And again, he's a consistent run getter. That's one thing you have to say about him. I mean, there's going to be question marks about his strike rate. But again, he usually just doesn't have enough support from the rest of his teammates. As this one, is it going to sail over the boundary rope? Yes, it will. It's the 2nd Maximo of the innings. And again, we were just wondering if Castellina could cross the 70 mark. They certainly have now. And this is some good hitting late by Indika Sain. Again, you know, he does always take quite a while to settle into his innings. But now, he's just starting to find the boundary very, very late in his innings. Oh, this one is down the leg side. It's a wide. So Nazar just struggling to start off. 12 runs given up off his first couple of balls. Now is 80 attainable for Castellina now. Let's set another milestone for them. Can they get to 80? 7 runs needed to get to 80. Oh, this one is thwacked. This one is sent all the way to the deep. Is it going to cross the boundary rope? It certainly will. That's another 6. Great hitting here by Indika Sain at the end. Again, started off 6 for 13. Was looking very slow, but since then, he's come back strong. He's hitting some late boundaries as we just take a look at this van. Of course, that's Andrus coming over to the ground. He just loves the cricket so much. He even wants to come over here on his day off and watch these games. Biggest cricket fan in the world. And this one is played away. It's a dot ball. So again, 1 run needed for them to at least get to 80. I mean, we were wondering if they would get past the 70 mark, but again, 1 run here for Indika Sain. Can he get his 6 and get his 50? Here we go. This is played away. Just gets the toe end of the bat. And it's going to be a single. Are they going to run a second? Well, you might as well not if you've been thinking about it for 10 seconds. As Castellina do manage to get to 80, so they have a productive final over. 19 runs coming off that final over. It's the best over they've had all innings. 1 of 3 overs with double digits runs as well. Of course, take a look at the highlights of this innings. It was Indika Sain and Harsha Pulun who would open the batting for Castellina. Pulun would hit that boundary, but then he'd be bowled by Dinam Sevnaratna shortly afterwards. This was a really good pluck by Rahat Ahmed. That would be the end of Umayanga. Horutage would hit a couple of boundaries, and Sain, well, he was just steady throughout the innings as he often is. Started off a bit slow, made 6 runs off his first 13 deliveries, but he started to get into the innings as it progressed. And again, he's just a good anchor. And I think what Castellina need is just to find hitters they can put around him, and then they'll be able to build a good team around their captain here. I think rightfully so in hindsight. Indica Sane says, yep, you go sacrifice your wicket. I'd rather be on strike. I'm the only one who can even hit the ball today. And Hussein hitting a couple of sixes at the end. He made 45 of 32 as we'll have a quick look at the strike rate here as Indica Sane made 45 of 32 with a strike rate of 140. Harshit Balloon making 8 of 9. Again, too many single-digit scores there. And of course, the run rate itself was rather slow, going along at exactly 8 and over. Started off very slowly out of the gate as well. 15 of 1 in the first 3 overs. And then they were just kind of playing catch-up for the rest of the innings. We'll take a look at the bowling figures. A good bowling performance all around. Ahmed Nazar obviously had an expensive final over. But other than that, I think they'll be mighty pleased with themselves. Prabhat Eknalighoda was superb in the opening overs. 1 for 5 over his 2 overs. As of course, well, the second innings will be coming up shortly, where RCC will look to continue their winning streak by chasing down a target of 81. Join us in a few moments as we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our third game of the day. We're past the halfway stage of today's action. As Roma Cricket Club, the undefeated Roma Cricket Club, need to chase down 81 to secure another victory. So this is going to take quite a heroic performance from Castellina. Well, we've seen a few upsets so far this tournament, some very interesting results, so maybe this could be another one of them. And this first over is going to be bowled by Porutage. And he's a great wicket-taking bowler. I've been very impressed by him. He's very, very good with the new ball. I find this interesting, though, considering they're defending 81. They ought to have a slip in place. They really should. And they've got to attack, especially with Porutage, a guy who can move the ball a fair bit. We've seen him beat the bat on a number of occasions, draw edges as well. I think you have to have a slip fielder in place over here. Anyway, we're just about ready to see the first ball, as Porutage just wants everything pinpoint precise. And he just clips this one off his pads very nicely. Samarakun just gets the line horribly wrong there, Porutage. This is easy pickings. Just plays it behind square leg, fine leg inside the ring. It's always going to be a 4. And the only fielders, of course, outside the ring at the moment are positioned at long off, as well as third man. But yeah, he just needs to have it in the channel. Again, would like to see a slip fielder here. They have to attack. And this is a good ball. They're going to sneak a quick single again. Just a little bit slow there, the bowler. For a moment, he thought they won't actually scramble across for the single, but they did. And they can't afford to be at all leaky here, Castellina. They need to take a few risks. Again, singles will do the trick for Roma Cricket Club. Boundary and over, 4 singles. That's all they need to win. And this is very nicely played for just 1 run. Very good looking shot. Full face of the bat. Hit it towards mid-off. And he gets off the mark immediately. Apuhami, who bowled pretty well. He got had just 7 runs scored on his lone over, but was not given a second, as Roma Cricket Club just decided to experiment a little bit in the final over. That went for 19 and just made this target a little bit more challenging for Roma, as that's going to be a wide by Porutage. Oh, that's much better. Was there an edge over there? Was there an edge? Doesn't seem as there was from the reaction. Didn't look like it. There was a nick on my view either. Just take a look at that. Doesn't seem there was one to me. But anyway, it's rather hard to say. The keeper failing to take that one. There was a nick over there. That would be such a huge let-off for Samarakun. And oh, he's just going to drop and run over here. So smart cricket by Roma, you have to say. I mean, they recognize the situation over here. They don't need to take too many risks. They don't need to be too extravagant. They're also not in a position where they're too worried about their net run rate either. They pretty much have first place in the bag. It's just really a question of them finding out who they're going to play in that first semi-final. He goes for that big swing across, and 8 runs off this first over by Porutage. Just like to see them attack a little bit more when they have him there. you know, maybe put a slip in place. I think that's what we've been calling for. Of course, it's been 313 matches since we last had a golden ball. It'd be really, really special if this is the match where that streak is broken. As again, RCC, they're averaging 140 runs throughout this series, and you'd expect them to make quick work of a target of 81. But they've also decided to shuffle up their lineup a little bit for this match. And we don't usually see this opening pair of Samarakun and Apuhami. Marage batting at 3 again. I was just wondering if some of these Roma Cricket Club players, particularly likes of Marage, who are maybe looking to end the series with the top run getter title, would have wanted to go out there and bat right from the outside and try to knock off these runs as soon as possible. This one is just going to be swiped across the line there by Samarakun. And yeah, a little bit of a variation. You can just see there. You watch his wrist very closely when he bowls that delivery. And they've been bowling pretty decently to start off, Castellina. Full credit to their bowlers. They're giving it their all. And they just bring third man back into the ring. They had 3 fielders outside the circle for a moment. And oh my goodness, this is so much indecision. They send third man back, bring him back in, send him back again. Again, it's just chewing needless time. Almost 6 minutes to bowl 7 deliveries. This one's going to go down the ground. Has it gone the distance? Yes, it has. This is a huge 6 for Samarakun again. Look at this very he almost delivers this ball like he's a leg spinner, even though he isn't really turning the ball. Samarakun just dancing down the wicket, smashes it over long on. Oh, and he goes for the big shot again. Is this going to clear the boundary? It most certainly will. And Roma Cricket Club starting to find their groove in the second over. A couple of big 6s here. And again, this is a huge opportunity for Samarakun and Apuhami, both of whom are very talented players, to come out, open the batting, get some good form in as well. Maybe they'll be needed at some point in, say, a big semi-final match where one of the top order don't click. Again, they just have to get as many batsmen in form heading into the knockout stages. That's going to be a quick single there by Samarakun. And really, I think that's how Roma CC are going to probably approach this game. It's just a chance to experiment, a chance to try a few different things. Samarakun, of course, has an average of 12 for his career, strike rate of just under 127. He's improved it significantly this year, though. Strike rate is 141, but he's just not been able to play that big innings so far this year. And we just see this one. This is very nicely played by Apuhami. Just takes it from outside the off stump and plays it towards mid-wicket. Beautiful looking shot, gets a 4, and again, expensive over here for Castellina. 17 off this so far. Look at how quickly that required has plummeted with just a few boundaries. Under 7 now. 1 ball to come in this over. Played away. And it's a good bit of fielding. You have to say they'll just restrict them to a single over there. 26 for no loss at the end of 2 overs. But yeah, just looking at some of these players' numbers, of course, Samarakun, he's his highest career score is 44 undefeated. That was a couple of years ago. I mean, this year hasn't really been able to make as many runs as he's like, averaging 10. Playing a little bit faster, though. I guess he's now become accustomed to the role lower down the order. As of course we take a look at the standings. As you can see, Roma CC undefeated. And Castellina right at the bottom of the table. And Apuhami as well. Again, this is the first time he has batted in this ECS. He's had a number of chances to bowl. He's bowled 11 overs over the 7 innings he's been involved in. His first opportunity to bat, and again, Roma CC are just playing around with their 11 a little bit against Castellina. I think that could maybe just work in Castellina's favor? Or are they just hoping that Roma CC are a bit too complacent and take their eye off the ball? Again, they still have the likes of Charles Fernando, Marage, and Samarage. If the situation gets dire at any stage and they still need them. I just wonder though, if the two of them were out there, I mean, I think they'd be racing to see how quickly they could finish this game. That's going to be a single. So again, it's just going to be a quick single here for Summer Raccoon. Soft hands, just plays it towards cover, and he scrambles across quickly. Again, slightly slow with the over 8. Both these teams have been probably not their quickest in terms of the pace of the game. Just looking at this right now, it's taking over 10 minutes for them to bowl 15 deliveries. Anyway, Porotale continuing. He needs to get a wicket. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Absolutely brilliant ball. If it's just a little fuller, he's more likely to get an edge. It's hard to nick one at that length, but yeah, if he just gets it a little bit fuller but stays at that line, that's a wicket-taking length, isn't it? That's the one that's going to hit the top of off stump. Oh, this has struck the pads. Is this close? How close is this one? Yes, it's out. And he gets the breakthrough, Portage. Well deserved. He's a terrific bowler. And he's been creating chances of plenty throughout his appearances in this series. That one probably going on to crash onto the leg stump. Let's just take a look at this from side on. Are there any question marks about height? Maybe. Maybe. That could maybe be the only thing that's working against the batsman. But in the end, he's gone. Portage, you have to say he does deserve a wicket for the way he's bowled. And Apple Rami, his first ever batting stint in this European Cricket Series ends, having made just 7 runs of 8 deliveries. And once more, we're just seeing them playing around with their top order, Roma CC. They're now going to send Prabhath out to bat. You know, it's not a Samarage or Marage or Fernando. They're just playing around with their order a little bit. Two runs off this over so far, 1 to come. So looks like we're gonna have another little stoppage in play as the wind just picks up ever so slightly here in Rome. That just causes the bail to fly off. And again, it's just this game's just reached that kind of mid-afternoon lull. You know, it's also siesta time here in Rome. We're just past 2:15 local time. And the game's been a little bit flat. Only 80 runs scored by the team batting first, Castellina. And Roma CC as well, they're just playing around with their batting order a little bit. And it's just caused a few things to be a little bit different to how their previous innings work. Here we go, they're ready to resume with play. One last ball of the power play. Oh, it's a really good ball there by Portage, and I think Prabhath Eknalagoda has played that one very, very well. I think he knows that was a good ball. He just has a little bit of a laugh and gives a high five to Prabhath. As the power play comes to an end, Roma CC 29 for 1. Quite slow by their standards in all honesty, but again, they don't really have to chase much, do they? So they're taking this as an opportunity to just play around with that lineup a little bit. Can you just feel like if Marage and Charles Fernando were there, they'd probably be slogging it right now, trying to chase this down within the 6 or 7 overs. Again, could this just give some hope to Casalina, who at this stage were 14 runs behind? They started very, very slowly. They picked up on their pace a little bit near the end, mostly thanks to their captain, who came alive in that final over where they made 19 runs. Had a okay middle over period as well, overs 5 and 6 going for 15 and 11 respectively. Where does this one go? Ooh, that's a close call. Although good to see that Pravath, no complaints from him. This one goes down the left side. Are they going to sneak a single over here? No need. This one's going to be a fairly easy decision for the umpire. The umpire gives it wide. Yeah, that's another wide. Again, just struggling with his radar here a little bit, Sen. It's to get things right, the skipper. Oh, this is nicely played. Goes straight to the fielder. It's going to need a direct hit. Won't get it. But I think Pravath would have made it back on time anyway. Again, we saw Sen bowl really well earlier today against the Asian Latina. Picked up some important wickets when he bowled the first over. Seems to be bowling more medium pacey than the kind of left arm slow he was bowling earlier today. Just changing things up a bit. Maybe he's experimenting as well. Oh, again, this one is around that kind of 5th, 6th stump line. And oh, look at this. Just going for that drive through the offside, but again, they also need to pick the pace up as well, Roma CC, just to keep a positive intent. This is just going to be a single over here. Required though, it's just gone back up to sort of around where it was at the start of this innings. Again, you know, Roma CC, they can't be too slow. I know they're playing around with their lineup a little bit. These players are out there, still need to show a lot of intent and positivity. And this one is just going to be played away behind square leg. It's going to go for a 4. And again, at this stage, every boundary feels like a dagger. Indica Sain's over was going really well until that 4 off the final ball. 8 runs off that over. Basically exactly what the required run rate was at the onset of this innings. Let me just take a look at the worm for these two teams. Of course, Roma CC currently well above the required run rate, way above that red line. And again, going along nicely here. They would do it even faster though if they'd probably opened up with their usual pair. And we just compare Casalina 17 for 2 at this stage. And, I think Aramage is going to hold this over. Yeah, that's another good ball. He kind of struggled with the bat, didn't he, Monique Aramage? Just 10 runs for him. Probably would have wished that he could have converted that start into a bigger score. Yeah, this one is played away. Goes straight to the field recover, and that has to stick. Oh, that really has to stick if you're Casalina. It's hit straight to Harsh Pullen, and he fails to take it. And this one is going to be a single over there. Again, that's not a good drop over there. The one we just witnessed. Previous ball again. This stage for Castellina, they need to take everything that comes their way. A few special moments to even have a shot at this game. Although to their credit, they've been fairly economical to start off. Again, how far can they stretch this game, Castellina? That's going to be the key. And this is a good throw to the non-striker's end by the aforementioned player, Harsh Pullen. I was surprised that Harsh Pullen went for 18 runs in his first over earlier today. Of course, he bowled really well this morning when Castellina played against Asian Latina. He was turning the ball quite a bit. And got a really nice bowl, didn't he? Went for 18 in this innings. As this one is played away, it's just going to be the one run. As the over comes to an end, Roma CC 42 for 1 halfway through their innings. As of course, we take a look at this calendar for ECS, and we're currently here in Italy in Rome. We started off this series on the 11th of September, and right after this, we're heading back to Cardama for the ECC. Of course, it's just incredible to think about the journey we've had this year. Of course, it's the second event we've hosted in Italy. Did one in Milan earlier this year. A series that comprised of teams based in northern Italy. Been in Portugal and Santarém. Started off the year in Malta. We'll be going back there again in November. So, so many great places we've had the great privilege of visiting and bringing you cricket from. Wow, this one is struck away. Is it going to go straight to the fielder? Yes, it will. It goes straight to Indika Sen, and Prabhat departs, having made just 5 runs. And yep, he's looking to go big, looking to clear the boundary. And he finds the Castellina skipper, Indika Sen. That brings Prabhat's innings to an end. I just wonder who they're going to bring in here at 4. Is it going to be one of their typical batsmen, or are they going to still just continue the experimentation with their lineup? It's going to be Prithvi Samarage. So Samarage comes in a position we're often accustomed to seeing him play in, right at the top of the order. And it's going to be a nice little drop and run here, and he gets off the mark immediately, Samarage. Just smart cricket again. Recognizes the situation, knows that the required isn't too high, so again, plays that with soft hands towards point. And gets the single. Oh, then Umayanga continuing against Samarakun. Oh, this one is played away. Is it going to clear the boundary rope? No, it won't. It's actually found a fielder, but he spilt it. So Castellina, some of their catching issues continued today. We saw them drop plenty of catches yesterday when they took on Kent Lunka. Let's just take another look at this. Ooh, there it is. And Dennis, of course, having a perfect view of that one right there. That was Sampath Kankamage who spilt that catch. And some more runs here coming Kent Lunka's way. Man, look at that required now. It's a shot up to just about 8.5. Again, we do know that Roma, they can turn it on whenever they want to, but have they just been a bit too casual approaching this innings? Of course, keep in mind, it was their decision to experiment in the final over of the previous innings and give it to an inexperienced bowler who got clubbed for 19 runs. Now, are they doing the same over here? Are they making the same mistake where they've just taken this all a little bit too casually, and they've decided to maybe just stretch this game a lot longer than needed. As we of course take a look at the scorecard, Samara Kun, top scorer, making 29 of 16. Oh, this one is absolutely thwacked down the ground, but it goes straight to the fielder at long on. And again, they're just finding fielders all the time over here. At this current moment in time, Roma CC haven't had a boundary for quite a while. Not since all the way in the fourth over, as this one is ooh, that is a close call. Let's take a look at this. It's down the wicket, inside edges it onto his own pads, and he's lucky that hasn't ricocheted back onto his stumps. Oh, this is nicely hit by Samarage, but straight to the field for 1 run. 32 needed of 21 now. They've been dealing exclusively in singles for the last 2.3 overs. Really just one boundary since the first couple of overs, so they've gone a bit too quiet here. Roma CC. Look at that now, they're required up to 9, and ooh, that's gonna help. That is really, really poor. Again, you're talking about your side being really desperate to defend the low total. What does he do? He just reaches his foot out. He should be throwing his body on the line for that one and trying to prevent the boundary. Yeah, at this stage, as we said, every boundary is like a dagger to Castellina. And this one is knocked down the ground. It's the 1 run. Needed of 19 now. Goes to the big shot, opens up the offside, and 1 bounce goes for 4. So boundary right at the end of the over to just keep things in favor of this Roma CC side. Very nice looking inside out shot. And he strikes it away as we come to the end of this 7th over. And of course, there's a chance to talk about the next match we've got coming up. Should be a very exciting fixture. Kent Lanka against Asian Latina. Both these two teams, I really fancy them as potential dark horses in this tournament. Of course, Nicolo Fernando, he's managed to bring 596 points together, and Amandeep Singh on the 756 points. Each of those two leading the way for their teams, the skippers. They've been leading by example for much of this tournament. We look forward to that battle, which will take place in just about 45 minutes time. Well, we still got a match on hand over here, and this match is a lot closer than many of us initially thought. Again, there was talk of this game ending within 5 or 6 overs, but that's not happened. Castellina, to their credit, have kept fighting, and they've been aided by a little bit of experimentation by Roma, who, well, you just wonder, are they taking this all just a bit too lightly? This is going to go away for 4. Umpire is going to signal that leg by, so they won't be credited to Summer Kuhn. And this now makes the equation 19 of 17, so still in Roma CC's favor. Goes to the big shot over the leg side. Has it taken a bounce for the boundary rope? We're just waiting for the umpire's decision. Let's just take another look at this replay. Where does it land? Where does it land? Well, I think that's a 4. That looks like it's landed just in front of the boundary rope. And it's probably going to be a boundary. And that's how it has been signaled by the umpire. Yeah, the keeper's having a rather difficult time, I think, when you've got so few runs to defend, last thing you can afford to do is start giving up runs off buys, of course. 9, 10 runs of extras already for Castellina. And Indy Kassane, as we mentioned, he just changed his bowling style. Typically bowls a lot of left arm slow, but not doing that the case here. He's bowling more like a seamer, or at least comes across that way to the left-hander. It's not like he turns the ball much to the right-hander anyway. Might as well call him sort of slow medium, throw the ball in, and hope for the best. Run a ball now for Roma CC. And this one is played very nicely. Played uppishly there by Samarage, but goes right through the gap behind point. Good looking shot again. Very nicely played. Opens the face of the bat. And it goes away for a boundary. 10 needed of the last 2 overs now. Again, it's firmly in Roma CC's camp right now this game, but they've probably made it more challenging than it needed to be. As we're of course going to just take a look at Roma CC. Their form is trending well above the red line of the required rate. There you go, Pulun continuing. After an expensive first over, starts off with a wide, and ooh, that's another fumble by the keeper. The keeper just having a difficult time here. Again, if you take away all those runs that have been given off buys, you know, you could be in for a much more challenging match, particularly if you add up all the extras and consider how many more extras Castellina have given than Royal Roma. Oh, that's taking a thick edge. You could hear that from a mile away. But the keeper spills this one as well. Again, he's just not able to take any catch. And this is the second catch Castellina have dropped. I mean, if they want to pull off an upset, they're going to need to have these catches stick. 8 needed of 11 now. Oh, this one's gone up in the air. A fielder's converging underneath it. Will it come to them? No, it won't. It's going to go the distance for 6. So Samarage, after getting dropped, decides to rub some salt in their wounds. Nine Yakara will be feeling a whole lot worse looking at that one. Great looking shot. Now they're just 2 runs away, Roma CC, from sealing the deal and picking up another victory in what's been a very, very impressive run for them so far this tournament. Their 11th win is almost there for Roma CC as they end in style. This one goes the distance. It's a Maximo to end the innings. And a really good looking shot. Well done there to Samarage, who is there to end the innings in style. Roma CC pick up their 11th straight win to start off the series. Whereas Castellina, well, they succumb to yet another defeat. Of course, we've got our fantasy dashboard here. The next match is between Kent Lanka and Asian Latina. Should be a very exciting matchup. Of course, both these teams fighting for very similar reasons to pick up one of the last couple of spots to make it to the semifinals. We just see some handshakes all around. Good respect between these two teams and a healthy admiration for one another as we, of course, take a look at the highlights of this innings. It was, of course, Samarakun who top scored for Roma CC, making 39 of 22. That was the wicket of Apurahami, who wasn't able to make the most of his ECS innings debut. And look at some of these really good looking shots. These are the ones by Samarakun, who would make 39 of 22, about a strike rate of 177. And this is Samarage there with the winning runs. He made 22 of 11. He ended the game in style right at the end. As Roma CC continued their fine winning start. Let's have a look at the scorecard for Roma CC. Of course, no Charles Fernando or Danilo Marage at the top of the order because Roma CC decided to just shuffle up their lineup a little bit. So that's why they took their time getting these 81 runs they needed to win. And a very solid performance by Samarakun and Samarage, who both will see their stock go up after that win. And then, of course, we look at the bowling card. Pretty decent performance by Castellina. Harsha Pulun, who bowled so well this morning, was unfortunately in big trouble in this match as he went for 32 runs in the 9 bowls he bowled. As, of course, in the end, Roma CC take this game against Castellina by 8 wickets. Join us again in just about 37 minutes time when we'll have our 4th match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our fourth match of the day, where Kent Lunka will be taking on Asian Latina. These two sides facing each other for the first time this tournament. Of course, the top news from out in the middle is that Asian Latina have won the toss and decided to bat first. We'll have a quick look at the fantasy dashboard over here. Amandeep Singh leading the way for Asian Latina, the captain, with 756 points. and he is available for the price of 7.5. Meanwhile, Nicolo Fernando is the top points getter for Kent Lanka. The best bang for your buck, though, is Vishal Jayawardena, available at 6.5. Giving you 426 points. We'll have a look at the win predictor for this game. Asian Latina, 68% favorites against Kent Lanka. Yeah, you would say Asian Latina are the favorites heading into this game, but Kent Lanka for sure, I would say that's just about right to give them a somewhere between 32 to 38% chance to take this one. I think they've been very good. They've come close in a lot of games, but haven't always been able to get the result that they desire. As both sides take the field. This is Kent Lanka, of course, going to play one more match after this one against Roma CC, so you feel this is a big game for them. Again, only 2 wins for them as a side. They didn't win this morning against RBMS, and feel if they lose this one, and they're going to have a mountain to climb against Roma CC, although Roma CC have shown that they're willing to mess around with their lineup. It's going to be Nico Fernando bowling this first over. Again, we've seen him open the bowling a few times for his team, and the captain this time takes the responsibility. Decides to come out here against the 2 right-handers. Should be an interesting matchup. Should be a fun matchup, and we're really looking forward to bringing this to you. Here we go. Asian Latina against Kent Lanka. We're moments away from the first ball. And he starts off with a wide, or has that just brushed some pad along the way? Looks like it has. And again, just an issue that's been bothering Fernando a fair bit. He just bowls a bit too wide down the leg side quite a lot. That's why he really struggled with his figures yesterday. Ooh, that one's very wide. Again, just overcompensating a little bit. Bowled a bit too far down the leg side. Now he bowls a bit too far towards the offside. As of course, a very good afternoon to you, James Stewart. Great to have you here. Oh, that one's been really close to the stumps again. He's just trying to heave that towards the leg side. Loses his shape. Let's watch that again closely. Yeah, that's not too far away from the stumps. Oh, inside edge onto the pads. And again, good start here for Fernando. Just had the better of the batsman for the moment. This time, inside edge is onto his own shoe. Looking a little bit out of sorts here, Harminder Singh. Skipper at the other end. Coming off a big performance this morning. He made a 60-odd undefeated, and this one just hits straight back to Fernando, and he's got to be careful throwing it back there. That's actually very sharp work by the wicketkeeper, because if that ball goes past him, that's definite overthrow. So, and really good work there by Vishal Jayawardena. Oh, that tosses it up. That's a nice floaty full toss. That's obviously going to get the treatment. One bounce, goes away for 4. And he just relieves some of the pressure on Harminder Singh. That's easy pickings. Yeah, just about 31 degrees Celsius here right now. Humidity at 49%. It's a very warm afternoon. We're past 3:15 local time. It's down the wicket. It's thrashed down the ground. Is it going to beat the fielders? It most certainly will. Trickles over the boundary rope for a 4. As Asian Latina move on to 9. A good over for them to start off. Those 2 boundaries at the end really denting all the good work Nicolo Fernando put in earlier. As of course is a good chance to remind you, we're just 6 days away until Europe's finest step onto the cricketing stage for the Grand European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. And it should be a lot of fun. We got some fiery newcomers joining this year, as well as some of the seasoned veteran sides we have. Should be a good blend of raw ambition from some of these eager debutants, as well as the guile all the veteran squads have. And it's going to just be a wonderful, wonderful series. Looking forward to that. It's just 6 days away now. This time next week, we'll be watching some Group A action in the ECC. Of course, the schedule is out for the tournament. And it's a good chance to just talk about some of the great games that'll be up. Of course, the opening match, Spain against France. You talk about a terrific opener to a tournament. That is one. Isle of Man against Czechia right after that. I think this time next week on Tuesday, as we're just going to watch this ball here by Tyre Khan. It's pushed away by the batsman. They're going to get a quick single here, so it's a good running by Singh. Of course, yeah, this time next week, probably be near the end of the Spain-Isle of Man match. I mean, that is going to be a humongous game in that group. Matchup between those two teams can go some way in deciding who makes it where in the eliminators, as this one is just going to go away for a 4 as well. Singh gets his third boundary. And this is very, very well played. He rocks back on the back foot. Just makes some more time and room for him to play it, and then very nicely plays it down the ground. Just taking another look at that. Very nice looking shot. Oh, that was an attempted Yorker, but he's actually waited for it very well there, Singh. It's come off the fielder's hand. And was that an opportunity there for Tirik Dura? Let's just watch this again. Well, it was always going to be tough, wasn't it? It was traveling really quickly at him, but again, when you're the underdogs in a match, you need those moments to go your way. This is a good shot straight towards cover, and that's going to be a single as well. So Singh just keeping up also a minimum early in his innings. He was quite similar in the previous match Asian Latina played as well, where he was just content to allow Hashmat Dinza to slog from the other end while he just settled into his innings. And then once Dinza was dismissed, he really started to accelerate himself. And this one is struck towards the fielder at cover again. A little bit of a juggle. Allows them to come safely for a run. And a very good day to you, Azimatron. Great to have you here. Yeah, this one is nicely played straight to the fielder at cover. And it's going to be a single. And fairly decent over there by Khan, just 9 runs off it. As Asian Latina are 18 for no loss at the end of 2 overs, of course. A very important matchup here. Asian Latina just about clinging on to that 4th spot. Again, the likes of the Gladiatori and the Kent Lanka are, of course, 2 sides that could knock them off. So this is probably a 4-pointer, if we're perfectly honest, because Kent Lanka still has 7 matches, so enough time to make up ground on Asian Latina. These 2 teams will still have to play each other twice, this being the first of their 2 matchups. So games between these 2 teams could be huge in determining who gets that 4th spot and goes to the semifinal to probably play Roma Cricket Club. So I think Roma CC will be watching this game very closely as well. They could be watching a future opponent in the semifinal. And this one is struck down the ground. It clears a boundary rope. That's another huge 6. As the over pitches it first up. And Amandeep Singh, who's been content to rotate the strike for his first 3 balls, is not going to miss out on that. Classy player, just slogs it down the ground. Oh, plays this one nicely off his pads. But he's going to find the fielder in the deep. Again, probably just a bit of a dangerous line to keep bowling there. I don't think Amandeep Singh's going to miss out on that twice. I think he got the length right on that ball. Now he just needs to get the line right. This one is played away towards the fielder of square leg. He's been a pretty busy man to start off, hasn't he, Tariq Dura? The ball just seems to be following him around right now. He had that early opportunity. And now he's had to do quite a bit of fielding out at square leg as well. Oh, big appeal here, but it's pitching outside the leg stump, so it can't be out. Let's just take another look at this. Yeah, pitching outside the leg stump. No way that's out. Certainly worth appealing for if you're Kent Lanka. That one probably just didn't bounce as much as Amandeep Singh anticipated. Stayed low. Oh, it comes down the wicket, gets the edge, and that edge is going to go away for a 4. So very unlucky here for Kent Lanka. Does the right thing, doesn't he? He sees him coming down the wicket, pitches is shorter, and while sometimes there isn't really much you can do, right? Top edge goes away for 4. And again, each one of these boundaries are just going to be so important because we emphasize the importance of this game right at the start of the broadcast for anyone joining us right now. This one is played away towards square leg. That's going to be 1 run, slightly sloppy. As Amandeep Singh will get across and keep strike. So 31 for no loss at the end of this power play. We just have a look at this graph over here, going along at about 10.3 and over. Asian Latina, of course, as we mentioned, these two teams are probably 2 of 3 teams that are still left with a chance of getting that 4th spot to make it to the semifinals and probably face Roma CC. Again, the matches between these two teams are just going to be that much more important. They are 4-pointers in the sense that you deny a rival a win, but you also pick up a win yourself. Yeah, Tyre Khan, big leader for this Kent Lanka side. He's always out there. During the break between matches, he was just having a bit of fun with some of the ECN staff and also giving a few throwdowns to the rest of his teammates just to get in the groove of things heading into this game. That's a wide over there. Yeah, he's just going for that wide Yorker, trying to hit the tram line, but fails to do that. Fernando just going to have a word with him. Wonder what it is. Is Fernando just going to ask him, look, pitch it up, get in on the stumps, look to attack. I think Khan at times doesn't do that enough. He should back himself to be more of an attacking bowler. No, there's an edge there. And he pitches this right up, gets the nick, and gets the all-important wicket of Amandeep Singh. This is a huge moment. And that's where he needed to be. Whatever Nico Fernando told him clearly worked. He just had a word with the skipper, and the very next ball, he gets an edge. Took some pace off that one. And it is nicked. And a huge, huge wicket over here. Amandeep Singh has to depart for a fairly paltry score this time around. Makes just 15 runs. And isn't able to follow up on the big 66-run performance he had early today. And let's just take a look at this again. Slower ball. Well watched by the keeper as well. I could easily have confused the keeper as well, but he kept his focus, kept his eye on it. And took a good catch. And going to be a single here. Starts off by getting off the mark immediately, Charanjit Singh. Of course, Dave, rightfully so, pointing out, we've just passed 364,000 subscribers on the European Cricket Network. And I guess the next milestone for us, though, is can we get to that 400K mark? You know, tell your friends, tell your family, everyone you know. Obviously, produce some great moments of fun over here, and you wouldn't want to miss out on it. hit that bell as well for notifications. Oh, it goes for a slower delivery again. This is hanging up in the air for an age, but it's going to clear the boundary comfortably. And a nice shot there by Singh. Again, just tosses it up and goes bang. Dharminder Singh hits it all the way. Just a great, great hit. And Dharminder Singh really taking charge of this innings. 21 of 12 now. Oh, that's a bit unlucky. That's a little bit unlucky. It's going to be leg byes signaled by the umpire. Again, he's been done by that shorter ball, but sometimes the batsmen just enjoy quite a bit of good fortune in this format, don't they? Takes an edge. That was takes an edge, and he's gone. That's the end of Dharminder Singh. So he gets 2 huge wickets this over. Tahir Khan, both the openers sent back to their dugout. Let's take a look at this. Back of a length. Goes for that big heave. And it's taken an edge through to the keeper. Very well taken there by Rishal Jayawardena. So 2 caught behinds this over, and Tahir Khan, glad to see him getting the reward. With a couple of wickets, he's bowled very well throughout this series. Hasn't always received what he deserves, but he does over there. And now this is just turned the momentum of this game as they just claw themselves back into this. Kent Lanka getting those 2 wickets. Now we're going to see just getting his field thing absolutely precise here, Fernando. His first over went for 9. Here we go, 2 new batsmen at the crease. This is going to work in favor of Kent Lanka. And he starts off with a really good ball here, Fernando. That's where he needs to be bowling. And he needs to keep things simple. He's not a big turner of the ball. Get that right line and length. Again, just straying down the leg side. Fernando, that's going to be a wide. Signal there by umpire Nirmal. This goes towards long on for a single here. So yeah, things just slowing, the run rate just slowing down ever so slightly, as one would expect after a wicket. Oh, he's been cleaned up. Gurmukh Singh cleaned up. Great ball there by Fernando. He just needs to keep aiming at the stumps. Singh trying to swipe across the line on his very first ball. Doesn't even try to settle in to his innings. And he has to depart over here. Fernando just gets him over there. That's a great, great ball. Goes on to crash onto the leg stump. And that's the end of Gurmukh Singh. Take a look, Fernando picking up another wicket. And now is Dinsa, who very strangely is coming all the way down at 5 after batting so superbly in the previous game earlier today. We just take a look at this one again. Just hits the top of the leg stump. Great ball there by Fernando. Yeah, Dinsa made a big score earlier today against Casalina, and it's rather surprising to see him come this low down the order. Here we go. 3 balls coming this over as Dinsa just not quite ready yet. Oh, this one takes an inside edge. He gets it a little bit lucky there, Dinsa. And they're going to run across for a quick single. Of course, Hinsa, really, really good player. He's got a career strike rate of 187. Averages just under 18. Top score, though, is a 48-40 in his career. Tends to get a lot of 30 and 40 scores, but he hasn't been able to get a half century just yet. And then ECS. Yeah, this should be a good situation for him to come into. Okay, side in the spot of bother, but we know Dinsa, he's not going to slow down whatsoever. He's just going to try to keep that run rate as high as possible. As, of course, that ball will bring the over to an end. Asian Latina 48 for 3, halfway through the innings. As, of course, this is a good chance to just discuss some of the ECC groups we've got. Of course, this should be a great cricketing spectacle. We've got 6 amazing groups over here, and the 6 group winners will, of course, go on to Championship Week, where they'll be joined by Netherlands 11, who've already secured their place there by virtue of winning the ECC last year. Italy themselves are in Group C alongside Denmark, Sweden, and some interesting up-and-coming teams as well, like Serbia and Estonia. So that's going to be a fun group. As we just take a look at this, is it going to clear the fielder? It most certainly will. That's gone for 6. And Dave asking, where is Derek? Well, Derek's just taking his afternoon siesta. You know, it's really hot right now, 3:30 in the afternoon. I don't think we can blame Derek for just wanting to take a little nap. Now this one is smashed away. Is it going to clear the boundary rope? It will again. That was Tahir Khan. Probably needs to grow a foot to even have a chance at that. And again, they're just getting that run rate back up here. This is what Dinsa does, doesn't he? Doesn't care about the situation. He's going to come out and slog. Hits back-to-back 6s, and the pressure now is back on Kent Lunka. Goes for the big shot again, and it's going to clear the fielders again. 3 6s in a row to start this over. Are we going to witness something really, really magical here? Well, is this going to be one of the great overs that we never, ever forget? 3 6s to start off. This is Dinuwan, one of the best death overs bowler, getting absolutely plastered. Follows this up. Oh, it's a misfield. There could have been a second on, maybe, just maybe. But in the end, I think they're wise to stick with the one. 19 off the over already. Two balls to come. Look at that projected score, 117. Oh, this one is played away behind square leg. It's going to take a bounce, and it's going to go over the boundary rope. Very nicely played. Smart cricket. And Singh now, he joins in on the party. This over 23 runs off it, 1 ball to go. Nightmare for Dinuwan, who's normally so economical and so good, particularly in the second half of the innings with all his variations. This one is played away. It's a single to end the over. Charanjit Singh will keep strike. But yeah, Dinuwan normally bowls with an economy rate of under 10. Has gone for 24 that over. Really difficult over for him. As we, of course, take a look at the scorecard. 3 contributions of note over there for Asian Latina. The captain, Amandeep Singh, alongside Harminder Singh, got them off to a fairly decent start. And they just had that little wobble where they lost 3 wickets in the space of a couple of overs. But now with this clean hitting by Hashmat Dinsa and Charanjit Singh, they just managed to bring themselves back into this game. They're back in front right now, I'd say. Projected score 120. I think they'll be eyeing that 135 plus score, which you can see is what they would get to if they score at 16 and over. Oh, this is really, really well played. Where is this going to go? It's going to go straight to a fielder. So it looked a pretty nice shot, but it's actually managed to find Tahir Khan. Oh, there's a backflip. Oh, just off camera there. Vimukti doing a backflip after that catch. Well, we were wondering when we were going to next see him do a backflip. He hasn't done one since Sunday. And there it is. Whoop. No, he is pure entertainment. Again, I'm just wondering if he's going to add a cartwheel to his repertoire. What do you think? Do you think if we submit requests for different acrobatics, he's going to do them? What I really want to see from him is a cartwheel. Again, just taking another look at that wicket. Popped up. Very well taken by Tahir Khan. And then there it is. And a perfect landing. Great stuff there by Vimukti. Maybe a career representing Italy. And the gymnastics is possible as well with the Olympics coming up next year. Oh, this is a well struck by Salim. Where is this going to end up? Way beyond the fence behind square leg. Into the archaeological site and into the parking lot. Salim takes no time whatsoever to settle into his innings. Smacks a 6 immediately. Ready to get underway. This one is played again. Is this going to go over third man for a 4? No, it doesn't. It goes the whole distance. It's gone all the way. And it's a top edge. Just lands. Ooh, well, it lands well over the fence in the end. It's just a bit hard to see initially. And a back-to-back 6s here for Salim. One of them completely unintentional. I mean, how many of us wish we could say we unintentionally hit a 6? There it is. There's the fear factor. There's the fear factor. It forces Vimukti to bowl a wide. Now look at this. Oh, it's just missed the stumps. Good ball there by Vimukti. And it's not too far away from that off stump. Again, just a bit of a change-up. And he's managed to catch Salim with that. He's just a bit early through a shot. Oh, that's a full toss. And it's gone straight to the fielder at long on. It's been given a no ball. Let's just take a look at this from side on. Yeah, this is definitely a no ball. I mean, he's pretty much playing a tennis forehand when he's trying to hit that one. And it's going to be a free hit here for Dinsa. I mean, do you need to give this man a free hit when he's on 21 of 6? And not quite able to time that one. It's just going to be a single. And I have to say, really, really good effort there by the fielder coming in from the deep. The batsmen were just a little bit lazy with their single. They didn't even try to run a second. I think both Royal Roma and Asian Latina, they're both power hitting sides, so they're not always the most keen to run between the wickets. They'll just back themselves to hit enough 6s and get the result. As this will take one bounce and go away for 4. Salim with his 3rd boundary already. Another great hit. Hits the signs surrounding the ground as we come to the end of the over. Asian Latina 92 for 4. As we have a look at some of the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're here through to Sunday, the 24th of September. We've got the ECI starting on Saturday. It'll take place over a couple of days, and then we've got the ECC right after that, which we've talked about at length. And then we head over to Croatia for what should be our biggest series ever in the country. We have a good ECI over there as well. A second trip to Malta this year starts on the 6th of November. And then our final ECS of the year will be in Spain and Barcelona. The biggest event that we're really waiting for in women's cricket starts on the 17th of December. See a lot of big fixtures coming up, a lot of big events. And that's just the beauty of the European Cricket Network. It's a 365-day-a-year network. You have games every single day of the year. And this is a big hit, and it's going to be fielded well in the deep. And it's just the 1 run. Oh, it's a slower delivery. Good variation there by Tiriak Duran. Salim just blocks it out in the end. But he'll get a single, so it's going to be interesting here tactically for Kent Lanka. They've used 6 different bowlers so far. And I wonder who they're going to give the 2 overs after this Tiriak Dura one to. Let's just watch this third delivery. Played away towards mid-wicket. Good bowling so far by Tiriak Dura. Got his length spot on, but Karanaika went for 13 in this first over. Denuwan went for 24, and Vimukti went for 20, despite getting the wicket. And again, Denuwan, you know, he's usually such a good death bowler. Do you forgive him for that one bad over and let him bowl his second? He typically bowls the penultimate or the final over in most games for Kent Lanka. I don't think they're going to lose faith in him just because of one bad over. And then who's going to bowl the other over? Is it Vimukti? Is it Karanaika? Do you introduce another bowler into the attack? Just looking at the list. A few different options they have. They could go with Cheyenne Fernando, who we saw featured yesterday. He did a pretty good job, the young man. This one's popped up in the air. Is this a catching chance? It certainly is. And Tahir Khan takes as well. His second catch of the innings. Smart bit of work by Tahir Khan. As another wicket falls here for Asian Latina. Let's just take another look at this ball. Pops up in the air. It's been skied. And again, on such a sunny day, to be able to track the ball that well, full credit to Tahir Khan. Makes no mistake. Just for a second, it looks like it's going to slip out of his hands. But it is still just a shake of a head there by the batsman as he's walking off. Of course, Dinza, again, he's often managed to get good starts, but the sort of role he plays for his team is just to come in, try to make as many runs as quickly as he can. I know he might be a little bit frustrated that he still hasn't had an ECS 50, considering how good a player he is. But it'll definitely come at some point for him. As Onkar Singh is the new batsman for Asian Latina. Of course, Onkar Singh is one of 3 players who've managed to get a hat trick so far this series. He also bowled a magical final over where he gave up just 1 run in a tight pressure situation. Anyway, Asian Latina are at 97 for 5 at the end of 8 overs. Well, we're ready for the penultimate over. It all happens in the 9th on the European Cricket Network, and it's going to be interesting to see what the decision is here. And they're going with Karanaika, so that is very interesting and probably not unsurprising. Now, it's going to be interesting to see who bowls the final over, though. This one is played away. Is it going to go to the boundary? It will. Good effort there. Put in a good chase, the fielder. That is Denuwan, who, again, he went for 24 runs and is only over, but that's still not going to stop him giving it his all for his team. Onkar Singh as well now gets in on the boundary hitting action. This one is up in the air, and it's going to take 1 bounce before the boundary rope. Could just see a little pop of grass as it landed in front of the boundary rope. Let's just take a close look at this. And as you can see, it's probably just about a few inches in front of that boundary rope. And a good eye there by umpire Nirmal. He immediately called that a 4 as soon as he saw that. Again, he goes for that big heave there, Onkar Singh. And a welcome dot ball, of course, an expensive start this over. 8 runs of the first 3 deliveries. So Karanaika playing a bit of catch up in this over. Oh, he's cleaned him up. That one just stayed a little bit low as well, probably a lot lower than Onkar Singh expected. And he gets the wicket here, Karunaika. So a good response after getting hit for a couple of boundaries. Comes back strong, hits the middle stump. And it's just classic death over bowling. Full and straight, you miss, I hit. His partner at the non-strikers, and Khan Salim, a little bit frustrated. I think he wants to face as many balls as possible. He's probably asking him, why'd you take a single and get me on strike? But you can't really fault Onkar Singh for going for it at this stage of the innings. And this is going to be interesting now. Jashanpreet Singh coming in. I mean, I don't think he would look to get a single or anything at this stage. I think he's just got to go for it. Basically, the plan needs to be for him, I've got 2 balls to hit a big shot and then let Salim face the final over. Salim certainly needs to be on strike for the last one. Oh, and that's a dot ball. Really, really good ball here by Karunaika. And I don't think Salim will even entertain a single on this ball. You can just sense he's getting a little bit frustrated at the non-strikers, and he hasn't faced the ball in a while. But yeah, Karunaika coming back really strong after being hit for 2 fours right at the start of this over. And this one is played away. Well, there we go. There's a commentator's curse. First time this afternoon. And Singh hits a big, big 6 just to string onto the pads. Not a good length either. Singh is able to get underneath it and whacks it behind square leg for a huge 6. And of course the over has come to an end. Asian Latina are 111 for 6 at the end of 9. Should update very shortly. And now here's the dilemma. Who bowls this final over? Potential options are Danavan, Vimkuthi, and Tirik Dura. It's probably going to be Tirik Dura because his first over went for 5 runs and he obviously got the wicket. So you're just going to ride the hot hand on this occasion, even though Danavan's been a bit of a stalwart for Kent Lanka. And yes, it is Tirik Dura, as expected, bowling this final over. Oh, and that one is not struck at all cleanly, and Salim just says, stay right where you are. Let me face this over. This is for me. Although there probably wasn't a run there anyway. Hold your horses is what Salim says. I'm sure that was his exact wording. Oh, slower ball, takes an outside edge, and it beats the keeper as well as third man, and it's going to go away for 4. Very unlucky here for Tirik Dura. He's actually bowled this really well. He's managed to deceive Salim, but he's just going to get unlucky. And again, 15 runs because of edges now through that region. Oh, this is very wide, and for some reason Salim was trying to batter it away then instead of leave it alone. Five runs off this over so far. And yeah, this is a good ball here by Tirik Dura. He's actually bowled fairly well. These first 3 deliveries, of course, the only runs off the bat were because of that edge that went away for a boundary. But yeah, they pulled things back quite well here in the death overs, in all honesty. Over 8 going for 5. Karunaika going along well until he was hit for 6 on that last ball. Is this going to go the distance as well? Ooh, it is. And was there a chance to catch that? Probably not. Would have taken something which, even by Vimkuthi standards, would be heroic. I know he loves to do backflips. I don't know how he would take this one. Was he going to take it, do a backflip over the rope and put it back across? I mean, I don't know about that, but yeah, always going to be a very difficult chance. I think that the best he could really do was maybe just try to avoid pushing it over the boundary rope. There's 11 runs here off this over so far. A couple more balls to go. And he's cleaned him up there. Just bowls a full and straight, keeps it simple. Salim obviously has to go for it. Goes for the big swing, and that brings his innings to an end. As it's a wicket, no real celebration of Kent Lunka. It's the second last ball of the innings. You can just see this pitches are right up there. And he has to go for the big shot, Salim. He's done his job well for his side at the end. He's come in, made 29 of 12, helped push them to a very good total. And Mungat will get to face this last ball of the innings. Took a nice catch in the first match of the day against Casalina. Now he's got a chance here. Chance to have one big swing and get his side to maybe 126 or 128. There we go. Last ball of the innings coming up. And this one's up in the air. This is a catching chance. It's going to be tough for Shaminda. And he's going to throw this to the keeper's end. Oh, that is a really acrobatic leap by Jayawardena. We need to take another look at this. That was so good. Wasn't the best throw by Shaminda. He made it as hard as he could for Jayawardena. But Jayawardena with a leaping catch collects that ball. And it comes back down to whip the bails off. Let's just take a look at this. Charges in there, Shaminda, really well. Covers so much ground so quickly. That throw was very high. And look at that leap. Look at that vertical jump. Oh, well, he could do well in the draft combine, couldn't he? As, of course, well, Asian Latina will end up with 123 for 8 at the end of 10 overs. As we'll just take a look at some of the highlights of this innings. Dharminder Singh, of course, opened the batting alongside his captain, Amandeep Singh. Dharminder making 21 of 14. He hit some very nice shots. That was Amandeep Singh's sole maximo until he would be dismissed. This was a good ball by Tahir Khan. Well taken by Rushal Jayawardena, who I'm sure racked up tons of fantasy points with his terrific efforts in the field today. A couple of catches he was involved in, and then also the run out. And we see this one. This was Nico Fernando's wicket. That'll be the end of Gurmut Singh, who would depart for a golden duck. And these are just some clean hitting again. They got so much power. Asian Latina. They ended up hitting 9 maximos in total, 9 big sixes. Again, that is probably the one difference between their team and Kent Lunka. It's the 6 hitting ability that Asian Latina possessed that Kent Lunka don't quite have. That was a great backflip there by Vimkuthi. And again, he's just spoiling us with these backflips. He's made them start looking normal to us. And this was a good effort out on the deep by Denuwan. He was a little bit expensive, went for 24 runs in his sole over. And we see this really good hit here by Khan Salim. That was Onkar Singh getting dismissed by Karunayaka. A little bit unlucky there. Tiriak Dura, that edge went away for a boundary. This was a really, really good hit by Khan Salim. It was always going to be tough for the fielder out of the deep. He would eventually be dismissed, as that was a good ball by Tiriak Dura. And then this would be the final ball of the innings, an acrobatic effort by Jayawardena. Look at this leap. Wow, incredible vertical jump. And he comes back down, whips the bails off. And that made sure that Asian Latina will only get to 123 off their 10 overs. Let's take a look at the scorecard here. Of course, the top scorer was Khan Salim with 29. Hinsa batting incredibly well with his 24 of just 10 balls. And Dharminder Singh opening up with 21 runs of 14. We'll then move on and look at the bowling card, where Nico Fernando bowled very well, 1 for 14 in his 2 overs. Tiriak Dura coming in at the end, bowling some pressure overs. He had figures of 2 for 17. Vimkuthi, a little bit expensive. He managed to get a wicket, did a nice backflip, but still went for 20 runs. Denuwan, that was very unlike him to go for 24 runs, normally so economical. Tahir Khan picked up a couple of important wickets in the top order, 2 for 17. And Karunayaka 1 for 27 in his 2 overs. So we're set up for what should be a thrilling chase, as these two teams are playing a crucial matchup to find out who's going to get that 4th and final semi-final spot. Join us again in a few moments as we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, it's the second innings of this crucial matchup to find out who's going to be ahead in the race to grab the fourth and final semi-final spot. Of course, both these two teams are now probably the main odds-on contenders to get that spot. So this innings is going to be massive. This game is a real four-pointer, and we're looking forward to this thrilling finish to the match. As of course, it's Nico Fernando who has come out to bat. I believe it's Jayawardena alongside him. Would be surprised if it isn't. And again, Fernando, he's been in really good form. He hit 50 in the last match. Had a 40 of 17 the game before until he was edged and the ball was lodged in the keeper's helmet. Again, huge moment here again. Fernando just loves to whack the ball through cow corner. He's so powerful through that region. And let's see if he's going to continue his fine hitting form. He just plays it nicely behind point, gets a single. And they're off the mark immediately, Kent Lunka. Good opening partnership this. I think they both really complement each other well. Right-hander, left-hander, and also the completely different playing styles, of course. Jayawardena, more of a stroke player. Somebody who likes to time the ball. He's capable of slogging it too. And then you got Fernando, who's a bit more of an old-school slogger. Just wants to whack everything as far as he can. Doesn't even care where the fielders are. This one's popped up in the air. And oh, is Jayawardena going to have his first golden duck? Oh, he will. And this is just his second low score of this series so far. He's going to have to depart for a golden duck, and I wonder if Derek's woken up from his siesta to agree to Rishal Jayawardena. This goes up in the air, and it takes a little bit of a juggle. And that is very, very well taken by Dharminder Singh. Let's see. Oh, there he is, Derek, waddling along in the Roman sun as Jayawardena has to depart. Really disappointing for him. Again, they needed a big performance from him in this enormous match. Again, this is what Jayawardena often does. Has a lot of movement before the ball is delivered, but his head tends to be nice and still usually at the point of contact. It wasn't over there. And he just popped up an easy catch. So a huge, huge blow for Kent Lunka. Gonna have to find a way to get big scores from other players. Players who usually haven't made enough runs for this side. And again, it just increases the pressure even more on Fernando. He's not going to play a third straight big innings to give his side any chance of winning this game against Asian Latina. Interesting that they choose to go with Tiriak Dura. I would have maybe said they should send Tahir Khan. I mean, Tahir Khan has demonstrated he's got the ability to hit. I think with the power plays, I would fancy him batting there. I mean, Tiriak Dura has had a few starts this tournament, but again, never bats higher than a strike rate of 125, and I just don't think you want to dig yourself into that kind of a hole early if you're Kent Lunka. This one is, again, goes straight to the fielder. I would have really liked to see Tahir Khan here. Get him in, ask him to slog a few. We saw him hit the ball so sweetly in the previous match. It's really him and Fernando that gave Kent Lunka any hope in that game. Nicely played there by Tiriak Dura, but it's just going to be one run. Kent Lunka, of course, played against Roma Bangla Morning Sun earlier this morning. Bangla Morning Sun set a target of 140 for them, and it was Fernando and Tahir Khan who, at one stage, I just think they might have a chance. That's probably a no-win. It's also going to be a bit too hot to handle for the keeper. Well, if they'd run any harder, I just wonder if they could have pushed for a second. Not the case there. That's a very easy decision, and the umpire is definitely going to give the bowler a warning for this as well. Let's just see. Yeah, I just hear the umpire saying first warning to Dinsa. And again, this time, Tirikdura again, I think he's aware of the fact that he's not a big hitter. I think one thing I have to say as a cricketer is he has a great amount of self-awareness, and he'll often try to be a bit more innovative with his stroke play to produce boundaries. But again, they can't afford to waste balls this early in the innings. Kent Lunka. And he gets down, tries to play a shot, and then he rehearses what he really should have done. That's a great first over for Asian Latina. Kent Lunka 4 for 1 at the end of the first. Of course, it's now been 314 games since we last had a golden ball. It's getting painful to watch that counter increase game after game that we're covering here. But again, I think when we finally break this streak, it's going to be one of the most unforgettable golden balls we've ever had. So again, the best things come when you wait for them. Now then, this is C. Singh coming into bowl. Fernando goes for the big shot, and he's going to clear the boundary, continuing from where he left off against Bangla Morning Sun. Let's just take a look at this. What an incredible hit there again. You can't bowl it in his arc. Just a clean hitting, of course. Fernando earlier today against Bangla Morning Sun made 51 of just 27 deliveries, hit 4 big ones and 5 boundaries. Oh, tries to go big again, doesn't quite time it as well as he'd like. And again, Fernando was just not interested in a run over there. And I just wonder whether Fernando is going to say, well, look, I'm just going to try to face every ball possible. And he needs to, Fernando does kind of have that mindset. He's not a keen runner between the wickets. We've often seen him, not even do the basics like grounding the bat. Just wants to face as many balls as possible and smack everything towards cow corner, which is why they've actually just sent a fielder there now. Bit surprised there wasn't one earlier. Again, he's a not too complicated cricketer, Fernando. This one's popped up in the air, and it's going to be taken, and this is a huge blow for Kent Lunka. Now, Fernando's dismissal will really put a huge dent in their prospects. This one goes up in the air, and it's a comfortable catch, very well taken. And now you really have to say that Asian Latina are well in front. And we just take another look at that replay. Goes up in the air, and it's very nicely taken. And now Tahir Khan will come on to bat for Kent Lunka. A lot of pressure on him. And he did very well against RBMS this morning. Made 28 of 13, struck 5 boundaries, and 1 big 6. But yeah, really is going to take something very special from him. I think Tirikdura just going to have to try to be smart. Maybe look for a strike rate of 140, 150, while Tahir Khan tries to attack from the other end. And there's obviously a big inside edge on that. We got a terrific start for Asian Latina, taking to the danger man for Kent Lunka so early. It's put a huge dent in their hopes, and it's getting very hard to see how Kent Lunka are going to pull this one off. Yeah, that is a wide. Drew calls a catch it over there. I wonder why it was nowhere near the bat. Oh, Khan, that is close to his body. Very, little bit of body line bowling here. Again, Khan, another player, just loves to whack it on the leg side. He is really strong with his pulls and his hooks. So again, bowling to him there can be a bit dangerous, especially with nobody at fine leg. I mean, just on a fine leg inside the ring or on the boundary. The field setting he has really is for a line outside the off stump. This one's gone up in the air. Where is this going to land? It's going to land well beyond the boundary rope. Tahir Khan smacking his second maximo of this day, first of this match. And that's just cleanly struck. Good hit. And a boundary that Kent Lunka desperately needed. They'll move on to 17 for 2 at the end of 2 overs. And once again, we just remind you the importance of this match. Asian Latina and Kent Lunka, probably two teams who've got the best chance of grabbing that 4th spot. Gladiatori will probably need to win both of their remaining games to have any chance of getting it. So again, this match is a real 4-pointer. And James Stewart saying, unfortunately, Fernando's ending ended too soon. Yeah, you certainly have to feel that way for Kent Lunka. If he'd hung around, you'd at least get a bit of fireworks, a little bit of entertainment. I think without him, it's hard to see Kent Lunka pulling this one off. But again, there's still two really good players out there. You're going to have to bat some of the finest innings they've ever played. Dura runs that one down for a single. Good bowling here by Salim, of course. Big story for him is how well he did with the bat in hand in the first innings. It was a leading Asian Latinas charge right at the end. Wonderful 29 of 12 for him. Hit 3 maximos, 2 boundaries. This one is lots of catch, but it's nowhere near. This could be a run-out opportunity. And oh! What has he done over there? I think he just gets a little too excited. Slight rush of blood, and I think you can just see him laughing right now. He knows what he's done. And first he thinks he can just beat the batsman in the race. In the end, he's completely missed the stumps and run into his teammate who didn't really see the funny side of things, but well, certainly a lot funnier for Hashmat Dinsa. Not so much for Salim, who's still nursing that shoulder after he just gets a big rugby barge. Oh, great ball. Right in the channel. Yeah, he's still nursing that, isn't he? You know, it's not something you often think is a hazard as a cricketer, is it, to get tackled like that way? Now, usually you tend to fear the ball more than you do your own teammates running into you. Yeah, this is smart bowling. He just saw Tirik Dura advancing, so he just pulled his length back a little bit. And yeah, this power play has been a very, very good one for Asian Latina so far. Just 1 ball to go. And Kent Lunka are only 19 for 2. Another great ball. Great bounce and carry off the wicket as well. Puts in a lot of effort into that delivery. You can just hear the oomph as he delivers it. And that's going to be a sensational power play for Asian Latina. They come out strong in the second innings, trying to defend their target of 124. As we just take a look at the graph over here, as you can see, Kent Lunka 12 runs behind Asian Latina were at this stage, but more importantly, Kent Lunka have lost two of their key performers in Fernando and Jaguarda. This is the worst power play they've had so far this series. Oh, the power play lifted. We're going to see the captain come into bowl. And he's going to get rid of his helmet here, Tiriak Dura. Considering he's facing a spinner. The fielders outside the ring are going to be a long off. Deep extra cover. A long on. And a fielder a cow corner, as well as a deep backward square leg. This one is smacked down the ground. And it's going to be a single. Oh, this one is just going to beat the batsman as well as the keeper and go away for four. 4 byes signaled. Yeah, look at this one. Ooh, nasty bounce off the pitch. It's stunned everyone really, and just goes away for a 4. Just the Asian Latina were 33 for 1 at this stage. Of course, Latina, they really accelerated in the death overs because got a little bit more batting depth than Kent Lunka. And oh, that is a nice shot, but it goes straight to the field. That was a tough chance there for Salim, who's already nursing an injured shoulder. Thank you. At least I have to say he's prevented a boundary. Let's just take a look at this. Salim there at point. Ball is cut to him. He goes up. Good leaping effort, one-handed. He's prevented a certain boundary. And ooh, there's a nick of it there, but the keeper fails to take it. Keeper fails to take that one. That's Jashanpreet Singh with the gloves behind the stumps. Oh, he gets another chance. Back-to-back chances, and he's dropped this one as well. Well, he's having a bit of a mare this over, isn't he, Jashanpreet Singh? He's let byes go by, and now he's also dropped a couple of catches. Now this over turning into a Jashanpreet low light reel. The over does come to an end though, as the Kent Lunka are 25 for 2 at the end of 4 overs. Latina well in front right now. Just gonna take a look at this graph over here. As you can see for Kent Lunka, that worm is just going in the wrong direction right now, burying itself further and further underground. And from here on out, they're going to need something really special, really heroic, 16.5 and over, to even have a chance. And it's going to be Onkar Singh, one of 3 hat-trick heroes from the series, coming into bowl. Mind you, Kent Lunka 25 runs so far, and 7 of them have come via extra, so only 18 runs off the bat. Just emphasizes how much they've been struggling to start off this innings. This one played away towards long on for a single. Goes for the big heave. Is it going to carry to the fielder? It will, but he's put that one down. He's just spilt it. And yes, a few catches being put down here by Asian Latina. That one went to Charanjit Singh. It obviously is not an easy chance so down low, but you would expect him to take that. And no, this is a good shot. Really good shot there by Tiriak Dura. He's been looking for that one all day. There's no protection whatsoever at fine leg. So Tiriak Dura, in the 3rd time of asking, finally manages to connect. And he hits this one over the fence. That goes for 6. This one is played away towards mid-wicket. One thing I have to say about Asian Latina, just from my observation, is they're probably one of the more animated teams. I think most of the sides I've seen so far, they tend to be more forgiving if there's a dropped catch, but not Asian Latina. There's a you put a catch down, I think so far you're going to get chastised pretty hard by your teammates. It's a very different team culture to what one would typically accustomed at this level. I should say is typically accustomed to at this level. And this time he's going to go for the big hit towards cow corner. Has it gone over the rope? Well, we'll need to take a look at this. Let's watch this one rather carefully. This time he goes for the old heave towards cow corner. I mean, one of the fielders doesn't even make an effort. You can just see him at the bottom of your screen. And to me, that looks like it's crossed the boundary rope. Obviously, it's inconclusive, but it certainly looks like it has. I mean, you can't say for a fact it's crossed over the boundary rope because the flag is blocking the view. But it is fairly obvious it must have, as it's signaled a 6. And again, very smart cricket here by Tiriyagdura. He's been looking for that shot throughout his innings, and he finally managed to connect. So a good over at last for this side. 20 runs come off this over, and again, they need a lot more of those for the remainder of this innings, don't they, Kent Lanka? As we, of course, are very proud to announce that we're going to have the first ever ECCW here on the European Cricket Network. Apologies, folks. It's been almost, well, I should say 20. We must be nearing almost 18 to 20 hours of solo commentating over these last couple of days. So that old throat's rather dry right now. Of course, the history will unfold, and we'll have our first ever ECCW. Should have the premier talent from the likes of Italy, Spain, Netherlands, France, and Austria. It'll be a whole lot of fun to watch all these teams take part in what is, of course, a big moment for women's cricket in Europe. And it's also going to be right at the end of the year, just before Christmas, a festive time of year, and a great time to celebrate a huge accomplishment in women's cricket. Oh, wonder what the discussion over here is. I think it's, I wonder if it's just about the field setting. I think everything looks legal to me. This one is just struck away down towards long off. It's going to be a single. There he is, Tiriyagdura now. Going to continue around the wicket, Singh. Oh, he advances down the crease, but it's just going to go underneath the bat. Didn't bounce as much as Singh would have expected. Oh, this one just goes over the stump. So this one bouncing a lot higher than the previous delivery again. Usually the bounce is pretty true on this surface, but well, right over here, you can see one stayed low and one probably bounces as we typically expect on this surface. And again, Tiriyagdura has just been looking for that shot all day, and he's been hit and miss with that. And you have to say, I think Onkar Singh will feel really unlucky that he's in the one. Just went to the wrong end of that shot, whereas more often than not, Tiriyagdura has missed. This one is going to get down on one knee and play towards mid-wicket. And it's just going to be a single that required now. It's drilled down the ground, and it's going to be a single. So 80 runs needed from the last 4 overs. It's going to be a tall task for Kent Lanka, but Asian Latina looked like they were closing in on a big victory and just getting a step closer to grabbing one of the semifinal spots. As of course, we take a look at the scorecard. Again, no real scores of note. Nobody even going fast enough. 7 runs of extras as well. which have aided Kent Lunka. It's just been a rather disappointing performance for them. As of course we are coming to near the end of our cricketing action for the day. Of course we got one more match after this, but we could certainly open up with some random questions in the chat related to cricket and not related to cricket. Just a chance to have a conversation, especially as well, the outcome of this game is starting to look rather obvious as we're coming to the end of this match. And he goes for the big shot there again, Tahir Khan. Yeah, Tahir Khan was incredible. The last innings was seeing it really well, but I'm not quite able to replicate that in this innings. He's just having a hard time. 12 of 14. And I think he was aided by some poor bowling as well by Casalina in the morning. Just kept giving him nice and easy ones to pull and hook, which is his favorite shot. Very nicely played. Goes towards the fielder at third man. That's going to be a single. Now then, here comes Salim for the third ball. This is expertly played. It's going to beat the fielder at point, but it's just going to be the one run. Good effort there by Onkar Singh. As of course we're coming to the end of this game, we can just start well, we could potentially start ruminating about potential matchups for the semi-final for this tournament. Of course, by winning this game, you'd have to say Kent Lunka, beg your pardon, Asian Latina, will be in prime position to get that fourth place spot. We're just going to watch this ball. This is nicely played by Tahir Khan. It's going to go away towards extra cover for a 4. That brings up Kent Lunka as a team 50. But I think we're not going to see anything more than a polite smattering of applause. Of course, it's pretty much settled that Roma CC are going to have the top spot. So we're probably going to see Roma CC against Asian Latina in one of our semi-finals, unless Kent Lunka can make a late surge. Of course, there's still one more matchup between these two teams. But just as a hypothetical, discussing what the matchups between these two teams would be like, as this one's just going to take a few bounces before going to the fielder at long up. I think, Roma CC, though, I have to say, one big thing they have over Kent Lunka is they're just so much more disciplined as a unit. It's not just the quality in batting, it's just their fielding. They hardly leak any runs. Everyone's backing one another up. People will take shots at the stumps because they know that someone's going to be there to back up. This one takes an inside edge. It goes away for a 4. And that's really unlucky there for Salim. And that's just going to slightly spoil his figures as well. I thought he bowled impressively, especially considering someone ran into his left shoulder and he was rubbing that for much of this innings. As of course, well, we'll just continue that discussion while we're at it. I mean, Asian Latina against Roma CC would be a very interesting semi-final for sure. You'd have, I would say, two very interesting styles of play as well. The contrast would be very nice. Of course, Roma CC will be involved in our next match today. They're off to the perfect start, and it's just going to be interesting to see whether they're going to go undefeated for this entire tournament. Very Miami Dolphins-esque, I should say. Let's just hear this one played away towards cover. And they've just been growing leaps and bounds. I mean, last year, of course, Roma Cricket Club, they were just third during the group stages. They went 5-3 over their 8 games, but it was really in the knockout stages where they came to their own. Of course, last year's tournament didn't have the same format as this year. There was an eliminator and 2 qualifiers. And the Roma CC, well, they just had an incredible run. They beat the Capanelli in the eliminator, beat Bangla Morning Sun in the second qualifier. Absolutely demolished both teams as well. They chased down the Capanelli's target of 79 with a ball to go in the 5th over, and then in the second qualifier against Bangla Morning Sun. They defeated them by 63 runs. And then won the final pretty comfortably as well against Royal Roma. They just found their groove in the knockout stages, but this time around, as we see this ball, they've just been on it from the get-go. And so, looking at how well they're playing, they've mostly been unfazed in most of their wins as well. They've never really looked like losing. It's just going to be interesting to see how Asian Latina, now that we've had a good look at them today and also earlier this tournament, how Asian Latina could beat them. I mean, just come down to some of these big hitters just going off. You know, they've got plenty of hitting over here, Latina. I think they would have to probably score somewhere around 140, 150. This one is chopped onto the stumps by Khan. He departs, inside edge. That's going to be the end of him, of course. Just never really looked that comfortable out there, did he? In this innings, he was really good last time around. Chops one on, makes a run of ball 19. And that is the end of his innings. Asian Latina, unfortunately for them, beg your pardon, I should say, Kent Lunka, unfortunately for them, are looking like they're going to succumb to yet another defeat. And for Syed, who certainly started off the tournament with a lot of potential, there's just a few too many games where they have come up short. They'll move on to 2-5 after this game. They'll be 8 points behind Asian Latina if they lose this match. So they'll have another 7 games after that. Well, they'll have to probably get at least another 10 points, let's say, assuming Asian Latina win at least one of their 2 games after this one. Of course, one of those 2 games will be against Kent Lunka. We'll just have a quick look at what their other fixture is. That is against Casalina. So, again, you probably expect Asian Latina to get the win against Casalina. We just see this one here. It's nudged towards long on. So, in all honesty, one would expect Asian Latina to at least have 12 points. 14, beg your pardon, because they'll get the 12 from winning this game. And then, again, Casalina. It's really hard to see Casalina beating this Asian Latina side. So, in all honesty, if Kent Lunka lose this match, they're probably going to have to win 5 of their remaining 7 games, which is going to be a very steep task, especially considering they've got to play the likes of Roma Cricket Club as well. We just take a look at that required rate. Meanwhile, the other team, Gladiatori, who still have a shot at 4th place, are currently sitting at 8 points. Again, the most they can get is 12, which probably won't be enough to see them through. Of course, their net run rate is significantly worse than Asian Latina, so it's really probably only these 2 teams that we're witnessing right now, as we said at the top of this broadcast, who have any chance of getting to the 4th place, as of course Shaminda departs. Good ball there by Charanjit Singh, and he gets a wicket up the very first ball. And you just take a look at this one again. Perfect ball, really, top of the off stump. That's the right line and length. And another wicket falls here. And again, this is also doing Kent Lunka's run rate a huge amount of damage. Of course, before this matchup, Kent Lunka's net run rate was minus 0.467, because a lot of the games they've lost have been rather close, but a crushing defeat of this margin would put their net run rate in a really, really rough spot, because they essentially need to win. They need to win 6 of 7 of their next games, most probably, to basically have more points than what Asian Latina would potentially have. Of course, they definitely have to win one of the game against Asian Latina when they play them for the 2nd time this series. But yeah, a lot of pressure now on Kent Lunka. This is a devastating defeat for them. Oh, great ball, terrific delivery. Just stayed a little bit low as well. Was never going to be easy to play for Vim Kuthi. We're just watching this again. Yeah, it's just come back into him as well. Stays a bit lower than he expected, and it's gone past the bat. So, yeah, just continuing that point. I think Kent Lunka are really going to have to go on a late run. I mean, of course, we had the ECS over in Cyprus where get Everest, who started off with 4 straight losses, and they had 5 straight wins after that. We've seen incredible streaks in this tournament as well. Asian Latina right here, they started off with 5 straight losses to open the tournament. And then they notched 4 consecutive victories. So, you know, it's just been that kind of a series, hasn't it? Where we've seen teams go on big winning streaks. And I think the one advantage, though, for Kent Lanka is that, of course, now that Roma CC kind of know they've secured the top spot, they're a little more casual in the games they're playing. They're resting some players, experimenting with a few things. So, again, that just opens a window of opportunity for Kent Lanka to potentially cause an upset. So they shouldn't get their heads down. They still have a shot of making it to the semifinals. It would be a terrific story if they did, though. As we're going to see this final ball of this penultimate over. This one is well blocked out by Tiriak Dura, who's batting at a run of ball 24. 65 needed of the last over, which is nigh on impossible. And we take a quick look here at the bowling figures. Of course, Ashmadinsa doing so well. Unfortunately, couldn't make as many runs as he would have liked in the first innings, but he made his impact felt with his bowling. 2 for 6 over his 2 overs. And we'll just continue discussing the rest of the bowling figures while this Onkar Singh over continues. Charanjit Singh, 2 for 14 over his 2 overs. He did really, really well. Onkar Singh, though, the only one to have had an expensive over so far. Okay, he was just a little bit lucky that Tiriak Dura actually managed to connect on some of his innovative strokes against Onkar Singh. That one's just going to catch the tram line, and it will be a wide. This one is hit down the ground. Will it clear the boundary rope? It most definitely will, as Onkar Singh is the lone bowler to struggle in this innings. Of course, the hat-trick hero from earlier this series. Yeah, just been a great performance, though, by Asian Latina, regardless how this over goes. That is a catch. And a little bit of respite there for Onkar Singh as he managed to pick up a wicket. Don't think we're seeing any backflips from Vim Kuthi after just presenting one to the fielder at long off. Very well taken there in the deep. That is Hashmadinsa who takes that catch. And 4 balls left until Kent Lanka are put out of their misery. But yeah, let's just imagine that we get the exact semifinals we see right now, which is Roma CC in first place, Royal Roma in second place, and Roma Bangla Morning Sun in third place, and Asian Latina in fourth place. And we are going to be in for a very, very exciting Friday. I think all 4 of those teams have a good chance of knocking each other off on the day. They've all got very different styles as well. I think you got Royal Roma, who are sort of more of just a brutality kind of team. They just look to whack you out of a game. They don't bother running singles because they just know they can hit a 6 of every other ball. You've got RBMS, who've got a nice balance of both. A lot of good stroke play. A lot of players who are going to love to play some drives through covers. And it's good to see you here, Nick. Hope you're enjoying the game. Oh, there was another chance for the wicketkeeper. He's having a bit of a mare behind the stumps, unfortunately. A lone concern for Asian Latina in this match, I guess, is the wicket-keeping of Jashanpreet Singh. He's just had a tough time this match, but at least it's not going to cost this side too much. And that's another really, really well-taken catch by Dinsa. 2 catches he's taken this over off the bowling of Onkar Singh. And look at that, Onkar Singh is so happy that at least something's going right for him. Of course, he's been a touch too expensive and also had a stumping missed off his bowling. But at least he can rely on Dinsa to take catches for him. Second one in this over, and he covered ground so quickly. Such a safe pair of hands. As we got 1 ball left in this innings, Kent Lanka, well, there's not going to be too much for them to be too encouraged about from this. I think a lot of their weaknesses were unfortunately exposed in this match. I think You know, this is what we often say about them. If their top order doesn't click, they really, really struggle as a side. And they got just 7 runs in total from both their openers. And that explains why they're on 67 with a ball to come in the innings. This one is played down the ground. It's another catching opportunity. Yes, it is. It's well taken. Back-to-back wickets at the end for Onkar Singh to end the over. And this one is hit straight to his captain. Of course, he's taken a hat-trick earlier this tournament, but unfortunately for him, they've just run out of balls as this innings comes to an end. And good little over there for Onkar Singh at the end, coming back after having an expensive 5th over. And he gets 3 figures there. That will really improve his figures significantly. As a Kent Lanka end with just 67 runs. Of course, this is going to be the final match of our day. Roma Cricket Club will be taking on Kent Lanka. Kent Lanka need to get their heads up because in just about 30 minutes, they have a huge matchup against the big boys in this ECS Roma Cricket Club, who've just been a cut above the rest. Of course, well, we got a chance now to just watch the highlights of this innings. Of course, Nicolo Fernando and Rizal Jayawardena came out to open the batting for Kent Lanka. This was a little bit of a juggling catch by Dharminder Singh, but Rizal Jayawardena would depart for a golden duck. Fernando would hit a 6, but shortly afterwards he would pop up a catch to Amandeep Singh, and that would be the end of his innings. And immediately we thought Kent Lanka would be in dire straits with their 2 star players gone. This was a rather comical moment as Dinsa just rams Salim, and he was just nursing his shoulder for the rest of the innings. Glad that at least somebody saw the funny side of that. This was Salim just trying to prevent a boundary. Managed to get one hand to it. It was always going to be a tough catch. Wasn't probably the cleanest of fielding performances by Asian Latina, but it didn't really matter too much. They were so far ahead of Kent Lanka throughout the entire innings. We saw Tirik Dura hit a few runs. He made 24 of 26, but unfortunately just didn't go at the strike rate which his team needed. That was a good ball there by Charanjit Singh, and it would be the end of Shaminda's innings. Onkar Singh had an expensive first over, but then he would come back strong, getting 3 wickets in the final over. Not a hat-trick though, just the 1 hat-trick for him so far this series. And this would be the second of 2 catches that Dinsa would take off the bowling of Onkar Singh. And then on the very last ball of this innings, we would see another wicket fall. This one goes straight to long on, where it is really, really well taken by the skipper himself. And this would be another victory for Asian Latina, who now look like they have at least one hand on the 4th spot in this European Cricket Series. As we, of course, take a look at the scorecard. Again, nothing to be too encouraged about there for Kent Lanka. Unfortunately, their biggest scorers were just going along at strike rates that are far too slow for T10 cricket or even T20 cricket, in all honesty. 24 of 26 for Tirik Dura. Tyre Khan making 19 of 19, and the rest of the team unfortunately dismissed for just single digits. We then have a look at the bowling for Asian Latina. Of course, the pick of the bowlers has to be Dinsa with the figures of 2 for 6 over his 2 overs. Onkar Singh was a little bit expensive, but he did manage to get 3 wickets. Very economical performance by Charanjit Singh as well. 2 for 14. Amandeep Singh giving up just 5 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. That was really good. And Salim, of course, nursing his bowling arm, managed to give up just 13 runs over his 2 overs. As Asian Latina take this one and beat Kent Lanka in a crucial matchup to decide who will get the 4th spot in our race to the semi-final. So Latina take this one, but there's plenty more cricketing action to come, as Kent Lanka will be back in just under 30 minutes to face Roma Cricket Club. Make sure to join us then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
We're ready for the final day game of this terrific Tuesday. It's going to be between Roma Cricket Club and Kent Lanka. Let's head out to the coin toss to see what the outcome of that was.
Okay, Aroma CC, you are the home team, so you will toss the coin, and Kent Lanka, you're the away team, so you will call, okay, the coin.
Tails.
It's been called tails, and it has come down heads, so you've won the toss.
Yeah, good bet.
You're going to bat first? Okay, toss won by Roma CC, who will bat first.
Well, thank you very much to match referee Ian Ramage, who's alongside both the captains. So Roma CC win the toss, elect to bat first. And we can take a look at this fantasy dashboard. Of course, Roma CC have just been incredible throughout this series. You can't praise them enough. 11 straight wins to start this series. Of course, they're experimenting a little bit with their lineup and a few bowling changes. But I still think they'll be big favorites heading into this game. Kent Lanka just succumbed to their 5th defeat in the previous match. They will fall to 2-5. We'll have a look at the bat versus ball wall, as of course the expected score for Roma CC is 116 versus Kent Lanka is 94. That makes them 22-run favorites heading into this game. And then look at that. Average amount of runs Roma CC have scored is just under 140. Meanwhile, they're 83% favorites heading into this game. And you have to say, I think they deserve that. It's pretty fair. Roma CC have just been so good throughout this series. Well, we're just about to get underway with the first ball over here. There is I think they've just wonder if they've just been playing around with their opening partnership a little bit. Although by the looks of it, I think it's going to be Dindu Marage and Samarkund. So Samarkund given another chance to bat right at the top of the order. Let's see how this goes. Nimantha is going to bowl this first over. So let's see. A little change for Kent Lanka as well. How will that work out? And this one is just angling into around the hip area. A little bit painful. He's got to be careful though bowling that line. I mean, Marage, if he bowls there again, will probably just whack him behind square leg. Small just a little bit outside the off stump. Yeah, good little bit of enthusiasm here by Nimantha. Really looking forward to him. Good young player, a lot of good young talent in this Kent Lanka side. Yeah, this one is played away. Is it going to go the distance? It will. Huge 6 to start off. Marage taking no time at all, settling into his innings, takes a blow to his hip, and then the very next ball gives the ball a big whack. And he sends it over the fence. A huge 6 here for Marage. Terrifically hit shot. That is a really, really, really good stroke. Now then, how does Nimantha respond after that? Obviously a tough moment for the young man. Bowling with sunglasses on as well, which I don't think I've seen that too often. Very dark sunglasses too. That's rather unique for any quick bowler, or any bowler, as a matter of fact, but especially for a seamer. Yeah, he's just got them sort of in place with the headband. Now then, for left-hander Samarkund, there's a deep third man as well as a fielder deep at square leg. Oh, this one's going to strike him on the pad, but I think it was either just going above the leg stump there. It's going to be given leg byes by umpire Suleiman Saeed. Of course, we got Suleiman Saeed currently behind the stumps, and a square leg, it's umpire Nirmal. And then umpire Hassan is the third umpire. Oh, this one's played away, but it's going to land safely there. And right in front of the keeper. Again, Maragi has just been a little bit bothered by that ball around hip height. And this one was quite a bit further above. Well, you can just tell what kind of day it's been when Nick's in the chat explaining what the Hattree-Falk method is. As we're getting into statistics. And this one is, oh, it goes straight to the fielder. That is a sharp catch. Really, really well taken. Terrific stuff. This was never easy to take. It flew at him, and he had a very short reaction time. And he's taken that really well. It could have been put down very easily, but they needed that wicket. It's the dangerous Marage who departs. And again, Kent Lunko, he said in the previous match, they probably need 5 to 6 wins in a row to have a chance of sneaking into the 4th spot. At least win 5 to 6 in their next 7 games. And again, this is a great start against heavy favorites Roma Cricket Club. And they're not mucking about here, RCC. We saw them in the previous game just to shuffle their lineup around a little bit against their previous opposition, but not here against Kent Lunka. They're giving them the full respect, as of course we got 6 days to go until the European Cricket Championship. We're almost there, of course. This time next Tuesday we'll be watching some Group A action. I think we'll be just past the Spain-Isle of Man game right now. Can't quite remember off the top of my head what the next fixture is going to be, but it's going to be a lot of fun, that series. Looking forward to it. And again, we start off with a great first group as well. Here's Tyre Khan. Slower delivery, just played away. Behind point, that's going to be a single. Yeah, so Nick just explaining what the Hattree-Falk method is to everyone. You might as well read this when the delay in the game right now. It's a method of approximation for the determination of a wave function and the energy of a quantum many-body system in a stationary state. I think that's the method they use for the wind to calculate the wind predictor, right? Maybe they use that for the bat versus ball wall as well. This one's hit straight to the fielder at point. That's why we have such accurate predictions. Oh, this is a big appeal, but it's just pitching outside the leg stump. And that's what's going to spare Fernando here. Let's take another look at this. Oh, yep, just pitching outside the leg stump, as you can see, ever so slightly. It's a close one, worth a shout. Now this one is struck away. It's going to go way over long on for a huge 6. Summer Raccoon absolutely smashing this one. Great hit. And it goes the distance. And again, it's a great equalizer, isn't it? The 6. The over was going so well for Tyre Khan, and that one big blow just swings the momentum. Tries to go for the slower ball, but it's picked up really well by Summer Raccoon, and he sends this one all the way as well. Again, he just waits for it so well. He reads that slower ball. And once he gets a hold of it, he's going to smack it towards cow corner. Again, Tyre Khan, very experienced campaigner. How's he going to respond? Going to send the fielder out to cow corner now. And fielder, a third man, stays at that boundary. So they get rid of the long off. This is a big wide over here. And you can just see he was coming down the wicket. Tyre Khan trying to push it wide, but goes a bit too wide. And this one is slapped over cover. It's going to go to 6. And this is another terrific hit here by Summer Raccoon. Little bit short, rocks back, and absolutely whips it over cover, straight towards the dugout. And a very expensive over here for Kent Lunke, as we of course see that there are 18 points separating these two sides. They've had a dramatically different tournaments. Of course, Kent Lunke, well, still got a chance, as we said, if they win about 5 to 6 of their next 7 games. That was the sort of rough calculation we did while watching the previous game. The Roma CC, they've secured first place, and I think a lot of these players now, they'll just be going for personal milestones, of course. A very interesting race always for the top run getter every year whenever we cover an ECS. Of course, at the moment, Sharif Raihan is well ahead with 485 runs. He, of course, overtook Luckenwall today from the Royal Roma. This one is battered down the ground as well. That's going to go for 6 again. It's another Maximo. And now it's Fernando joining in on the party. It's over pitch delivery, and it gets absolutely belted. Races away like a tracer bullet. I mean, that is just a really, really hard hit. But yeah, just continuing the talk about run getter. Sharif Raihan, though, still has 3 more matches he could potentially play in the group stages. Luckenwall is pretty much done, at least for this stage. This one's is this going to be a catching opportunity? Ooh, the fielder slips over Denuan, and that just allows Royal Roma to get a second run. Fernando stays on strike, and as you can see, just loses his footing there. It's, of course, we're starting to get into the evening here. It's almost 5:30 local time. 6 minutes away. 5:24 at the moment. This is another huge hit. Forget about that. That's going to go all the way as Fernando smashes his second Maximo. And I feel the umpires just going to be raising their arms all evening when these two are in this kind of form. I think they're just eyeing up this Kent Lunke side as potentially a team. They might be able to pad their stats again. Hey, we're going to be here to enjoy a great display of batting if that is exactly what they do. Of course, Charles Fernando himself, he's on 287 runs. I think he's just about, well, he's about, yeah. Doing the quick calculation, he's about 198 runs behind Sharif Raihan, so it'll probably be tough for him to get there. This one's skied up in the air as well. I think this is going to go all the way as well. This has landed really far away, probably well beyond the fence. And it's gone for 6-2, so a miserable start here for Kent Lunke. Again, bowl short to him at your own peril. Such a tall cricketer as well. It's always going to get underneath it so easily. And now Nimantha, who bowled very well in the first over. He's just losing his way in this over, and I think Fernando's doing the right thing, just having a word with the young man. Telling him to keep things simple and stick to the basics. And look, sometimes when you play against a guy like Fernando, he'll whack your good balls as well. And that's a wide which Fernando has earned as the 50 comes up for Roma Cricket Club inside the power play. Just a great start. I mean, any talk about Roma potentially being a little bit sloppy in this game, that was not to be, as they've come out here completely focused on the task at hand, and they're being ruthless. And this one is clubbed away. One bounce over the rope, 4-4. And another just great shot. That's going to go over the fence. 1 ball to come in this power play. RCC 54 for 1. I just got a nice little bit of Sri Lankan tea in the dugout. That's really, really nice. Certainly my throat could do with it. And, well, back in the hotel room, I've just been running through tea packets for fun. This one's gone up in the air as well. Is it going to be taken? It is. Really good catches. Finally, Fernando is dismissed. But he's already done a significant amount of damage. It's just Take another look at this catch. It's really well taken. I think that's a Tiriak Dura out in the deep. Again, Kent Lunka, they've got a very good fielding side, I think. One of the top fielding sides in this tournament, particularly their catching ability. I mean, they've taken so many special catches in this series. I mean, when we do a highlight reel of the best catches in these ECS, I think it's going to be dominated by Kent Lunka. As, of course, 54 for 2 at the end of the power play. RCC definitely winning the power play. Again, for size, with as much power hitting as them, they can just keep hitting. And one hitter and after another walks up to the crease. So, got to approach the game a little bit differently against a team like Roma. Again, a lot of sides are rather top heavy, but not the case with Roma. They've got loads of batting depth, so you have to probably be a little bit more conservative with your bowling strategy. Oh, this is a close one, but maybe just going down the leg side. But a good ball here by Karanaka to start. And Jayawardena just loses his footing again. I just wonder if there's quite a bit of dew out there right now. A lot of players are slipping over. No, yeah, maybe just missing the stump. Let's just take another look at it. Well, maybe a little closer on second viewing. As Jayawardena, though, just about misses that one. And well, a big congratulations to Chris Smith, who's been fortunate enough to get the silver spanner. Oh, this one's up in the air. Is this going to be taken? It's going to go beyond the fielder again with Kent Lunka. Anytime the ball's within the vicinity of their players, you think there's a chance, as that's going to be given a 4. The fielder just stepping over the boundary rope. And a very big hello to Chris Smith, and of course, congratulations on getting the silver spanner. Let's just take a look at this. And yep, clearly touches the rope when he gets to 4. So that's going to be a boundary. Starts off with great start for Samarage. Oh, this one is absolutely belted. That's going to go over the fence. Don't worry about any fielders there. It's another Maximo, the 7th of this innings. I mean, look at the punishment they're inflicting. He just rocks back in his crease so he can get that nice angle of elevation. And he whacks it well over square leg. Again, it's a great cross-batted stroke. Now then, this is really tough on Karanaka. I thought Karanaka bowled quite well in the previous game against Asian Latina, but it's under pressure now. Turning over the wicket to the left-hander. That's a much better ball. Fuller aimed at the stumps, and it's only going to be a single. So again, I think Kent Lunka have kind of got it wrong as well. Sometimes they've been a bit too short with their lengths as well. They just need to keep things simple here. Again, one thing about them is they've got a lot of good variations. You know, they've got a lot of bowlers with a whole bag of tricks. And that's why at times they've been rather successful in the death overs. They just need to stick to their weapons. Don't need to overcomplicate things too much. Oh, this is absolutely hammered. This is a great shot. Good luck spotting that ball. It's going to be deposited miles away from the field. Another humongous hit. This is Summer Kuhn. And you got to really feel for these Kent Lunka bowlers. They're getting absolutely bludgeoned by one of the most formidable sides in Italian cricket. And Roma CC, this is a hell of a unit. And again, they look even better than the team that won the series last year. This one's just going to be played away towards fine leg. They'll get a single over there as he's gonna keep strike heading into the next over. So again, a great performance so far by Roma CC. 73 for 2 inside just 4 overs. as well. We got a couple of bees coming into the commentary cube. They're not a particularly welcome sight. I'd rather have your paperwork in here, Nick. And also yours, James. You can come in here and explain me whatever work you have. New bowler is going to be Turiak Dura, and again, he had a good bowling performance against Asian Latina as well. Did quite well in the death. I think this is the right time to bring him in when this partnership is ballooning up. He could have left that one alone, Summer Kun. It would have gone very, very wide, but he gets some bat on it, and it goes away for 4. Let's just take a look at this. Maybe even goes for 4 wides because of how wide a delivery that was. But again, I think a lot of these players for Roma CC, they're looking for some personal stats as well. Bragging rights in the clubhouse as well. In terms of how many runs they can get for this series. That's another 6 for Summer Kun. And this is just turning into an absolute drubbing. I mean, we're going to run out of adjectives by the end of this game. It's just an incredible hit. I mean, this is just clean hitting all over the place. And again, it's really been just 360-degree cricket. I mean, having a look at the wagon wheel, they've had an equal number of runs on the offside as well as the onside. That's a good slower ball there by Turiak Dura. Nice change-up, but you look at the wagon wheel, they have about 13 runs behind square leg, 18 through mid-wicket, 12 through mid-on, 7 through mid-off, 21 through the covers, and 4 through point. So really, they've been hitting it all over the park. 360-degree cricket, so hard to set a field to it. Oh, this one has worked away as well. And in all honesty, as a captain, you can't set a field to bad bowling. No protection of fine leg. And he's straying onto the pads. It just takes a flick for him to absolutely belt that for 6. And this could be a very, very long innings for Kent Lanka. 200 now is attainable for Royal Roma, who have already scored some absolutely mind-boggling amount of runs in the early stages of this series, as that's going to be a single, a rare single in this over. Had 11 sixes so far. Of course, the highest score of this series so far is 205, which was scored by Royal Roma, and I'm sure RCC will want to get that for themselves. This is a good ball to end for Turiak Dura. As, of course, it's an opportunity to just welcome you into the Ice Cube. I'm, of course, Nishay Bhatt, and it's been great being alongside you for these last couple of days here in the ECS in Rome. And what a very exciting match here right at the end of the day. It's been a great quintuple header, of course. Right now, Roma CC are 90 for 2 with 5 overs to go in this innings. I think they're chasing that Royal Roma score of 202. Again, this is such a competitive side. They want to be the best at everything. And hell, they'll probably go for 210, 220. You know, this is just one of the great teams in Italy, and I've just loved the clean hitting by them. Again, as we've emphasized throughout this broadcast, it's not just that they're obsessed with hitting it to cow corner or one side of the boundary. They just hit it 360 degrees. As we return to live action, where Summer Kun is one big blow away from a half century, and that's exactly what he's going to do as he brings up his half century in style. A well-earned 50 for Summer Kun. And, well, he doesn't get much of an applause for that. I don't even know if his teammates have realized he has brought up a 50. And, yep, it's a bit of late applause as he's just going to raise his bat. I don't even think he's content with a 50. I think he wants to go for triple digits. And this one again, just straying onto the pads. It's going to be a single. It's a good throw at the stumps. And again, we've been talking quite a bit about the highest score in this series, which was posted by Royal Roma, 205. But what about the highest ever scores on ECN? Of course, that would be Badalona Shaheen making 229 back in the autumn of last year against the men in blue. Thrilling match that, 229 compared to their opposition's 174. I think that's exactly what this Royals Roma side will be looking to break I'm sure they're aware of this record, and they're chasing history in the dusk here in Rome. Oh, goes for the big hit again. And this is going to go to Fernando. It's just going to be a single. Or the fielder at long on. Beg your pardon for the batsman. It is late in the day. I am excused a few errors now. This one is really wide. Is there an edge there? There certainly is, as that'll bring his innings to an end. It was really good work here by Samarkand. Was an absolute joy watching him. Now he decides to poke out of the wide ball. If he leaves that alone, he gets a wide instead. Gets a little feather edge through to the keeper. But he's given us all a whole lot of fireworks. Very entertaining innings, 51 of 16. And that's also a very well taken catch by Jayawardena. Easily one of the more accomplished players in this Kent Lanka side. Good wicketkeeper, great batsman. As we're going to get the new batsman to come out. This is Rahat Ahmed for RCC. Samarkand just got a big round of applause from his teammates as he entered the dugout. Again, for them to get that 200 and break that 226 record, they're probably going to have to go at what, 15, 16 and over from here on out. And certainly not something you would ever put past them, especially with all the batting depth they have. One thing, though, is they probably would have needed Charles Fernando to still be out there, their biggest and most brutal hitter, as that's going to be a quick single to start off. Are there overthrows on offer? No, there aren't. Just the one run. Over comes to an end. RCC are 100. Oh, beg your pardon. The over's still going on. We've still got one ball to come. Yeah, as you can see over there, yeah, the 226 is going to be rather challenging. Of course, do the exact numbers right after this ball. That should bring up the 100 for RCC. And they managed to get it in 6 overs, so they needed about another 124 and 4 overs, so that's going to be rather tough. Probably have to go at 26 or 28 and over, which is, well, even by RCC standards, is a bit much. However, even to break the local record, which is 205, they would probably have to go above 25 and over. So it's a little bit challenging, but RCC are certainly going to attempt it. As their projected right now is 167, which one would think is well outside Kent Lanka's range. And this one is just a toe ender. That's going to go down to Shaminda, who has a single.
Right hand, right hand, right hand.
Well, yeah, just looking at some of these stats here for this Roma CC side. Of course, Marage, top scorer for this club, currently in 4th place amongst the highest run getters. Of course, it's really is a list filled with players from RBMS, the Gladiatori, Roma CC, and it just explains why those sides are at the top of the table and why teams like Kent Lanka, who might be good in the field, could bowl well. You can't really succeed in this format unless you have power hitting. And that's been their Achilles heel. For all the intangibles they do right, race equalizer in this format is just to be able to whack the ball over the fence. Now this one's going to go away for a single. Have managed to quieten things down a bit these last few overs since the wicket of Samarkand fell. There's 10 of the previous 10 went over and 3 of this one so far. It's a low full toss. And you talk about hexes, there's a hex right at the end of the day. That's another Maximo as Fernando just gives him a nice low full toss, a juicy full toss. And he will gobble that one up and hammer it straight down the ground. Oh, that one is going to be a wide again. Fernando, he just been struggling quite a bit throughout the series with just pushing too many wides down the leg side. Oh, again, probably straying onto the pads. I think Ahmed's missed out on one there. Especially with a fine leg inside the circle. Gets any bat on that, it's probably going away for a boundary. Gets away with one, Fernando. Oh, advances down the crease. Has he picked out a fielder or a gap? He picks out the gap. Good bit of hitting here by Ahmed as he gets another 4. Very smart work. He just dances down the crease and he smashes this one going right past Ishan Shaminda, who's normally electric in the field. And of course, we've got a great slate of games for you tomorrow. Casalina starting off by playing against the Roma Bangla Morning Sun. We followed that up with a good big game between Kent Lunka and the Gladiatori. Gladiatori, well, they're kind of in a tough spot right now in the race for 4th place, but they've still got an outside chance, and that match is going to be really important. I'd have to say an almost must-win for Kent Lunka to have any chance of getting 4th place. Then Kent Lunka will take on Roma Bangla Morning Sun in a match in which they'll be huge underdogs, but I bet them to come out with a huge fighting performance. And then a couple more games after that, which we'll talk about right after this ball. And that's a dot ball over there.
Bowling, bud.
This one is played away. It's a long off for a single.
Right hand.
And we'll just have another look at tomorrow's fixtures, of course. We round out the day with a match between Casalina and the Gladiatori, and then, of course, Casalina taking on RBMS as well. Big day for Casalina. They might be out of the race, but it's a chance for them to just save face and get a few wins. And to send a message to some of their doubters, as this one, again, it's a low full toss. And he smacks it. Ooh, let's just see. Is it a 4? Is it a 6? Looks like it's just in front of the boundary rope, ever so slightly. And takes a step across there, Denuan, and this is going straight to the fielder, but it's a very, very well taken catch. And it's something we've just become accustomed to from Kent Lunka. Like, it's not even surprising anymore when they take these amazing catches. Not even seeing much of a reaction from his teammates because this is the high standard they set for themselves. Really well taken. And that's going to be another wicket. Good work there by Tiriak Dura, who is at long on. And they've just slowed down a little bit now, RCC. You know, they were going along at well above 16.5 at one stage. Now they're down to just 15.5. In comes Senivaratne to bat. This is going to be really fun, I think. A couple of days ago, right at the end of Sunday, we really enjoyed watching him bowl. When he got that 4-4, was so close to the 5-4, mind you. Bowled a couple of great Yorkers at the end, which the batsman somehow managed to block out. So let's see how he does here. Let's hope he can whack a few as this one is hit towards cover. Of course, Senivaratne, so popular with the ECN crew. He's just been a huge part of helping organize this tournament. One of the key players behind the scenes, one of the unsung heroes of this ECS here in Rome. That's a shorter ball. He's looking for a wide. Don't think there was one there. Let's just take a look at it again. Oh, looks fine. Should be one for. Should just be one for the over as the over comes to an end. RCC 120 for 4 with a couple more overs to go. And we just take a look at that run rate. Just dipped slightly since Summer Kuhn was dismissed. Of course, he was batting at a strike rate of 320. So it's understandable that there would be a little bit of a dip as we see Fernando come back into the attacking. And left arm spinner bowling the penultimate over can always be a little bit risky. He's just asked everyone to move across a little bit to the right. Fielder who was a deep cover is now more in a deep extra cover position. And he's cleaned him up there. So Sedavarutne departs. And he's just a little bit stunned. I think he didn't expect the ball to stay that low. But again, very muted reaction there for Fernando. I think they look just a little bit dejected right now, Kent Lunka. They played a lot of fixtures in a short space of time. They've been playing at least 3 matches a day for the last 3 days. And again, it's just very difficult for them, especially when results aren't going their favor. They're trying to keep their head high. When you've received this kind of a battering from RCC, it can be a bit challenging to stay positive at times. Here is Prabhath Eknalagoda. He's going to come on, now he's a new batsman. We saw him bat a little bit earlier today when he came in the top order. He got a promotion. Very optimistic appeal over there. And is this going to go away to the boundary? No, it's going to stop just short. And it'll allow them to come back for a couple of runs. And the umpire will just signal this leg byes. As we'll just take a look at this little appeal over here. Well, as you can see, he's completely missed the ball. He's just completely missed the ball. He's actually knocked the bails off with his glove. So he's spared Prabhath's blushes there. He would have certainly been run out if he'd managed to cling onto the ball. So yeah, rare mistake there by Jayawardene. He's normally so good behind the stumps. And Prabhath, he's just trying to be a little bit innovative there, trying to be cute. No protection. That fine leg. There's somebody who you could almost categorize as a leg slip in place for him. And he's just trying to paddle that one around the corner for a boundary. You can't really see him on your screen as this one's going to go away for a 4. Nice looking shot there by Prabhath. Plays an orthodox shot. And manages to get a boundary. A little over pitch there by Fernando, and he strikes that one away well.
Come on, brother.
6 runs off this over so far. And this one is going to be a low full toss. It's going to be deposited over the fence, and it's a huge 6 there for Prabhath. Hits this one very nicely. Good wristy shot. He deposits it over cow corner. Take a look at that. Great hit. It's not that easy to hit those low full tosses. And it goes well over the fence as, of course, we take a look at these bowling figures for Kent Lunka. Really, other than Danuwan, all the bowlers have been taken to the cleaners. And it's a performance they'd rather forget. And T10 can be a very cruel format to bowlers, and today has been a perfect demonstration of it. We've seen some very big scores posted in the games we've had today.
Big over, come on, boys.
Here we go, last ball over of this innings. This one's gone high up in the air. It's probably going to land safely in no man's land. And Romo will only get a single for that. Puts Prabhath back on strike, who's hit a 6 and a 4 in his last couple of balls. Oh, that's another full toss. That is a poor delivery. It's a Gundy ball. And it's just going to be whacked away. Let's take a look at this. Is it a no-e? Well, Oh, it's a close one. It's a close one. But the umpires on the field have not judged it to be a no ball. It's been deemed a legal delivery. Oh, this one's gone up in the air as well. Is the fielder going to get underneath it on time? That's Tyre Connie puts that one down. And oh, there's a run out at the bowler's end. But it's a really, really casual throw. I think he just looks very dejected. I think that's the most demoralized I've seen Tyre Connie. Is usually just the heartbeat of this team. And then when you see him just underarm throwing it in frustration, it kind of tells you how this Kent Lanka side feels. As another one is going to take a couple of bounces over the boundary rope and go for a 4. This one is just going to trickle across as they just continue drubbing them. A nice little cameo at the end here by both of them, Samarage and Prabhath. Now this is very nicely played. Good looking cover drive. Deserves an extra run or two really just for aesthetic points. Here we go, one more ball to go. Prabhath Eknalagoda gets to face it. What's he going to do? Is he going to batter this one as well? He's looked really good so far, 15 of 7. And he's going to go big. Is he going to go the distance? Yes, he will. Good leaping effort by the fielder. But it's an effort in vain as RCC set a target of 150 for Kent Lanka. It was right there in the slot. He got that on one knee. And he got that elevation he needed to just get it over the fielder. Really good hit at the end as Roma demonstrate their batting depth. As the final over goes for 17 runs, an expensive one for Tiriak Dura. We'll of course take a look at the highlights of this innings. Marage and Samarakun open the batting for Roma CC. Marage would hit a 6 before this very sharp catch would be taken of Nimanta's bowling. That's young Cheyenne Fernando taking that catch. And we haven't seen him bowl more. I was very impressed during his debut with his bowling. And then, of course, we would see Samarakun make a brilliant half-century, 51 of 16 for him. He has some clean strikes by Charles Fernando. Can't afford to ball short to him. Such a tall man, so much power. He's always going to whack it, but eventually he was caught by Tiriak Dura after doing a hell of a lot of damage, making 24 of 8. And we just see these wonderful shots by Samarakun. 51 of 16. He hit 1 4 and 7 6s. Just admire some of this clean hitting. Of course, the bowling, probably not the best either. Too many down the leg side. And then also just gorgeous shots like that. Straight hits, hitting 6s with the full face of the bat. And eventually he would just get this feather edge through to Rishal Jayawardena, trying to reach out at a wide delivery. Of course, Samarage, Rahmat Ahmad, and also Prabhath Eknalagoda would come in later in the innings and provide some late hitting to help RCC get to a very good total of 149 for 5. This would be Nico Fernando's wicket. Denham 7 and Rutney would repart, making just 1 run of 2 deliveries. And Tyre Connie put this catch down late in the game. And this was the very last ball, ending it in style for Prabhath. A really, really big 6. As of course, we'll take a look at the scorecard over here. Samarakun, the top scorer, making 51 of 16, and he was supported aptly by a number of good contributions by the rest of the team, from the likes of Charles Fernando, Samarage, Ahmed, as well as Prabhath Eknalagoda. We then take a look at Kent Lanka's bowling. They used 6 different bowlers. It was just a head scratcher of a game for Nico Fernando. Nothing seemed to be working for his side. Pick of the bowlers is Denham with figures of 2 for 16. Outside of that, well, a lot of those bowlers got taken to the cleaners. So in the end, Kent Lanka have been set a target of 150. We do know that they're in a race for the 4th spot, so they're going to have to find a way to go at a run rate of 15 to pick up, which would be a very unlikely victory. Join us again in a few moments as we bring you the final innings of today's action.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our final innings of this terrific Tuesday. We've had some really good games so far today, and of course we witnessed a great bit of batting by Roma Cricket Club in the first innings where they posted 149 runs on the board, and now Kent Lanka have quite a mountain to climb as we're going to see Nico Fernando and Jayawardena come on. Of course, these two will have a lot of work to do here. Of course, as we did say when they were playing Asian Latina, they probably both have to have a huge opening stand. I think here, I think we're looking for what, like 75, 80 runs from this opening pair to give them a chance at this. Of course, if these two can get going and they're together for about 5 or 6 overs, then I think we could be in for a very exciting finish. And again, as we mentioned, Kent Lanka probably need to win 5 to 6 of their last 7 games to have any chance to make it to 4th place. And of course, a very good evening to John Gray. Great to have you here. Bienvenue. As we're ready for the first ball. There he is, Fernando. Continues around the wicket again. Yeah, we had a lot of discussion on Sunday when Mr. Maximo Vinny Sunday was here about why he bowls around the wicket. I think it's a great bowler. If there's one thing you could be slightly critical of him is he kind of gets a bit obsessed with a short ball at times. Again, just because you got pace and height doesn't mean you need to pitch it short, you know. Ball on a good length. Extract some extra bounce. Looking to make some room there, Jayawardena. Again, if he can just stay still and look to hit this, again, he's got great technique. Plays the horizontal bat strokes very well as well, so he can stay still. I think I'd back him to be able to pull or cut or play some of the traditional strokes to shorter deliveries. And this one is struck straight to the fielder at mid-on. And again, we said this opening partnership would have to click for Kent Lanka to have any chance. And Jayawardena departs for his 2nd duck in a row. Well, for a player who looked formidable to start off the tournament, started off with 3 half-centuries in 5 games, he's going to have to make the walk of shame. And Derek's going to come greet him late in this Italian evening. Derek still waddling around. Had his nice little afternoon siesta and feeling quite fresh. Probably going to go for a lovely evening walk like so many people often would in the Mediterranean after a hard day at work. What are some of the rest of your evening plans? How are you intending to spend your evening after you're done with the cricket over here? I just heard my director give his plans. I could tll you, Andres, nothing I'll do will be that exciting. I think 5 cups of tea might be what I'll be drinking. Although we did go to a nice restaurant yesterday with some members of our crew. We actually, well, our hotel's located in a rather odd area of Rome. We'll just take a look at this ball first. And this one is absolutely clubbed. It's going to take a few bounces. I don't think he has enough legs to go to the boundary. And oh, nice little back heel there. Of course, we've got Champions League action tonight. Maybe he's going to be watching some of that. And yep, well, there. That's a good bit of skill. Maybe AS Roma will consider giving him a tryout. Or Lazio as well. That's the other club based in Rome. This one's a rather short delivery, and it's just a bit too short. It's going to go away for 4 wides. And they need as many of these freebies as they can get. I mean, Nico Fernando's a tall man, and if it's a bit too short for him, that tells you just he's pitched this ball. But yeah, went to a nice restaurant yesterday. It took us a good 20 minutes to even find a place because we're well outside the actual city center of Rome. We're sort of in a neighborhood not too far from this cricket ground. which is located south of Rome itself, I'd say about 5 or 10 miles from the ring road. And we just kept walking around for 20, 30 minutes, and every place on Google Maps would just be closed. And eventually we settled into a pretty nice place. Had a good ravioli. And this goes straight to the fielder at cover, as that'll be the end of Nico Fernando, and both the dangerous openers depart for ducks. It's going to be a golden derrick for Nico Fernando. And, well, Derek's taking full advantage of this little evening stroll after his afternoon siesta. He's going to come out and say hello to Nico as well. As there he is, as Nico Fernando just takes his helmet off. Fortunately, has to make the walk of shame. And I do feel for him. He's done really well today. I think he's just had a huge burden on his back. You know, we saw him against Asian Latina trying to single-handedly guide his side to a victory. And unfortunately, it's just not to be for him. And, well, a horrible start here for Kent Lunka. 6 for 2 with the ball to go in the front. First over, John Gray saying he's got 43 essays to mark. Oh, that sounds rough. And this is very nicely blocked. As the over comes to an end, and it's a great start for Royal Roma. Beg your pardon, Roma Cricket Club, who've got Kent Lunka with their backs against the wall. And again, it's just going to be very tough now. I mean, where's the hitting going to come from? Again, you look at some of these players they have over here. Shamind is going to have to play a blinder. Tyriak Dora is going to have to hang around for a lot, as of course, it's been 315 matches since we last had a golden ball. And if we get into this game, I'd be really surprised. And trust me, I'm not able to raise my voice right now. But if we did, I don't care how it would sound. I would absolutely scream. We could actually get Kent Lunka to score 149. That would be something special. Goes for the big heave towards cow corner. Abuhami, though, bowled pretty well. And Roman's previous performance, very tidy bowler. I just like the way he bowls. Keeps things simple, old school bowler. Oh, that is a good delivery. I think it's just bounced a little bit more than the batsman expected. And oh, it's going to be overthrows. And this is a rare error from Roma. Again, there was a chance for a run out. And Roma, they're aside. They'll take the shot because they back their teammates to do the right backing up. This was hard to tell who made the throw, but I did see Charles Fernando was backing up, and unfortunately it just slipped underneath him. And unfortunately for RCC, they've got plenty of runs to play with. But yeah, this is a side that they're always going to go for. They're always going to go for the throws. They've just made a fielding change in response to that previous delivery. They bring point in and send deep mid-wicket out. And that fielder is going to be in play immediately. Well, so a good decision by the captain. I don't know what he saw in that previous ball. It was probably the shot that the batsman attempted. Not really in control of that one whatsoever. And the fielder, they just sent out to the boundaries immediately. Has to play a role over there. And for Tyriak Dora, it's the opposite. Plenty of protection behind point. We know he loves to just run the ball down to third man. Just like that. And again, teams have made the adjustment since he's been doing that. They've now just put loads of protection there. And instead, Tyriak Dora's kind of had to adjust by trying to take balls outside the off stump and whack them over fine leg. And that's kind of just the cat and mouse of T10 cricket, you know. If opposition makes an adjustment, you have to make a counter adjustment. Oh, this is going to go past both the keeper and Prabhath at that fly slip position. Look at this one. It just takes off the surface. And Prabhath, he's just getting his hand out of the way. And this is going to be some more runs of extras. And so far, extras have been the highest run getter for Kent Lunka. 10 runs of extras, and then you add, I think, a couple more from overthrows, and yeah, Kent Lunka got to get some more runs off the bat as well now, as once again Shaminda is going to attempt that shot. I mean, I don't really know what he's trying over there. I mean, maybe he's just trying to whack it over fine leg for 6, but his head isn't still. He's falling over. It's going to basically be a fluke if he can even connect on that one. Yeah, this is well blocked out by Shaminda. As the second over comes to an end, Kent Lunka 17 for 2. Of course, John Gray telling us about some of the stuff he's been correcting. Written comprehension test over the weekend, and now he has to correct the essays from that stuff. I mean, that brings back some memories of being in school. As of course we take a look at the standings over here. 11 straight wins to start off for Roma, looking set to make it 12 over here. Whereas Kent Lunka, well, they're digging themselves into a deeper and deeper hole. It's going to be Athanayaka bowling the final over of the power play. Oh, this one's down the leg side. Has it clipped some pad along the way? No, it hasn't. It's going to be wides, 4 wides. And again, these extras racking up for RCC. I'll be very disappointed by this, regardless of the result. It's 15 runs of extras already, then add a couple for overthrows. I mean, if it wasn't for all of this, Kent Lunka would pretty much be at about 7 runs, so they just need to clean their act up a little bit. Oh, this one's going to take an inside edge. It's going to go away for 4, so boundaries only coming fortuitously at the moment for Kent Lunka. That's the old French cut down a fine leg. So rough start for Athanayaka. 9 runs, only 1 legal delivery bowled. And this time, that ball was extremely wide as well. And I think he's just been bailed out there, of course. Athanayaka trying to follow the batsman, and he's making room to hit it through the offside. Could easily have just stepped inside and would have still gone for a wide anyway, but this one is absolutely hammered. Where's this going to end up? Has it taken a bounce before the boundary rope? Might need to take another look at that. Doesn't completely get hold of it, Ishan Shaminda. Doesn't go exactly where he wants it. Slices it a little bit. And let's watch this closely. And yeah, that's a 6. It's gone the distance. It's a Maximo. The first Maximo of the innings for Kent Lunka. They're going to need a whole lot of those to have any chance. They're required just under 16 now, so I have to say at least 1 or 2 and over is what Kent Lunka need. Is, well, maybe they'll get closer to this target if RCC keep bowling this way. This is another extra, 1 more 4 wides, and these minimos are racking up. More minimos than runs off the bat so far. I think this is the 4th minimo we've seen, so there have been 20 runs just off 4 wides compared to 17 runs off the bat. I mean, that alone has cost RCC this much. And again, they're a good side. They're going into the semifinal. You can't take some bad habits with you into important knockout stage games. And he goes for the big swing here, Shaminda. And he fails to connect. And this one is absolutely hammered down the ground, so this is a really, really good shot. Don't worry about that one. Has this been taken in the scorer's table? Or hasn't, I mean, well, we're going to certainly find out later because there was a big cheer from that section. I just wonder, has someone in the scorer's table taken it? Well, it's a shame we haven't been able to capture that. And there's certainly something I'll ask as soon as this innings concludes, as that's not going to be another wide. The batsman is just looking at the umpire. Let's take one more look at that. Oh, that's a tight one. That's a really tight one. I think he's gotten a little bit lucky over there. Again, we'll just leave that one for you at home to give your verdict on. And I think Athanayaka, whose over went magical, 27 off it, might just have got away with one right at the end. As that's a good start for Kent Lanka. Their run rate is looking very healthy. Unfortunately, they've lost two of their key batsmen, and you just wonder whether they'll be able to sustain that for the rest of the innings, especially considering most of these runs are coming of extras. Half their runs coming courtesy of extras and overthrows. I don't think RCC will keep bowling like this. Oh, that's another one down the leg side. That's going to be 5 wides. Well, it does seem like RCC are going to keep bowling that way. I mean, this is just a really poor bowl. And again, not something you expect from someone of Apu Hami's quality. That is way down the leg side. I mean, they're pretty much keeping Kent Lanka in this game, trying to provide us a little bit of a late evening drama. And now this time he actually gets a legal delivery. And it's difficult for Tiriak Dura to play. I mean, as long as Kent Lanka just bowl a legal delivery, it doesn't seem like they can get any bat on it, these Kent Lanka batsmen. So all RCC need to do is just keep it within the tram lines. They'll be fine. As this one's going to go away for 4 as well. So Tiriak Dura gets a boundary. Again, somewhat intentional, I would say. Sort of he's trying to work it away, but he gets a thickish inside edge. And it goes away for 4. So Kent Lanka just 6 runs behind where RCC were at this stage. I mean, keep in mind, RCC slowed down a little bit in the middle overs and later in the innings. And can Kent Lanka just sustain this? This is played away towards fine leg. It's going to be a single. And look at that required right now. It's just above 14.5. Roughly similar to what Kent Lanka are going at this stage. Again, how much longer can Shaminda and Tiriak Dura keep this up? I mean, just looking at this remaining batting order for Kent Lanka. Still got Tahir Khan there. If these two can hang around for another 3 or 4 overs, and then Tahir Khan has to come in at the end with a chance to slog to win this game, maybe, just maybe, Kent Lanka could pull off a special upset right at the end of the day, as we just see another boundary from Shaminda. And 14 runs off this over so far, just coming down the wicket there, Shaminda, and it's going to get past the keeper as the errors continue to mount for RCC. Is this the same side we've been seeing for much of this series, or have they all put on a disguise and there's some imposters in the field right now? I mean, we're not accustomed to seeing RCC make these kind of errors. They're normally such a disciplined outfit. But it's well, one of the better teams in Italy, probably the best team in Italy. And these are some rare mistakes from them, as, oh, this gets past the keeper as well. It's going to be a wide. Just going to see this. Ooh, that's a tight one, but I think it's given more for the actual width rather than height. This one is, oh, it's going to beat the fielder. Is this going to race away to the boundary as well? It stops just short. Slowed down by the outfield. And a couple of runs here. Oh, this gets past the wicketkeeper as well, so runs off overthrows. Well, what is happening here to RCC? We never see this from them, as Kent Lanka 66 for 2 at the end of 4 overs, and we could be on for a huge upset here. Stay alert on Upset Watch. Well, we're 4 overs in, and Kent Lunka just 7 runs behind where RCC were at this stage. And, well, we said they didn't have a hope in hell with Jayavardhan and Fernando both departing for a duck, but extras have helped Kent Lunka mightily. RCC looking really off color. They've been rather poor in the field, and that's putting it kindly. They get up 31 runs of extras, another 5 or 6 of overthrows, and right now extras are keeping Kent Lunka in the game. This partnership worth 60, and just 34 of those runs have actually been scored by the batsman. I mean, when do you ever see that? And this is just a big heave across the line. Of course, I can just see Dave in the chat talking about how he got A+ for his essay on the violin back when he was younger. We did a little bit of violin when I was in school as well. Don't think we didn't have to write any essays on it, but it was well, it was very odd really in my school because we'd only get to play the violin right at in the final period on the Friday, so we'd have about say 28 minutes. It would be like a 28-minute lesson because they had odd time sessions on a Friday. As this catch is taken there, and it's a really well taken catch as finally a wicket falls here for Kent Lunka. And again, this partnership has been a very productive one, largely aided by extras. But that leading edge will go to the fielder at point as Tariq Dura's innings comes to an end. You can certainly say he played a part in forcing those extras, or I don't know how he's going to put it, but he departs having made 10 of 8. And the new batsman here is Tahir Khan, and has got a huge responsibility on his shoulders. But yeah, continuing the violin story. So on Fridays we just have like weird lessons that were usually didn't have like your typical half an hour, 1 hour sessions. They'd always be a bit odd, like 27 minutes, 28 minutes, because they wanted to squeeze in an extra period in that day. And we get to do a violin on the final period of the day. It'd be so funny. We'd basically spend 20 minutes tuning the violins and only get to play them for about 5 minutes before spending the last 3 minutes packing them up. That was really funny. And I think most of the time we were just doing pizzicato as well, so. This one is absolutely hammered. Is this going to clear the boundary rope? It absolutely will. It's Tahir Khan. He's got the power to clear the boundary. And can he just pull off some late game heroics here? Of course, we know what a great part he played earlier today when he was alongside Fernando during that chase Kent Lunka attempted against RBMS. They fell just short then. But maybe, just maybe, third time's going to be the charm for Kent Lunka today. And this might be the game where they actually do it. It goes straight to the fielder at cover. And Dave talking about O-levels. Oh my goodness. It's called GCSEs now. As we, of course, come to the halfway stage of the innings, Kent Lunka are 73 for 3 as we have a look at, of course, the upcoming events. And, of course, we're here in Italy through to Sunday. And should be a really fun thing. Of course, we got the ECIs coming up over the weekend. Finland, Italy, and Austria will take part in that. We got the ECC shortly after that. Of course, the biggest event in European cricket before closing out our ECS calendar with series in Croatia, the second one in Malta, as well as Spain, and then the final event of this year's ECN calendar will be the ECCW. A great way to spend the festive period watching some of the finest women in Europe taking part in the European Championships. As this one, is it going to go away to the boundary rope? It will. And Shaminda just throwing the kitchen sink of that one, gets a top edge. And it's going to go over the fielder at third man's head. Prabhath does give it a chase. And it goes well over his head. And this one is absolutely hammered. goes way over the fence. That is a huge 6 by Shaminda. And there might still be hope here for Kent Lunka. They're making this a great game. We could be in for a fantastic chase right at the end of the day. And again, say what you like, Kent Lunka, results have not gone their way, but I've really grown to love this team. As it could be a stumping opportunity. We have a look at the square leg umpire. This is going to be tight. This could be a huge moment in this game. Has he made it back in time, Shaminda? Let's have a look. Oh, I think he might not have. Let's just slow this down. And he's gone. Shaminda is gone. And he has been stumped. Great bit of glove work. Terrific bit of glove work by the wicketkeeper. Ranawira, he's made a few errors so far this game, but he redeems himself with that. Very sharp work, and the dangerous Shaminda has to depart. Made 36 of 18 deliveries, and again, smart bit of bowling. Sees him advancing down the crease, pushes it wide. And Shaminda, he has to depart. This is a huge moment. And how often has this happened to Kent Lunka? Right when it seems like things are going their way, they lose a wicket at a really inopportune moment. Oh, the Kent Lunka faithful will be hoping it's third time lucky for them today. Surely they can't come short in all 3 games. Given a great fight in every single game they've been involved in. Surely one of these close chases is going to go their way. But now it's Vim Kuthi, the backflip hero. I mean, what celebrations will he have if he somehow helps his side pull off this chase? I mean, we're probably not just going to see backflips. It's probably going to be like, I don't know if any of you remember Nani, the old Portuguese player for Man United, and some of the celebrations he would do every time he scored. We'll probably get that from Vim Kuthi if he can somehow pull off this chase. 66 from 26 now. Kent Lunka required just under 15. This man holds the key. Tahir Khan, he's got to play a special innings. Keeper not quite able to keep a hold of that one, but he kept a hold of the one that really mattered. And this one is just played away behind point. A good fielding effort there. Good slide. Make sure it's just a single. Over comes to an end. Good one for RCC. 12 runs off it, but more importantly, they managed to get that important wicket of Ishan Shaminda, as we could be in for a roller coaster finish. 65 runs needed of these last 4 overs. And of course, the biggest story here are the 31 runs of extras and all the overthrows that have just kept Kent Lunka in this game. And they've just been hitting 6s at the right time too. Kent Lunka. And now really you feel all their hopes rest on these two, Tahir Khan and Vim Kuthi. Can they somehow pull it off? Of course, a lot of GCSE and A-level talk in the chat right now. Oof, come on now, don't bring back all those memories. This one is just played away towards mid-wicket. Yeah, A-levels, though, to be perfectly honest with you, they're I really think it's great in many ways because it really kind of prepares you for university really well, doesn't it? You know, it's a huge challenge. You're almost doing university level courses in many cases to prepare yourself. I think the one thing which is important to do is just try to bring the GCSEs up to the levels of the A-levels, which I think slowly is being done. As this one just going to slip past the keeper. And they'll get a couple of runs over here. And for those of you who have absolutely no idea what we're talking about, these are secondary school examinations. And even by random question stuff on late on a Tuesday, I think, I don't know how many of our viewers are going to enjoy that talk. And this is a dot ball. A question in the chat, who's going to win by MDM? And well, I'm going to say my favorite cheesy response, cricket's going to win. We're all going to win. Us, the fans of the European Cricket Network, because we're watching an absolutely thrilling game here between two wonderful sides. As this one is just smacked away in front of square leg. It goes for a 4 for mid-wicket. A bit too short by the bowler. And Vimkuthi absolutely belts that one. It races away to the boundary rope. Well, a very good evening to you, Joshua, and absolutely 31 runs of extras. And he can tack on an extra 5 for overthrows as well. Ooh, Samarage is going up in an appeal. Is there anything there? Umpire Suleiman Saeed disagrees. Let's just take a look at that. Yeah, very hard. Doesn't look like it's out from that angle. This one is doesn't quite get a hold of it. And it's just going to be a single. Vimkuthi keeps the strike. 58 needed now of the last 3 overs. And it's going to take a couple of magical overs at least to give Kent Lanka any chance of getting this. And of course, it's a good chance to remind you about all the action we have coming tomorrow. Of course, Kent Lanka will be involved in a couple of games against the Gladiatori and Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Casalina will be involved in 3 matches as well. Casalina, they've really been struggling for much of this tournament, so it'll be good to see them get another win under their belt. And well as Bangla Morning Sun playing 3 games. So it should be a fun day. A lot of exciting teams. Of course, Roma CC and Royal Roma will get a day off tomorrow. They'll not be involved in any of the action. This one is drilled towards long on. It's going to be a single, and singles just won't do the trick now for Kent Lanka. They either have to hope that RCC somehow start bowling 5 wides again as they were earlier this innings, or that Tahir Khan can just clear the boundary 3 or 4 times in a row. And it's going to be another single. It's a quick one. The fielder isn't quite able to collect it, but it's just 1 run. 1 run won't hurt RCC too much at this stage. Oh, this is a big hit. Is it going to clear the boundary rope? Yes, it will. Much needed 6 as Kent Lanka cross triple digits. Goes a little bit short. Vimkuthi gets the horizontal bat stroke out and absolutely whacks it. So Lanka now 49 runs needed of 15 balls. They're still in this. Tosses one up and he's looking for the wide, but it's not going to be a wide. That was definitely not a wide. That is a really costly leave there by Vimkuthi. No, are they going to be made to rue that one? Kent Lanka, 49 of 14. Goes a bit too short again. Has he found the boundary? He has. It's going to go away for 4. Vimkuthi keeping his side alive. Again, a little too short there by Rahat. And it's going to race away for 4. Just needs to sort his length out here, Rahat. But again, that leave, though, how costly is that? I mean, an unnecessary dot ball. 1 ball to come. And he decides to go for a defensive stroke and keep strike here, Vimkuthi. Well, that is interesting. I mean, Tahir Khan is more than capable of clearing the boundary. 44 needed now for the last 2 overs. Again, the game is in favor of RCC, but Kent Lanka, well, a couple of magical overs here could see them pull off one of the most special upsets. Of course, RCC are undefeated so far this tournament. They've been brushing teams aside with ease for this whole past week, and now, well, they've got a bit of a conundrum here against Kent Lanka. I don't think anyone thought this game would be as close as it's turned out to be. Here we go. Marage bowling the penultimate over. It all happens in the 9th. Inside edges it into the pitch. Marage's first over was really good. Gave up just 7 runs. Got the wicket of Tikiriadura. Who's going to bowl the final over, though? It's going to be Charles Fernando or Samarage. Both of them had really good first overs. That one just staying really low. And Vimkuthi, that's 2 dot balls he's played to start off this over. Can't afford to do that. Goes for the big hit, but he can't get hold of it. There's going to be an appeal here. And that's certainly not out. Well, let's just take another look at it. Oh, that's very casual. That's very, very casual. He's got to be sliding his bat there, Tahir Khan. Got to get the fundamentals right. It's a few players, though, for Kent Lanka. You know, Nico Fernando doesn't slide his bat either, but 1 run of the first 3 balls of the penultimate over. That is a huge blow for Kent Lunka. And now you have to think that all 3 of these balls have to go to the boundary. For Kent Lunka to have any chance, probably 2 6s and a 4. It's asking a lot. That's probably what needs to be done. Are they finally going to pull it off here, Kent Lunka? They've come close a few times. Surely they won't fall short again. And Tahir Khan absolutely belts it. Is it going to beat the fielders? It will. He splits the gap, goes for 4. 39 now, needed of 8. They're still just about hanging in there, Kent Lunka, somehow. Now 2 6s over here. Get them to 27. I mean, that is pretty hard as well. Let's see. Oh, it's popped up in the air. And it's going to land right between 2 fielders. So 38 of 70. You'd start to think now it's almost unattainable for Kent Lunka. Again, full congratulations to them. Again, they've put in a great effort. It's not mathematically impossible just yet. But we're in that territory where almost everything needs to disappear. And your heart goes out to this side. They put in a valiant effort once again. But it looks like they're just going to fall short. As Avim Kuthi will play this one away. It's just going to be a single, and Kent Lunka are going to need 6 6s in the final over to give us a golden ball. I mean, I said right at the start of this day that the best things come when you have to wait longest for them, and of course, how long have we had to wait for a golden ball? Imagine we get a golden ball with 37 runs needed in the last over, and they go out and they hit 6 6s. I mean, that would make the 315 game golden ball wait worth it, wouldn't it? Last over here. Can Vim Kuthi pull out 6 6s in a row and give us one of the unlikeliest of golden balls? As Charles Fernando is going to bowl this final over. Again, just to give a little bit of hope to Kent Lunka, you know, Charles Fernando has a lot of pace, so you don't know. Maybe some of the top edges will carry over the boundary rope as well. He loves to bowl short too. And I would have maybe just gone with someone like Samarage, who just bowls a lot slower. It's a lot harder to hit someone like that for consecutive 6s. But anyway, here we go. Can they hit 6 6s? Ooh, that's a wide. That's a wide. So 6 6s will win it. Win it now for Kent Lunka. That one's really, really short. Goes well above his head. 36 now needed off the last over. Again, if they can pull off the unlikely here, and they will win this game. It won't just go to a golden ball. Oh, it's a big swing and a miss, and that will pretty much bring any hopes we had to an end. As that one is a huge miss by Kent Lunka. As now, all they have to do, the RCC, is bowl 5 legal deliveries, which I'm sure Fernando will do. And that's going to pretty much secure this win. Of course, a little bit of a scare for RCC, largely because of all the extras they bowled and as well as the overthrows. As this one is missed as well. And there we go, some more extras over there. Speak of the devil. And with that, we'll move on to 35 runs of extras. Very, very undisciplined performance, you have to say, from RCC. Again, we're used to them setting such a high standard. But again, as a team, they can have an off day in the field and still come out on the right side of the result. I mean, I don't think there's too many teams in this league who give up 35 runs of extras, and then maybe if you include overthrows, 40 needless runs, and still end up on the winning side with a pretty comfortable margin, in all honesty, at the end of the day. Of course, we were all rooting for Kent Lunka to make this an exciting finish at the end. And full credit to them, they fought hard, as they always do. But unfortunately, they're just going to fall short for the 3rd time today. It wasn't to be, it wasn't meant to be for Kent Lunka. 3 balls here for Tahir Khan. Can he just whack a few? And he's going to play this one away. Yes, he can whack a few. That one's going to go the distance. It's a 6 for Tahir Khan. As he absolutely belts it beyond the boundary rope. I think, yep, that's just landed, well, a few inches in front of the boundary rope, I would say. And of course, we're coming to the end of the day. A big thank you to everyone in our chat. Thanks for keeping us company. And what's been a terrific Tuesday. It's been a whole lot of fun to bring all of today's games to you. And this is beautifully played by Tahir Khan. It's going to go behind point for a boundary. Just runs it down to third man. Uses the Fernando's pace so well. 1 bounce over the fence. And 1 ball left here. Of course, a nice performance by Tahir Khan. Again, he's a very handy middle order batsman and also a good bowler. Very safe pair of hands in the field as well. And we're just going to end with a dot ball over there as RCC will take this one by 24 runs. They had a bit of a scare at one point, but in the end they will take this win and they'll continue their march onwards towards the semi-final as they just look so classy right now, so hard to beat. 12 straight wins for Roma CC to open the tournament. Very impressive stuff indeed. As we, of course, take a look at some of the pictures we have for you here tomorrow. 5 more games coming up. Mr. Maximo Vinisandu will be back in the commentary box as well after a nice couple of days at the beach. I hope he's having fun, and I'm sure he is. As, of course, well, just take a look at the highlights of this innings. It was Jayawardena and Nicola Fernando who would open the batting for Kent Lanka, and the 2 of them would both depart for a duck. And at that stage, we thought that really there wasn't any hope for this Kent Lanka side. But somehow, some of the sloppy fielding and sloppy bowling from RCC would just keep Kent Lanka in this game. 35 runs of extras. I'm not lying. That's the actual statistic. And another 6 runs off overthrows would mean that Kent Lanka would stay alive in this game, and then it'd also be some really good clean hitting by Ishan Shaminda. He made 36 of 18 until he was dismissed over there. And it's a really good catch. That's Faridu Apuhani who took that one. Tahir Khan would also hit some lusty blows, making 24 of 13. And this huge stumping there by Ranawira would completely change the outcome of this game. Again, at that stage, you just thought Kent Lanka had a chance. That enormous wicket would turn the tide of this match. And at that point, Kent Lanka were just fighting a rolling tide. They tried to avoid the inevitable, but unfortunately they would succumb to defeat against RCC. Some nice hits there by Tahir Khan at the end. A very classy cricketer. And high fives all around, some big smiles. As we, of course, bring our match to an end, we'll just take a look at our scorecard over here. And of course, as we can see, it was just a great performance by the middle order of Kent Lanka, and I guess that could be one bright spot for them. Again, they've really struggled to get middle order runs, but getting those 36, 10, and 24 and 20 scores respectively from their middle order will impress them mightily. Looking at the bowling figures, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Some bowlers did quite well, like Charles Fernando, 2 for 17, as well as Dinidu Morage and Samarage in his sole overs. Others went for a few runs, particularly because of the amount of wides they bowled, like Apuhami, as well as some of the other names mentioned on the bowling card. As of course, this match comes to an end. Roma CC pick up their 12th consecutive victory by beating Kent Lanka. And of course, for the last time today, we welcome you to the commentary cube. It's been an absolute pleasure being alongside you throughout this terrific Tuesday. We got some great games today, and I think the big story of today is the fact that Latina have managed to make that big step towards grabbing the 4th final spot. Of course, Kent Lanka unfortunately went 0-3 in their 3 games today. Most importantly, losing to Asian Latina. And now Latina, well, you have to say they're probably in prime position to grab that 4th spot. And again, you can maybe just start to pencil in the first semifinal between Roma CC and Asian Latina. Should be a really good one. And of course, before we leave, a big shout out to our spring productions crew who've been absolutely terrific to work with. Marcus, Martins, Elza, and Andres. You guys have been awesome these last couple of days. Of course, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu comes back tomorrow, and I'll have the great pleasure of commentating alongside him. As for all of us here on the European Cricket Network, I thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you all have a lovely evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everyone.